Tecumseh boasting 20 wins this year is the most in a single season in school history as they appear in these finals for the first time. Meanwhile, Central Catholic at 24-4 has been here 3 times before, in 2006, 2015, and 2016, coming away with championships on all 3 occasions. Knights head coach Craig DeVault at the helm for the latter of those 3 titles, and will no doubt want to add to his tally to go along with his 192 wins in 10 seasons in Lafayette. Tecumseh head coach Adam Lubehusen has been at the state finals before, albeit as a player on the boys' side back in 1999, when he helped the Braves to their first and only state championship in basketball. These are 2 teams who match up well back and forth on the court. We will see who comes out with the championship here today. When we come back, I'll bring in the legend himself, Bob Lovell, and we'll also hear a few thoughts from JoJo Gentry down on the sidelines. You're listening to the Class 1A Girls Basketball State Finals on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. This is your IHSAA.
Commissioner Neidig, can I have a quick word?
Of course, Governor. What can I do for you?
Well, I just want to say thank you.
For what, sir?
For your service.
Well, Governor, you're welcome. And you know that I'm incredibly passionate about what we do at the IHSAA.
Oh, I do, and I share your passion. Without the IHSAA, we'd be without something incredibly important to our state's culture and to me, the boys and girls basketball state tournaments.
Without Hoosier Hysteria, Indiana just wouldn't be Indiana, would it?
You're absolutely right, it wouldn't. And after all these years, I still can't seem to prepare myself for the excitement of the tournaments.
Governor, the only way you could prepare for Hoosier Hysteria is by getting your ticket.
Oh, you know I'll be the first in line.
The Indiana Boys and Girls High School Basketball Tournaments are presented by the Indiana Pacers and Indiana Fever.
Were you born from 1945 to 1965? Have you heard of hepatitis C? Hepatitis C is a leading cause of liver cancer, yet it often has no symptoms. And people born from 1945 to 1965 are 5 times more likely to have it. But here's some good news. Treatments are now available that can cure hepatitis C, which is why you should talk with your doctor about getting a blood test for hepatitis C. It could save your life. A message from the CDC.
1A State Championship.
Back live inside of Cambridge Fieldhouse here on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. I'm Kurt Darling alongside of Coach Bob Lovell. Coach, good to see you here today. Obviously, 2 teams who have gone through thick and thin to get to this point here in the regular season. Your thoughts going into this match?
Well, you're going to have teams that play differently in this. Lafayette Central Catholic likes to press, likes to get out in transition. You know, Tecumseh can play that way, though I think they're more of a half-court oriented ball club that likes to work inside out. So I think the contrasting styles, which style is going to be imposed on the other team, how well you handle the pressure, the moment of being here. There's so many factors that go into this game, Kurt, but I think the matchup is a good one because there's so many different things going on at the same time in this game.
Tecumseh being held today by the head coach, Adam Lubehusen, 113-75, his 8th year as the head coach of the Braves. 20-8 coming into this contest with Lafayette Central Catholic, who is held by Craig DeVault, 192-70 in his 10th year as the head coach of the Knights. But coach, these 2 teams bring in very talented players as well. Bree Oxley, certainly the person that the offense runs through for the Braves. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have several different players, but the one to watch, definitely Torrey Thompson as well as Carson Cherry.
Well, you talk about Oxley, and that's a legendary name down in that part of the state when it comes to basketball. She's a force. I mean, she's a real factor. You have to find her. You're going to have to commit, I think, more than one person to try to handle her inside. She can make big plays. She's their go-to player. You mentioned Thompson, much of the same thing with Torrey Thompson. And I think kind of an electrifying player, can handle the ball, can score, can do a lot of different things. So you absolutely have to find her and not let her get started. because these are two young ladies who can do a lot of great things for their respective ball clubs.
Indeed they can. Let's go to the third member of our broadcast team now. Let's send it to the sidelines with JoJo Gentry.
Hey guys, Coach Husen told me earlier this week the fact that they're even competing in the state finals hadn't even really soaked in yet. They're all just very excited to be here, and their small but mighty community of Linville has had these girls' backs go all the way heading to Indianapolis. And you guys got to remember, Coach Husen's players weren't even alive when he won that state title back in 1999. His old teammates have reached out to him this week to give him positive words and some encouragement. But the main message, take care of Catholic again. That's the team they beat back in 1999. Meanwhile, head coach DeVault told me just a couple of moments ago that they're feeling cool, calm, and collected. They've been doing a lot of team bonding over the last several days to kind of keep those nerves down. He's coached this program to state titles before and knows who handles the pressure is key to victory today, guys.
Thank you very much, JoJo, as the starting lineups get introduced here. As we speak here inside of Gainbridge Fieldhouse, Lafayette Central Catholic going to be going with Kendall Ryder, the junior guard, as well as Tori Thompson, averaging 14 points per contest, and Carson Cherry, Carly Barrett, and Caitlin Deneen rounding out the starting five for the Knights. On the other side, the Tecumseh Braves are going to be helmed here by Penelope Lemon, averaging 2 points a contest, but also Jenna Donahue, who is averaging 12 points a game. She is only a sophomore. Also rounding out the starting five will be Carson Flowers, as well as Cabry Oxley and Morgan Wilson. Coach, keys to the game for these teams to be successful.
Well, I think one of the biggest keys for Lafayette Central Catholic, be able to get out and have your press. Don't foul. Limit your fouls, because you're going to try to put pressure on them as much as you can. You're going to have to work hard defensively on the interior. I think for Tecumseh, first and foremost, you have to handle the basketball. You've got to handle the press for the entire 32 minutes. Secondly, you need to work inside out, and you have to really finish, against the press, you're going to have opportunities. You need to finish those at the rim.
North and South meet in the middle here today. We are underway inside of Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Tecumseh winning the tip to start things off here, and Carson Flowers gets things going top of the key. She leaves it over to Lemon, who dribbles over to the right side, now kicks it back up top of the key to Oxley. Oxley dribbles once, leaves it for Flowers, now back into the hands of Lemon in between the circles. Now holding it is Oxley. She dribbles twice to the right side, over to the continued right side to Flowers. Now back inside. Flowers pulls up from the elbow. That doesn't fall. Quickly come in transition to the Knights. Back in the other way to Deneen now for Lafayette Central Catholic. They work it inside out. Now back over to Deneen again, who loads up a three, and she knocks it down to get the scoring going for the Knights.
So yeah, penetration and pitch. Well done. Great shot. Just a great way to get that first possession.
Deneen averaging 41% from behind the arc this season. Full court press now from Lafayette Central Catholic. Tecumseh gets their pocket picked in transition. Long pass by the Knights inside to Barrett, and she lays it in. 5-0 early, and a timeout taken by Coach Lubahusen of the Braves. He does not like what he's seen here in the first couple of minutes. Back in a moment on the ice. No, we keep it here on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. Today's broadcast is brought to you by Ivy Tech. Ivy Tech offers the most affordable tuition in Indiana, less than half of the cost of other colleges and universities. Learn more about higher education without the high price at ivytech.edu.
Well, it's a quick timeout. I mean, it's an unnecessary timeout. You're going against a 1-2-1-1 press, great coverage up front, and you do not want to let a team like Lafayette Central Catholic get on a run, because they can score a lot of points in a short amount of time, and you can be in deep trouble if you can't go ahead and attack, and if you could continue to turn it over. I love the timeout.
So out of the timeout, inbounding the ball will be Jenna Donahue here for the Braves, and the full court press once again here from Central Catholic, but Tecumseh is able to navigate it with ease. Morgan Wilson dribbles inside, and a nice take in by Jenna Donahue to score the first 2 points for the Braves.
As I mentioned, one of the big things, you're going to have opportunities to finish at the rim if you can break the press. And the big thing is, just go ahead and take care of it. Use the pass rather than the dribble.
5-2 on your scoreboard, under 7 minutes left to play first quarter. Dribbling the ball now, Carson Ryder. She gets it back outside now to Thompson. Thompson fires a three of her own. That's just off the front of the rim, no good. And a foul going up for the rebound on Central Catholic. and that will be Jenna Donahue who gets the control of the rebound.
Nice ball movement by LCC. Thompson open in the corner, just a little over exuberant, trying to get the rebound, so to speak. But, great ball movement at the half court.
Carson Cherry picking up her first foul of the ball game. Full court press once again out of the inbound. Tecumseh gets it across the timeline. Wilson looks inside now to Oxley. Oxley fires it back outside. 3 ball on the way from Flowers off the mark. Offensive rebound taken by Donahue, and she scores.
Donahue is a capable player inside Kurt. That's one of the big problems that LCC is going to have in their zone, is making sure they are able to screen, block out people, get them off the rim.
5-4 on the game clock, under 6 left to play first quarter. Ryder with the basketball now for Central Catholic. Back outside, 3 ball on the way from Barrett off the mark. Offensive rebound taken by Thompson, and she gets knocked to the floor. And it'll be a turnover out of bounds, and Tecumseh will come away with it.
Well, just a lot of contact. I think a good no call. I think both teams, frankly, have handled the opening part of this game pretty well.
Good ball movement across the timeline for the Indians. Flowers fires a shot in transition that does not fall, but she draws a foul. She will go to the line to shoot 2 free throws, as now the second foul of the half here on Central Catholic, and it will be the second foul on Carson Cherry. Coach, that's a pretty big deal right there.
It's a very big deal. Cherry is extremely important. She can score. She can handle the ball. She's a tremendous athlete, going to the University of Louisville to play soccer. She knows she knows how to compete at the highest level.
So Cherry will come out of the ball game, and we will now see the freshman Grace Bourdonnais check into the ball game, standing all of 5'5". Meanwhile, at the free throw line, Carson Flowers hit the first free throw, but she misses the second. She is shooting in that regard 60% on the season. Central Catholic basketball, we are tied up at 5 halfway through the first quarter, and a steal in transition by the Braves. Here comes Tecumseh. Oxley with it, hands it over to the sideline Flowers. Flowers navigates her way along the baseline, and she slips it in. What a shot there. That's actually Jenna Donahue.
Somehow the ball managed to get in the rim. Off a steal by a great defensive effort on the part of Tecumseh.
First 2 points of the night for Donahue. And now a foul in transition, and it will be against Tecumseh. And correction, that's actually Donahue. Now she has 6 of the first 7 points here for Tecumseh. And no foul on the call. It was just put out of bounds. Central Catholic with the basketball still. Ryder goes to the right side, and now we have a foul coming up as she gets knocked to the floor going to the right side, and it will be going against Carson Flowers, her first and the team's first.
At this point right now, the half-court defense on the part of Tecumseh is not allowing LCC to really get into any rhythm, having difficulty just making an entry pass to start their offense.
Central Catholic out of the inbound. Barrett puts the shot up, and it does not fall, but another foul going to be called on Tecumseh.
And obviously, as soon as I say that, they throw the ball in the middle, get a great pass, go to the rim and get fouled. Attacked it pretty well, that possession.
So Carly Barrett, a freshman, at the line for Central Catholic. She knocks down the first one, and we'll have another one coming here as it's a 2-shot foul. She shoots 61% from the free throw line. She is a player who knows how to win a state championship. She was on the volleyball winning state championship team from Central Catholic earlier this year.
Well, that's the thing about LCC and about Tecumseh. These girls are multi-sport athletes, and at LCC, you're used to winning state championships.
She knocks down both free throws. Quick in transition come the Braves, and Donahue is fouled as she goes right to the basket, and Kendall Ryder will pick up her first for Central Catholic.
It's impressive. I mentioned it earlier, Kurt. When you go against a team that's going to press you like this, there are going to be opportunities for you to go to the rim, and you have to make decisions. You have to make good decisions about when to go, when not to go. And Donahue does a nice job of going to the rim and getting fouled, but misses the conversion.
Jenna Donahue misses the first free throw. A sophomore standing 5'9", and she missed. No, she just banks in the second one. And Tecumseh retakes the lead here after the early tie in this one. 4:50 left on the clock. Here it is 8-7 in favor of the Braves. Central Catholic coming across the timeline to Deneen. She looks inside now to Barrett, outside again to Thompson. Thompson tries to pass it in traffic to Deneen on the right side. She dribbles into the lane, and they are going to call that she stepped on the baseline going right down towards the basket, and another turnover here by the Knights.
Well, the 2-3 zone that Tecumseh's using, they're moving quickly, hands high, doing a great job of making it hard. to find an open pass receiver.
That's now 3 turnovers on Lafayette Central Catholic here in the early going. The Braves are able to struggle across the timeline and going inside, and a nice take by Cabry Oxley to get her first bucket.
I'm sure they drilled on this all week long. When in doubt, throw the ball to the middle of the floor and good things are going to happen. That's exactly what happened.
10-7 on the scoreboard, 4 minutes left here in the first quarter. Lafayette Central Catholic in control, and she is going to be shoved across the timeline. Kendall Ryder there by Morgan Wilson. A pretty cut and dry foul there for the officials. That'll be Wilson's first.
Pretty easy one for him to call. Just a little extension of the arm, a little too much contact. It's been a cleanly played game to this point, though, in terms of fouls.
Caitlin Deneen inbounds the ball now to Ryder. She dribbles around Wilson in between the circles. Wilson gives it off now to Deneen at the right wing, and now Deneen dribbles back between the circles again, now off to Bourdonnais, and now into the hands of Ryder. Ryder dribbles into the free throw lane, back outside in the left corner now. That's again Bourdonnais, and now she kicks it back outside to Barrett. Barrett dribbles in, kicks it back out again. Deneen fires another 3 and hits.
Tell you what, it's great penetration by Barrett, getting through past the free throw line and the kick out. Well executed. Quick
in transition come the Braves as Carson Flowers gets pushed out of bounds, and we have a media timeout on the floor. We take one with them. 10-10 on the scoreboard. Tecumseh and Lafayette Central Catholic in the 1A Girls State Finals here on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network.
It's been an exciting basketball season, but the excitement is just heating up. This summer, catch your Indiana Fever as they embark on their 24th season in the WNBA. The action tips off in May and the season runs through August. For more information on the upcoming season and tickets, visit feverbasketball.com. That's feverbasketball.com. Your Indiana Fever, a proud sponsor of the IHSAA Girls State Basketball Tournament.
Oh, while we're in lawn and garden, I was thinking I should pick up one of those little things for watering my plants.
A hose?
No, the things that look like teapots, but for plants. You know, you tip it over and it goes blah, 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 blah.
You're good at describing words you've forgotten.
Like those things that give the plants a shower, you know, that you fill up.
A watering can?
Yes, a watering can. I knew that.
We're good at your insurance. Find an Indiana Farm Bureau insurance agent online, over the phone, or in person, and stop knocking on wood.
Did you ever ride your bike with a closed pen and a baseball card? Or use a typewriter for a school paper? Then here's a timely alert. Americans born from 1945 to 1965 are 5 times more likely to have hepatitis C, which often has no symptoms, but is a leading cause of liver cancer. The good news? Treatments are available that can cure hepatitis C. Talk with your doctor about getting a blood test for hepatitis C. Know for sure. A message from the CDC.
1A state championship.
10-10 on the scoreboard here. 3:26 left in the first quarter here of the 1A Girls State Finals. Tecumseh and Lafayette Central Catholic tied here through the first media timeout. Listening in during that timeout on the sidelines is JoJo Gentry.
Well, guys, Central Catholic is certainly looking more comfortable out on the floor today, but they're changing their strategy to defend Donahue. She's been a huge threat for them. Meanwhile, for Tecumseh head coach Lubenhusen, his message has been the same. Stay aggressive, get after it. They know that's going to be the only way to beat Central Catholic today, guys.
Thank you very much, JoJo. Alongside Bob Lovell, I'm Kurt Darling, Coach. Obviously, the full court press has really been trying to make things difficult for the Braves here, but Tecumseh's really been able to hold their own against
Well, I think they've handled it well, Kurt. And the one thing you don't want to do is let your defense create offense for your opponent. They're well drilled. You've spent a lot of time this week in practice with some 5-on-6, 6-on-5, 7-on-5, those kinds of things. And JoJo mentioned, try to defend Donahue better. She's really, really adept at playing inside, finding spots, finding creases. She's active and aggressive, and I think has done a great job of presenting herself in positions where she can catch the ball and do something with it.
Donahue is 3 of 3 from the field so far. She has 7 points to lead all scorers, and she tries to keep it right out of the inbound, but she cannot get the shot to fall. Lafayette Central Catholic comes away with it. Back across the timeline they go. Barrett drives inside, and a nice play outside, setting up Deneen for another 3. She is short. Loose ball corralled by Tecumseh.
That was great offense. I mean, it was tremendous offense. It had a perfect shot that just didn't go.
Quickly back across midcourt. Comes inside the Braves to Oxley. She can't fire at the shot, at the basket rather, and 2 dry possessions for the Braves back-to-back out of the timeout. Lafayette Central Catholic with the ball now in Ryder. Ryder bounces around a defender to Thompson, and now it gets back to Ryder in the forecourt. Ryder dribbles into the lane, tries to look it inside this time to Barrett, and she gets her pocket picked by Oxley. Oxley will dump it off across the timeline to Donahue. Donahue feeds it inside to Oxley. She still can't get it to go. 3 missed shots right at the basket back-to-back here for Tecumseh.
Yeah, can't get any better looks than what you had, and they didn't go, but it's great ball movement. You continue to do that, and things will happen for you.
Inside of 2.5 minutes left to play first quarter. 10-10 is the score between Tecumseh and Lafayette Central Catholic. In the corner, Thompson tries a 3. That's off the side of the rim, and the rebound corralled by Morgan Wilson. Back across the timeline again come the Braves. As Flowers has it, the senior, she dumps it inside to Donahue, and she is going to be tied up. It's a jump ball on the floor, and it goes in favor of Central Catholic.
Well, Kendall Ryder gave a little extra body over there, came on the baseline, doubled up, and created the turnover or the jump ball situation. She's great defensively, tremendous anticipation. The zone that Tecumseh's running has really, as I mentioned earlier, caused some problems for LCC.
Ryder goes coast to coast, and she can't get the shot to go off the bank, and it goes out of bounds as Grace Bourdonnais comes up. Actually, we have a foul on the floor here. It's going to be against Jenna Donahue. That'll be her first.
Well, I mean, penetration against the zone, not something you have seen a lot of to this point by Lafayette Central Catholic.
Thompson off of the inbound, facing a loose zone defense here from the Braves. Wilson double teams now Deneen, and she'll dump it off now to Barrett at the top of the key. Deneen gets a pass deflected. It's across the timeline. No over and back on the call. Barrett keeps the basketball for Central Catholic. Off to Deneen, now into the right wing, now to Ryder. Ryder back across to the left side to Deneen, and now back up top to Barrett. Barrett leaves it now for Deneen on the left side, and bounce pass to Thompson again with Wilson on her. Barrett back outside to Deneen. Deneen drives along the right side of the lane, puts it off the glass and scores.
Yeah, played through some contact, going to her right side, and nice kiss off the glass, as they like to say.
60 seconds left in this first quarter. Lafayette Central Catholic up by 2. Corner Wilson with it on the right side, the other side here for Tecumseh. Now across the timeline to Lemon, and outside a 3 by Flowers.
You know, Kurt, in that possession, ball never touched the floor. All passes, great passes, nice setup for a nice basket.
Thompson, left side, into the corner, Barrett. Barrett back along the baseline, outside Deneen for another 3 to answer.
She has the spot on that right wing. Great penetration and a tremendous find for her out on the wing.
Deneen now 3 of 4 from the field. And back in transition, Tecumseh called for the traveling violation. The full court press once again proving too stingy.
Yeah, that's just kind of like an unforced turnover where, you know, you're there, you don't have a lot of pressure on you back there. They're trying to do a great job of denying the pass receivers, and she just dragged her foot.
Inside of 30 seconds to play in the first quarter, 2-point lead for the Knights. Ryder dribbles to the right side, into the corner, Bourdonnais, back out to Ryder on the right wing, and again to Bourdonnais in the corner. Now along the other side of the court, Barrett tries a pull-up jumper from the elbow. That doesn't go. Deneen comes away with the offensive rebound for Lafayette Central Catholic. Ryder now, Euro step inside, puts it off the glass, and scores at the buzzer. What a shot by Kendall Ryder to end the quarter.
A tremendous Euro step, as you called it, Kurt. A big, big basket, just very well done by Kendall Ryder.
17-13 at the end of the first quarter here in the 1A Girls State Finals. Lafayette Central Catholic leading Tecumseh. We'll take a timeout. You're listening to the IHSAA Champions Radio Network presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance.
Why do more graduating seniors choose Ivy Tech Community College over any other school? Ivy Tech offers flexibility, a wide variety of programs, and thousands of classes, including online options. Our certificates and degrees get students into a great career quickly. And if you want an affordable path to a bachelor's degree, we have guaranteed admissions programs with most four-year universities in Indiana. So you can start at Ivy Tech and transfer as a junior. Ready for a great education at the lowest cost? Complete a free application today.
Inspired by touch, by play, by listening and laughter. Inspired by family gatherings and one-on-one conversations. Inspired by long walks, long lives, and lives simply lived well. Inspired by compassion, by healing, by grace and strength. What inspires us at Franciscan Health is you. Franciscan Health, inspiring health.
Hey, honey, take your blood pressure medication.
Thanks, dear.
Daddy, are you going to the hospital again?
No, son. Bad medication from a dishonest website got me sick. Now we only use sites approved by NABP or that end in .pharmacy, so we know they're safe.
Learn more about the new .pharmacy domain and ordering medications safely online at safe.pharmacy, a public service from the National Association of Boards of Pharmacy.
1A state championship.
Lafayette Central Catholic leading Tecumseh in the 1A girls basketball state finals here on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, 17-13 on your scoreboard. Let's send it to JoJo Gentry.
Well, guys, I just spoke with Coach Chabal about Caitlin Deneen. I asked, how do you like the way she's playing right now? And he goes, she's awesome. I hope she keeps it up, and I hope she keeps getting more shots. And a little fun tidbit, guys, toward the end of the first quarter, the entire Knights bench was go for three. But look at that. Obviously, Ryder went in her own way, and it worked toward the end.
Thank you very much, JoJo. Alongside Bob Lovell, I'm Kurt Darling as we get set for quarter number 2 for Lafayette Central Catholic, leading by 4 over Tecumseh. Starting things off will be Cabry Oxley of the Braves. She dribbles to the elbow. Nice dish inside to Donahue, and she gets the and one.
Pretty good screen and roll right at the elbow, on the left elbow. Screen, slips the screen, great pass, and, great finish.
Jenna Donahue will take the free throw. And it's true for Jenna Donahue. Lafayette Central Catholic working it back up the floor, and they just get it across the timeline. Ryder with it now double-teamed in the forecourt, but she is able to get out of it with Thompson. Thompson gives it over across court to Ryder and into the left side. That's going to be Bourdonnais. Bourdonnais now back to Ryder. Dish inside to Thompson. Wide open, but still blocked there at the rim by Oxley. And a turnover back to the Braves. Back across the timeline comes Tecumseh. Dish inside to Oxley. She can't get that to go. Donahue briefly gets the offensive rebound, but it's stolen by Deneen of Central Catholic. She's quick back across the other side of the floor. Now to Thompson. Up top now to Barrett. She can't get a shot to fall. Rebound comes to Donahue.
Perfect. Great penetration to the lane and just couldn't get it to stay down.
Donahue will bring it back across. Now to Wilson on the left side along the baseline. Wilson holding it, bounce pass inside, and that is off the glass to Oxley, and she draws an and one. Before we go any further, we pause 10 seconds for network station identification. You're listening to the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. And one free throw here for Cabry Oxley, and she knocks it down. She now has 5 points.
Kurt, this is what Tecumseh does. They work well inside. Oxley, Donahue do a great job. And, now we get a little situation where the 1-3-1 zone at the half court is causing Lafayette Central Catholic some problems.
19-17 on your scoreboard. Tecumseh now leading by 2 with 6:44 left here in the second quarter. Jump ball gives the arrow back to Tecumseh, but Central Catholic will keep the basketball for the time being. Thompson looks up top now to Ryder, tries to find it inside, but it's tipped and stolen by Tecumseh. Quick in transition comes Flowers. Flowers now holds it top of the key, dish inside, wide open underneath, but can't finish does Donahue, and it is a foul back the other way, and it'll be against Tecumseh.
Donahue with the foul, and that's an issue because she, I think, picks up her second foul. And she was, I think, surprised she was that open because she's wide open and just not able to finish it.
And speaking of the foul situation, Carson Cherry has not checked back into the ball game after committing 2 fouls early for Central Catholic. Tori Thompson with the basketball now for the Knights. She gets it over to Ryder into the corner, back outside now to Barrett. Barrett almost gets her pocket pick, has to dribble it back out. Double team. She gets out of it to Ryder. Ryder over to the right side, Deneen. Deneen holding it above her head. 3 passes outside now to Barrett. Barrett dribbles a couple of times back to Ryder in the forecourt, and now Central Catholic just trying to get the offense organized here as the clock tips inside of 6 minutes remaining in the second quarter. Barrett, long pass to the other corner outside to Bourdonnais. Bourdonnais dribbles back to the right wing. Almost going for the steal is Flowers. She can't get it. Outside shot now for Deneen. It is short. Loose ball corralled, and it's going to be rebounded by Tecumseh. They come quick in transition. Full head of steam for Oxley right down the middle of the lane, and she gets the bounce.
Well done. I mean, she gets the pass maybe at the three-quarter court mark and just, takes it completely to the rim for a tremendous finish.
Oxley now has 7 points for Tecumseh. On the other side, Bourdonnais double-teamed along the baseline. She has to try and navigate her way out of it. It goes out of bounds, and they will say it is off of the Braves. It remains with Lafayette Central Catholic. And now we see Carson Cherry check back into the ballgame. Remember, she has 2 fouls.
Well, you got to roll the dice. I mean, you're in a situation where she's smart. She understands what she needs to do, but, it's a critical point as you get, midway in the second quarter.
In the corner, Thompson loads up a corner 3, just a little short. Offensive rebound corralled by Cherry, but it's poked out of her hands and taken by Penelope Lemon of the Braves. Long pass into the corner. Wilson tries a 3, a little bit too strong, tipped out of bounds. It's controlled by Central Catholic.
Might have been a little bit quick on the trigger. She had a hand in her face. Hard shot to make.
Oh, and we have a player with blood on her leg here. We have Tori Thompson. She has a little bit of a scrape on her knee, so they have to stop the bleeding by rule. In the meantime, they have a stoppage of play. The IHSAA would like to thank its 2 presenting sponsors for today's broadcast, the Indiana Fever and the Indiana Pacers, and Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. The Indiana Fever and the Pacers are the presenting sponsor of the 47th IHSAA Girls Basketball State Tournament throughout Indiana this winter. Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance is the official presenting sponsor of the IHSAA Champions Network, the most comprehensive high school broadcast network in America. Thank you both for your continued support of the IHSAA's 407 member schools and 160,000 student athletes. This is your IHSAA. Out of the stoppage of play, a big 3-pointer by Tori Thompson for Central Catholic.
That ball literally drops out of the sky, Kurt. What a high-arching 3 and nothing but the bottom of the net.
Central Catholic cuts the Tecumseh lead back to 1, 21-20 on your scoreboard, 4:30 left in the second. On the other side of the floor, Oxley tries a corner jumper. That does not fall. A rebound, second chance opportunity doesn't go either. Central Catholic with the basketball. Cherry comes with a full head of steam, but gets stolen away from by Lemon. Now a double team, and now there's a steal on the other side by Ryder. She goes right to the basket. No shot, but draws a foul. She'll go to the line for 2.
Well, Ryder does a great job on the strip and moving to the rim and creating an opportunity.
And that is going to be Carson Flowers picking up her 3rd personal foul here in the first half. Oh, correction, that's only going to be her 2nd personal foul. As the free throw goes down for Kendall Ryder, shooting just 59% on the season in that regard. She's a heck of an athlete for Central Catholic, playing soccer, basketball, softball, and running track. And Ryder knocks down the second one.
And by the way, those teams are successful. Not coincidentally, frankly.
Indeed they are. Donahue comes with a pass in transition. It gets tipped out of bounds, and it will stay with Tecumseh here on this offensive possession. Lemon will be taking the ball out.
You think in terms of full court press, Tecumseh's, I think, solved the mystery as best they can.
Donahue off the inbound inside and puts it off the glass for 2.
Once again, their post, the interior play of Tecumseh is solid. I mean, they work well with one another and can finish.
Back and forth we go. Tecumseh retakes the lead, 23-22, inside of 4 minutes left in the second. Cherry pulls up from inside the lane. It's a little short. Rebound into the hands of Flowers for Tecumseh. She has to go through a maze of Central Catholic defenders before she bounces it inside to Oxley. 3 straight buckets for Cabry Oxley.
That's why she's so important in this ball club, and why it's one of the strategies was to try to limit her as much as possible.
3-point lead now for the Braves. Loose ball tipped around and taken away again by Tecumseh in transition. Flowers gets it to the right side. She is defended hard by Ryder. Inside to Oxley again. And a timeout taken by Central Catholic.
Man, oh man. But she's sprinting the floor and the catch and the turn and the great layup.
We'll send it now to JoJo Gentry.
On these sidelines, but the one who is bringing the calm to this storm is his wife, Erin. She's on staff this year and is on the bench helping out. Coach says her role is more behind the scenes this year since she's no longer the head coach of the team, but she's been communicating with the girls and just sharing words of encouragement that you're probably not going to hear from head coach Lubenhusen. It's certainly a nice balance, guys.
Thank you very much, JoJo. Your student athletes can start their education at Ivy Tech before guaranteeing admission to select four-year schools in Indiana, saving thousands of dollars along the way. Learn more at ivytech.edu. Alongside Coach Bob Lovell, I'm Kurt Darling. Coach, obviously you got Oxley really on fire right now for Tecumseh, but still pretty good ball game that we have going back and forth with the league.
Well, with LCC's ability to score a lot of points in a short amount of time, we really do. But I mean, Oxley is just, you talk about being in rhythm, and to her credit, her teammates are finding her, and she's making it hard for them not to. You know, the last two, again, on the full sprint to the rim, she gets the catch, doesn't even take a bounce, turns. I'm not even sure she knew where the rim was and laid it off the glass for an impressive hoop. The interior play we talked about at the start. You had to stop Donahue. You had to stop you had to stop Oxley. And, frankly, this 6-0 run over the last basically 50 seconds have been those players.
And, of course, all of those buckets have been taken by Cabry Oxley. She now has 13 points. She's 6 of 10 from the field. Leading the scoring for Lafayette Central Catholic right now is Caitlin Deneen. She has 11 points. She's 3 of 5 from behind the arc. She was certainly a player that really was hot from three-point land in the early going here, but has since cooled off over the last few minutes or so. Some long drives for both of these teams. Lafayette Central Catholic coming down from Lafayette. Just a quick shot down I-65 about 61 miles north of Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Meanwhile, the Tecumseh Braves, they had to change time zones, getting up early to get here for this early game.
Absolutely. I think they're used to the travel. Certainly doesn't seem like it's affected them at all. And this has been a fun game. I mean, this has just been a fun game to watch and see it develop, and there's so much more time left.
So out of the timeout, Lafayette Central Catholic with the basketball. 27-22 on your scoreboard. Tecumseh leading by 4.
But Tecumseh a little 1-3-1 half court, which they've been in most of the day, but now trying to come up, trapping opportunities. Megan Wilson out front makes it hard for her to move the ball.
Thompson inside to Cherry. She can't convert. Rebound to the Braves. Lead by 5 now here, 27-22 on the board, as a pull-up three-pointer from Flowers doesn't go, but there is a good rebound. Who else? It's Cabry Oxley.
Ball comes right to her, off the missed shot, and she knows what to do with it.
Back the other way, Deneen tries to stop the bleeding here with a 3-ball. That doesn't fall. It goes out of bounds, and it looks like we have another foul coming up on Central Catholic. No, it's going to be against Tecumseh, and it'll be against Jenna Donahue, and that will be Donahue's third personal foul of the game.
Well, obviously that's a significant development for both sides. She's played so well, complimenting inside with Oxley, and Donahue just been literally unstoppable.
Carson Cherry can't convert on the 1-and-1 opportunity, coming back into the hands of the Braves. Quick in transition comes Tecumseh, now outside to Flowers. She holds it on the left wing. Inside of 2.5 minutes left to go here in the second. 29-22, the Braves leading the Knights. And now you see Coach Flowers opting to just kill a little time here and set up a play here from Coach Lubenhusen.
Well, I think what you have is, you've got a foul situation, obviously, with Donahue. Now, go ahead, borrow some time. Take a little bit of time, shorten the game up a little bit until you have an opportunity to get her back.
Inside they go to Lemon, but blocked out of bounds by Carly Barrett. It stays with Tecumseh here at the moment, but nice defensive play there by Carly Barrett.
Great pass to the baseline, and then Barrett from out of nowhere swats it out of bounds.
Flowers takes the ball out again here for Tecumseh. She's in the corner, pulls up along the baseline. It's a two-pointer. Off the mark, Lemon fights for the rebound, and she's going to be called for a travel as she hits the deck, and a turnover back to the Knights.
Yeah, one of those tough situations where she goes up in a crowd, gets a rebound, loses her footing, falls down, and gets called for traveling. Offensive rebounding for Tecumseh has been massive in this first half. I mean, it's been huge. The opportunities they've had on second chance points have been a big difference in the game.
Lafayette Central Catholic has not scored in the last 2.5 minutes. Meanwhile, it's been an 8-0 run, but there is a big shot to stop the bleeding for Central Catholic. Kendall Ryder again.
Just kind of split the zone. No one slides over to slow her down, and she's able to finish it.
So that kills a 2.5 minute scoring drought. It also kills an 8-0 run for Tecumseh over that same time span. With the basketball now is Wilson. She kicks it back around the horn to Flowers in the forecourt. She gets dribbled back out here by Thompson, and now she gets around her. A nice bounce pass into the corner. This is McDonald for three off the bench. That doesn't go. Rebound to Central Catholic, and a foul as they were going for the rebound, and it's going to be against Tecumseh.
A good-looking shot that just didn't go, and again, LCC doing something they haven't done well. It's blocking people off getting the rebound.
Morgan Wilson picks up her second foul for Tecumseh. That's team foul number 8 on Tecumseh. So we're shooting 1-1 here for the time being for Lafayette Central Catholic. And again, they are 0 for 2 in that regard now as Central Catholic, as Thompson misses the front end. Back across the timeline comes Flowers. Long pass to Lemon along the right side. Lemon dribbles a couple of times off to Oxley along the baseline, fires a floater. It does not go, and a rebound comes down low, and a timeout taken by Coach DeVault of Lafayette Central Catholic. We keep it here on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. This is your IHSAA coach. Obviously, probably a good time out here for Coach DeVault to try and at least set something up here for Central Catholic to kind of minimize the bleeding going into halftime.
Well, I think you're right. I think you're exactly right. It's an opportunity to do, and you've worked on these kinds of situations your entire year. Where you've got a particular play or a particular person you want to try to feature on this and get you some momentum going into the locker room.
School success for Lafayette Central Catholic. Obviously, they've been here 3 times before in the state finals. They have won all 3, but there are 3 players on this team that have also won state finals before. You have Cherry, who had won with soccer, Barrett and Deneen with volleyball. So needless to say, these are a whole bunch of players for Central Catholic that know how to win state championships.
Well, again, it's the expectations at LCC are championships. That's what they work for, and they've had great success with it over the years.
Out of the timeout, Ryder with the basketball for Central Catholic, dumps it off to Bourdonnais, and now going back and forth, it was tipped across the timeline by Tecumseh. It remains with the Knights. Tori Thompson fires a deep 3. It doesn't go, and they're going to call a foul here underneath the basket. It looks like that's going to be against Lemon as she boxed out on Deneen and took her feet out from under her in the process.
Well, they've called it. Yeah, they've called it. This is an interesting call, to be honest. The foul is actually on Morgan Wilson for she was backing into Carly Barrett. Barrett was over her back, and the call was basically that Wilson was backing into her.
But another missed front end of the 1-1. They are now 0 for 3 in that regard is Central Catholic. Back across the timeline now comes Tecumseh. 11 seconds left here in the quarter. Final shot coming here from Tecumseh. Lemon along the wing, outside to Flowers. McDonald with the basketball. Flowers has to put it up. 2 seconds. It is short. It goes out of bounds, and that takes us to the end of the first half. So the Tecumseh Braves have the lead at the moment. Let's send it to JoJo Gentry, who is with Lafayette Central Catholic coach Greg DeVault.
Coach, how do you feel about your team's first half performance?
Not very well. Our press, we're not getting any turnovers like we should. We're not getting back on defense, so I think our half-court defense is not very good right now.
Central Catholic has such a huge reputation for winning championships and being the best guy on the court. I mean, what do you guys have to do to get to that point and get back to the standards of your reputation?
We got to do what we did all year, is get after them on the defensive end. We got to pressure their guards out top, which we're not doing. They're just throwing it at the post and they're killing us at the post. So we just got to do our things we did all year on the half court, and I think we'll be fine.
I know you've been here before, and some of your players have been in this position before. What are some things they can improve on physically, mentally, and emotionally to get their minds right for the second half of this game?
Just forget about everything and just play their game they know how. I mean, I think the nerves got to them the first quarter, and after that, they should have been away, but I think they're still nervous, and hopefully it come out the second half and we'll play the way we know.
Coach, thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, JoJo. We'll take our break. When we come back, we will discuss during halftime. You're listening to the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. This is your IHSAA.
When people talk about Hoosier hysteria, they're referring to the Heartwood, a packed high school gym, a roaring crowd. It's a point of pride for us all. But there's another kind of frenzy sweeping our state: vaping. About 20% of all high school students in Indiana currently vape, and the rate is growing every year. That's why the IHSAA is partnering with the state of Indiana to clear the air. Inhaling the poisons found in e-cigarettes, like arsenic, lead, and formaldehyde, can destroy your lungs. Vaping ruins lives. Go ahead, support your hometown team. Exercise those lungs of yours. Then, if anything takes your breath away, it'll be a game-winning buzzer beater. And not because you vaped. To learn more about vaping and the damage it can do, go to don'tpuffthisstuff.com.
Parents, teachers, school board members, do you want your school to experience the richness of academic freedom or the constraints of a one-size-fits-all federal mandate called Common Core Standards? Advocates for Academic Freedom is for educational excellence and local control of your school. Come join the fight for your children's education. You can contact us at advocatesforacademicfreedom.org or call 1-715-234-5072.
1A State Championship.
29-24 is the halftime score here of the Class 1A Girls Basketball State Finals, presented by the Indiana Pacers and the Indiana Fever here on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. Alongside Bob Lovell, I'm Kurt Darling. Coach, obviously, 5-point lead here for Tecumseh. Keep in mind, this is a team that got through the best team in the state in the semi-state against Waldron just a week ago. Well, they're certainly capitalizing on that magic here in this game.
Well, they've been doing it the way they have all year long. They've attacked inside. When you had that combination, Oxley and Donahue, they are pretty good, understand how to score. They've handled the pressure very, very well. And I think they've been aided by LCC's inability to make some free throws. It's in the front end of the bonus on 3 particular occasions. So I think, if you're Tecumseh, you have to be pleased with where you are because you're following your game plan. Things are going well.
And, of course, it's been inability to make those front ends of the 1-and-1, but also an inability just to make some shots down the stretch. In fact, Lafayette Central Catholic, one of their last 7 shots in a scoring drought that lasted 2.5 minutes going into the halftime period.
Well, the zone has been hard for them to figure, hard to crack, if you will. I mean, Morgan Wilson's length out front has hurt them. They can't reverse the ball like they want to. They're not able to penetrate and find some seams at the half court, and in large part because Tecumseh's doing a great job of body movement and communication. And I think if you can solve that puzzle, you might have you better served in the second half. But LCC, I think, again, as Coach DeVault pointed out, their press hasn't really yielded. It did at the start, but Tecumseh's kind of settled in, worked the ball in the middle. He made great decisions to finish, and so I think you'll see much more of the same on both sides.
We'll have a full stat sheet rundown here of the first half coming up at the other end of this next timeout. Alongside Bob Lovell, I'm Kurt Darling. You've got the Class 1A Girls Basketball State Finals on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network.
Hi, Pacers fans. This is Chris Denary. In addition to basketball, my family is a big fan of 2 things: rescue dogs and great Connecticut water. So when we adopted our newest dog, Walter, we made sure his water came from our Connecticut drinking water system. We take water quality seriously, which is why we also have a whole home water treatment system to eliminate the problems caused by hard water. Visit ConnecticutIndy.com for a free in-home water test. Connecticut, official sponsor of the Indiana Pacers.
It's been an exciting basketball season, but the excitement is just heating up. This summer, catch your Indiana Fever as they embark on their 24th season in the WNBA. The action tips off in May and the season runs through August. For more information on the upcoming season and tickets, visit feverbasketball.com. That's feverbasketball.com. Your Indiana Fever, a proud sponsor of the IHSAA Girls State Basketball Tournament.
We all play a role in keeping our community safe.
Every day, we move in and out of each other's busy lives. It's easy to take for granted all the little moments that make up our everyday.
Some are good, others not so much.
But that's life.
It's when something doesn't seem quite right that it's time to pay attention.
Because only you know what's not supposed to be in your everyday.
So protect your everyday.
If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
1A state championship.
Welcome back inside Gainbridge Fieldhouse. 29-24 is the halftime score between Tecumseh and Lafayette Central Catholic here in this Class 1A girls basketball state finals game. This broadcast is being heard on the IHSA Champions Radio Network across many great radio stations across Indiana, in Bedford, WBIW 1340 AM, as well as in Bedford, WQRK 105.5 FM, as well as Bedford and Orleans, WPHZ 102.5 FM. Also in Boss City, WYIR 96.9 FM. And in Boonville, WBNL 1540 AM and 99.9 FM. And in Mount Vernon, WYFX 106.7 FM. Taking a look at the stat sheet rundown here as we get closer to the second half. Leading all scorers right now for Tecumseh is Cambry Oxley. She is 7 of 12 from the field and was 1 of 1 from the free throw line. Other than that, it has also been contributed by Flowers. That is Carson Flowers. She has 4 points and is 1 of 7 from the field so far in this ball game. On the other side for Lafayette Central Catholic, the leading scorer is Caitlin Deneen. She has 11 points, 4 of 7 from the field, 3 from behind the arc. Also, Barrett turning in 4 points. She is 1 of 4 from the field and 2 of 3 from the free throw line, as well as Kendall Ryder. She has 6 points, 2 of 3 from the field, and is 100% 2 for 2 from the free throw line. Tecumseh right now is shooting 40% from the field. They have made 12 of 30 shots taken, 20% from behind the arc, only 1 3-pointer made, and they are 67% from the charity stripe for 4 of 6 on the field. And Central Catholic shooting 36% and is 8 of 22 from the field. They are also 31% from behind the arc, 4 of 13, and 57% shooting from the charity stripe, 3 of those coming on those 1-and-1 opportunities. Both teams right now are looking a little poor right now when it comes to the foul situation, as Lafayette Central Catholic, they currently have 5 personal fouls in that first half, 2 players in 2 personal fouls. Meanwhile, for Tecumseh, they have 9 personal fouls in that first half and 2 apiece for Lemon, Flowers, as well as Wilson. So going into the second half, Tecumseh leading Lafayette Central Catholic at 29-24, going, and then obviously a little bit of a deficit coming up here for 5 points going into the second half. And now we standing by with Coach Lubenhusen of Tecumseh is JoJo Gentry.
Coach Lubenhusen, you're coming out of the first half. What was your message to your girls?
Well, we didn't get a very good start at the first quarter. That was a big thing. Us coming out here in the third quarter, we got to have a great start. Take care of the basketball. We turned it over a little bit. They hit some shots, but, we just got to execute and do things right.
And you guys went on an 8-0 run in that second quarter, really propelling you forward heading into the locker room. Describe the significance of that run for you guys as you move forward into the second half.
I thought it all came off of our defense. We had great defense, got the rebound, pushed the ball in transition. My bigs ran the floor. We got the ball in the post. I think we maybe had 2-and-1s. So, I just think that the kids ran the floor well, but this next 16 minutes, he's going to have his girls ready. I hope my girls are ready as well.
These girls have never been in a state title atmosphere here before. Compare that to Central Catholic. They have several team members who have competed in a state title experience. What kind of advantages do you guys perhaps have that people may not know?
My girls have played softball. They've been in the state tournament as well. But, this game's just like the other 28 games we played all year long, and we talked about that. So I think our girls will be ready, and hopefully we can get a W here on the 29th one.
Awesome, Coach. Thanks for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, JoJo Gentry. Well, Coach Bob Lovell, as we tick down through the final minute of this halftime period, obviously Lafayette Central Catholic, a little bit of an uphill climb, but it seems to me that that's been something that they've certainly been familiar with all season long here, and they have the ability to try and work through adverse situations.
They could score in a hurry. That's one of their keys, one of their hallmarks, and I think they'd be well served too to find Kay Brioxy at the half court and again try to limit her touches as much as they can. That 8-0 run, that was Gabriel Oxley in the first half, and she's certainly capable of it. You like the interior play of Tecumseh. You like how well they played together, and that spurt gave them the lead that they have, and it's been a crucial part of their offensive approach right now.
But if you're Tecumseh, quoting Gabriel Oxley from earlier this week, she says that we're tired of finishing second place. Needless to say, they've made deep runs in the tournament before, but couldn't quite get over the hump of semi-state, as Coach Lubahusen put it. Well, they just have one more hump to climb, and that is the second half.
I don't blame her. I'd be tired too, because they're talented enough. They have all the ingredients to be a state champion. And now you just have to execute. As easy as it is for us to say it, and as easy it is for everyone to understand it, it's pretty hard to do when you're out there in the fight.
Both teams keeping with their starters going into the second half. With Tecumseh, it's Lemon, Donahue, Flowers, Oxley, and Wilson. For Central Catholic, it will be Ryder, Thompson, Cherry, Barrett, and Deneen. Of course, the big footnote here for Tecumseh is the fact that Flowers right now, or rather Donahue, even though she is their second leading scorer, she's playing with 3 fouls in the second half.
It's a big thing because, her interaction with Oxley offensively inside has been a big key for Tecumseh, and her presence on the glass, her presence basically out on the floor with her leadership is a key ingredient in what's gotten them where they are.
Tecumseh starts the second half with the basketball. Carson Flowers will take it, and its pass is stolen from her by Barrett of Central Catholic, but back comes again Flowers to make up for it with a steal of her own. So Tecumseh has the ball to start the second half officially in spite of the 2 turnovers. Going inside is Donahue. She can't get a shot to fall. Good defense down low, but a traveling violation off of the steal by Carson Cherry of Central Catholic.
It was kind of a rough start for both teams. This first possession has been a difficult one.
So as the dust settles, Tecumseh has the ball, and the inbound goes to Lemon. She bounces it inside down to Oxley, splitting the defenders. Can't get a shot to fall. Rebound comes to Central Catholic.
Well, great defense by putting a second body on Oxley inside, not able to get it up on the glass.
In the corner, Tori Thompson hasn't made a three-pointer today. She finally does to start the second half for Central Catholic.
It allows them to get their press set. It allows them to get that important ingredient in what they're doing all set up.
Tecumseh now leading by 2. Oxley goes coast to coast into the lane. Can't get the shot to fall. Rebound to Central Catholic. And Barrett comes screaming down the court, down the middle of the lane. Carly Barrett keeps the 5-0 run going here for Central Catholic.
This is a great start, and it's been fueled by their defensive effort, no question.
Oxley back the other way. She can't finish at the glass again, going the full length of the court. And now Cherry does that same thing, puts it down. 7-0 run to start the second half for Central Catholic. And a foul will put Cherry at the line for an extra free throw.
You talk about coming out of the locker room fired up, and they have just been amazing to start with. 7 straight, and it hasn't been easy, but they've made it look that way.
And big story here, Coach. Carson Flowers picks up her 4th personal foul on that one. So needless to say, you'll probably be without the services of your true point guard who really runs the offense here for Tecumseh going into the second half.
It's a big loss, without question. Your floor leader, they feed off of her. She runs the show for them, can handle the press. So now everybody's got to step up and do their part to take care of the basketball.
And so actually that'll be Flowers only her 2nd personal foul, it looks like, based off of what we have on our official score sheet. So it's actually her 2nd. So my apologies there on that stat oversight. Only her 2nd personal foul for Flowers. Donahue has 3rd. So again, big difference. So she remains in the ballgame.
I think the message is fouls are an issue for Tecumseh right now, without question.
At the free throw line, Cherry misses the front end there of the only free throw there of the and one opportunity. So that's now 4 missed free throws in a row for Central Catholic. And the lead, though, is Central Catholic 31-29 with just under 6.5 minutes left to go here in this third quarter. In the corner, Wilson for Tecumseh banks it off of the glass on a 3-ball opportunity. Doesn't go, but a putback there by Donahue to get the and one.
Well, it's good to have her back in the lineup because of that particular play. It's exactly what she does for this group. She's great on the glass, and she can finish in traffic as she does for an and one opportunity.
Jenna Donahue at the free throw line. Again, shooting at around 60% on the season. Coach Lubahusen saying she arguably has the best basketball IQ of anyone on this basketball team. Quickly back the other way off the missed free throw. Barrett gets the shot to fall, and she draws an and one of her own.
It's all been going to the glass for LCC to start the half. Off the inbound, off the press, whatever they've done has been attacking the rim, and look what it's done for them.
Foul is going to be on Penelope Lemon. That is her third. And Barrett, shooting 61% from the free throw line this season, breaks the free throw stalemate there for Central Catholic and buries the and one opportunity. It is now 32-29. Central Catholic up by 3. And now a foul in transition as Tecumseh was coming across. It's going to be against, looks like it's going to be against Sherry, and that'll be Sherry's third personal foul.
Obviously, the Lafayette Central Catholic contingency doesn't agree with it. They're trying to stop the dribble penetration, and now they force a turnover.
And they force a turnover, tipped out of bounds by by Tecumseh, and Central Catholic will get the ball here going through the rest
See, the
of
press
this possession.
over the course of time starts to wear you down, and right now you may think you can see a little bit of that in terms of decision making.
Barrett down the left side of the lane, can't convert on the layup. Rebound comes into the hands of Oxley. She hits Flowers in transition along the left sideline. And a steal on the bounce pass inside by Barrett. She comes down the middle of the lane again, goes out of bounds, no foul called. It gets tipped out, and Tecumseh will come away with the basketball.
Just a kind of a wild exchange. I don't think there was any contact. I think the defender kind of ran through and made the ball handler decide to continue on and lost control.
Full court press here from Central Catholic. Wilson gets it across the timeline, and she fires a shot a little too high for Donahue, and it goes out of play.
Again, the press. You haven't had a shot the last 2 trips because you've turned it over. They've made you speed up a little bit.
And Tecumseh has a little bit of a scoring drought going on here for the last minute and a half.
Well, Tecumseh gets themselves back in it with a steal.
And Ryder turns the ball over. Back the other way comes Oxley. She can't convert. Neither can Wilson the offensive rebound, but still a third chance opportunity here for Tecumseh as Donahue comes away with the rebound. She pulls up from the right wing. Little too short. Wilson, another offensive rebound, blocked out of bounds by Central Catholic on her follow-up shot.
Are you thinking the number of shots at the rim that Tecumseh has not finished to start this half? And it's an issue, and one that clearly you want to win this game, you got to start making shots, especially when you have it at the rim.
Donahue takes the ball off the inbound. She spins inside and breaks the drought for Tecumseh.
Yeah, it is a drought. It's a great pass, tremendous pass, and a solid finish, what we've been talking about.
Tori Thompson trying to answer with a 3-ball of her own. It goes air ball, and it's tipped out of bounds by Flowers. So just under 5 minutes left to go here in the third quarter. Lafayette Central Catholic leading 34-33.
Great matchup. I mean, it's just so much fun.
Off the inbound, Thompson tries again. She's still a little short, and Flowers comes away with the rebound for Tecumseh. Flowers brings it back across midcourt into the corner. Now to Wilson in the lane. Wilson, a little bit of traffic outside to Lemon, around the horn, underneath to Donahue. Can't get the shot to fall, but she'll go to the line for 2 shots.
Tremendous ball reversal, Kurt. I mean, really. Ball starts on the left side, gets reversed to the right wing, back to the baseline for a layup attempt. Tremendous ball movement.
So Caitlin Deneen will pick up her second personal foul as Donahue is true on the first foul shot. Again, shooting 60% on the season is she in that regard. And she is now 3 of 5 today. And make it 4 of 6 as she makes 2 big free throws to give Tecumseh the lead once again.
Used every bit of the rim, too. Thank goodness, got a couple of bounces.
Euro step inside by Ryder, and she breaks an 0 of 4 drought over the last few minutes for Central Catholic to reclaim the lead. Quick across the timeline comes Tecumseh. Wilson gives it back outside to Flowers on the left wing. She dribbles inside now. Oxley takes it, and she's going to be tipped out of bounds. No foul called as she goes to the floor, and a turnover back to Central Catholic.
It's just great defense. I mean, there was no foul, and she just not able to play through the contact. I think, you look at this. You're going back and forth on each possession.
Carson Cherry with it. Kicks it back outside to Deneen in the corner. Now a 3-ball on the way from Deneen. That doesn't go. But she gets an offensive rebound, and they'll reset the offense, does Lafayette Central Catholic. Thompson will try a 3 of her own. She's still a little short. She's 0 for 3 now on her last 3 attempts from behind the arc. Tecumseh brings it back across the court. Now to the corner. Inside now to Wilson. Wilson kicks it back out around the horn to Lemon, and now to Flowers. Flowers back to Lemon, over to Wilson. She tries a 3. She's short. Rebound to Central Catholic. In stride comes Cherry. She's going to go coast to coast. Too strong on the layup. And a rebound comes to Deneen, and around the horn again to Ryder.
It's another one of those coast-to-coast moves that Lafayette Central Catholic has done quite a bit of in the second half.
Inside of 4 minutes left to play. Central Catholic by 1, 36-35. Ryder on the right wing, dribbles a couple of times, splits the defenders, puts up a shot, no good. Wilson comes away with the rebound for Tecumseh, and she'll give it off to Lemon, who will bring it up court. Now across court to Flowers, onto the left side into the corner. Flowers tries to bounce it inside. It's tipped by a leg, and now Flowers has it back. She loads up a 3 off the back of the rim, just a little strong. Rebound now to Ryder for Central Catholic. Ryder gets it off, tries to find a defender or go through a defender, and instead they're going to get a foul. That defender is Carson Flowers, it appears, and now she has 3 personal fouls on the day. Timeout on the floor, 2:45 left to go here in the second half, or the third quarter rather. 36-35, Central Catholic leads Tecumseh. You're listening to the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance.
Hey, Carrie, you know how we like to say that high school sports are the purest form of amateur sports?
Pure spirit, pure sport. That's Indiana high school athletics.
Well, I learned something the other day that further proves that.
I'm interested. Tell me more, Chris.
Well, we all know what amateur means, but do you know the root of its meaning? It means for the love of.
Wow, you're right. That really does reinforce the idea that high school sports are the purest form of sport.
Fans, I'm IHSA Assistant Commissioner Chris Kaufman.
And I'm Assistant Commissioner Carrie Rosati.
If you want to watch sports in their purest form, get a ticket and go support your high school sports teams.
Everyone there, from the players and coaches to the fans and officials, they are there simply for the love of the game.
Pure spirit.
Pure sport.
This is pure spirit. This is pure sport. This is your IHSAA.
I'm Sherry Shepard. You probably know me best as a co-host on The View. More importantly, I'm a mom. If you're pregnant or a new mom, you can get timely expert information to help keep your baby healthy, something every mother wants. Through a free service called Text for Baby, women get health tips sent directly to their cell phones to help them care for their babies through the first year. Just text BABY, B-A-B-Y, to 511411. That's BABY, B-A-B-Y, to 511411 for the health of your baby.
1A state championship.
36-35 with 2:45 left to go in the third quarter here of the 1A girls basketball state finals. Central Catholic leading at Tecumseh. Alongside Coach Bob Lovell, I'm Kurt Darling. Coach, as we were talking off air here, just kind of a rough stretch for both of these teams. Central Catholic, one of their last 9 shots. Tecumseh, one of their last 8.
Yeah, they've been good shots. That's the frustrating thing about it, is and they've been going to the rim. I think fatigue is a factor. I don't think there's any question. The pace of this half has been intense, to say the least. And the pace of the game has been intense, and it's hard to respond sometimes.
Cherry works into the lane off of the inbound, out of the timeout, and a jump ball is going to be called on the subsequent rebound, and it'll be taken here by Central Catholic. JoJo Gentry, what do you got for us?
Well, I just got out of the Central Catholic huddle, and they said they have to do a better job of blocking and rebounding. They even reiterated to each other, this is war. Meanwhile, Tecumseh fighting their own battles. They want to beat the pass, score layups, and try to keep that going for the rest of the game, guys.
Thank you, JoJo. Turnover by Central Catholic gives the ball back to Tecumseh. The Braves with the basketball now, a long pass to Lemon, and she careens hard into Carly Barrett, and they are going to get Barrett for a blocking foul.
That's one of those where you're just a half a step behind, and there's nothing you can do, and you create a collision. JoJo's 100% right. Rebounding has been one of the things that Tecumseh has done well all through this game to this point.
Penelope Lemon, some good ball movement here by Lemon to Donahue, and she gets a lucky bounce right there inside in the lane.
She goes to her right and runs into a Central Catholic player, literally bounces off of her and tosses it to the rim and gets the bounce.
Ryder tries the Euro step again. This time it's blocked by Cabry Oxley.
Cabry Oxley had a great block on that possession.
Into the game for the first time now is Kinsey Heichelbeck for Tecumseh, and off of a rebound there from Penelope Lemon, knocks it down off of the initial shot from Donahue.
Offensive rebound, a little bit of spurt, a little 4 points here, 2-possession spurt here in a game that's evenly played.
39-36, under 2 to play left here in the third quarter, and Central Catholic turns the ball over again on their subsequent possession. Now Tecumseh with the basketball. Heichelbeck gets it inside now to Donahue along the baseline. A nice pass into Oxley, who converts.
Nice little run right now. We talked about how well Oxley and Donahue play off of one another in the post. That's a perfect example of it.
Under 90 seconds left to play here in the third quarter. 41-36, the largest lead of the game by either team so far here this afternoon. And Central Catholic trying to convert on offense, but they cannot do it again. Tori Thompson tries a three, and it gets tipped out of bounds by Carly Barrett. Another turnover back to Tecumseh.
Yeah, and Tecumseh, you're not doing well on the defensive glass, and get a steal here, which is good.
But then they turn it over right back to Wilson. And we'll see they're going to call a kick ball off of the foot of Tori Thompson, and Coach Craig DeVault is furious with the officials right now on that call.
I can't say that I necessarily blame it, to be honest. A little bit of contact, no whistle.
Meanwhile, Central Catholic setting up in the full court press. Lemon gets it across the timeline to Donahue, and now we have a whistle, and it looks like she may have shuffled her feet trying to set up the offense, and it's a turnover back to Central Catholic.
Yeah, one of those unforced turnovers, quite frankly. And again, I think fatigue is a factor on both sides, and still got a lot of ball to play.
Central Catholic has less than 44 seconds left to work with here in the third quarter, and into the lane goes Barrett and knocks it down, breaking a 6-0 run by Tecumseh.
What has worked for Lafayette Central Catholic has been attacking the rim off the dribble.
Donahue off a pass from Lemon, and she took 3 steps, and Coach Lubahusen now getting in the ear of the officials.
I think it was a travel, quite frankly. Kind of took an extra step on the catch. The press, again, does what it's supposed to do. Now you got to convert.
Central Catholic off of 3 turnovers in a row by Tecumseh, and a big three-pointer by Caitlin Deneen to cut it back. 41-all here with 20 seconds left to play in the third quarter, and a steal in transition by the Knights. Carly Barrett, 7 seconds, underneath, turnover back in, but a turnover back again to Central Catholic. Deneen tries a shot as the buzzer sounds. It does not go, and we go to a fourth quarter with a brand new ball game at Coach level.
What a game. Hey, always remember the game's a game of spurts. I mean, it really is. We just saw it at the end of this quarter. What a quarter.
41 all on your scoreboard. We have 8 minutes of basketball left to be played here inside of Gainbridge Fieldhouse. You're listening to the Class 1A Girls Basketball State Finals presented by the Indiana Pacers and the Indiana Fever. You're listening to the IHSA Champions Radio Network.
Message to Amy Spin Class. Happy 3rd, 29th birthday, Amy! Exclamation point. Ha ha. Balloon emoji. Balloon emoji. Balloon emoji.
You're good at voice to text.
Pizza emoji.
We're good at your insurance. Find an Indiana Farm Bureau insurance agent online, over the phone, or in person. And stop knocking on wood.
It's been an exciting basketball season, but the excitement is just heating up. This summer, catch your Indiana Fever as they embark on their 24th season in the WNBA. The action tips off in May and the season runs through August. For more information on the upcoming season and tickets, visit feverbasketball.com. That's feverbasketball.com. Your Indiana Fever, a proud sponsor of the IHSAA Girls State Basketball Tournament.
Yankee legend Bernie Williams has a personal message to share.
Idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, or IPF, is a rare and serious lung disease that affected my dad. Its symptoms, which include shortness of breath, fatigue, and a dry, persistent cough, are similar to other more common conditions like COPD, which means that IPF is often misdiagnosed. There is no cure for IPF, but there are treatments that can help slow disease progression. If you think you or a loved one may have IPF, don't wait. Visit breathlessipf.com to learn more and talk to a pulmonologist today.
1A state championship.
Today's broadcast of the IHSAA Champions Network is brought to you by Ivy Tech Community College. Graduate from Ivy Tech in 2 years or less so you can start your career sooner. Join the many students who have high-paying jobs when they graduate. Learn more at ivytech.edu. JoJo Gentry has been observing the Tecumseh sideline.
Well, I just listened in to Lubin Hussen's message. He told his girls, hey, we played about 2 minutes of that half. Let's make a push. It's 0-0. Everybody rebounds. Let's take care of the basketball. And his final message, this is it. 8 minutes. Let's do this right now.
Thank you very much, JoJo. 35 of the 41 points by Tecumseh have been scored by Oxley and Donahue. Coach, it comes down to this, 8 minutes left.
Well, it comes down to taking care of the basketball, getting on the glass, and finishing at the rim for both teams, quite frankly.
Tecumseh starting the fourth and final quarter with the basketball. Lemon goes around the horn. Several passes being made by the Braves as a big pull-up jumper by Flowers and a full timeout taken by Tecumseh after that big shot. 44-41. That's a three-pointer on the scoreboard. 44-41 on the scoreboard. Now Tecumseh leads by 3. Back in a minute on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network.
Hey, Dr. Jenner, what do you remember most about playing high school sports?
Oh, I loved it. I made friends and have memories I'll treasure forever. But what mattered most were the life lessons I learned in the soccer field.
Life lessons. Which are your favorite?
Just being part of a team. You learn so many valuable skills: collaboration, communication, work ethic. These are just some of the lessons that have helped shape the person I am to this day. I'm Dr. Katie Jenner, Indiana Secretary of Education.
And I'm Paul Knight, Commissioner of the Indiana High School Athletic Association. Join us in celebrating the 50th anniversary of Title IX and the opportunities it's provided female student athletes across this country, including here in Indiana.
Thanks to Title IX, generations of female student athletes have learned life lessons that will impact them for the rest of their lives.
And that is a legacy worth celebrating.
This is 50 years of Title IX. This is celebrating generations of female student athletes. This is your IHSAA.
Housing discrimination. Would you recognize it and report it? These folks did.
My landlord said rent will be cheaper if we're friends with benefits.
Because I'm legally blind, a landlord questioned whether I'd be capable of maintaining an apartment.
Our real estate agent said a different neighborhood with people like us might better suit our family.
To learn more about housing discrimination, visit hud.gov/fair housing. Fair housing is your right. Use it. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
1A state championship.
44-41, a three-pointer before the timeout taken by Tecumseh gives the Braves the lead over Lafayette Central Catholic. Alongside Coach Bob Level, I'm Kurt Darling. 7:41 left to go here in this fourth and final quarter for the Class 1A state championship for the girls. Caitlin Denis has the basketball right now for Central Catholic. She hands it off to Ryder. Now top of the key, Cherry. Cherry wiggles her way into the lane, kicks it back outside to Deneen, and now over to Ryder on the left elbow. Ryder dumps it back outside to Barrett, holds it above her head. Deneen wide open for a three, just a little too off the mark there. Rebound comes to Tecumseh.
Nice offense, though. Nice, patient. Got a nice shot. Got the shot you wanted from the person you wanted to take.
Tecumseh with the basketball now. Donahue navigates the baseline and finagles a shot through the iron.
Somehow LCC does not cut off the baseline, and you cannot let Donahue do that.
And trying to Euro step her way inside goes Carson Cherry, and she loses the handle, tipped out of bounds. It is controlled now by Tecumseh.
Well, if you're off at Central Catholic, there's a lot of time. There's no need to try to push, no need to try to get yourself in positions that are difficult for you to be in.
Quick across the timeline with 3 passes are the Braves. Flowers has it on the right corner. Flowers, nice pass inside to Oxley. She's short on a pull-up jumper from the elbow, and it goes out of bounds. Turnover back to Central Catholic.
Yeah, Oxley kind of got bumped a little bit. It wasn't a foul, but there was a little bit of contact that knocked her off rhythm and came up short.
6.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. It is a 5-point lead for Tecumseh, 46-41. The Knights with the basketball. Cherry dumps it outside into the right corner to Deneen. Deneen now kicks it back to Cherry. She goes along the baseline, too strong, gets her own offensive rebound, can't get the shot off again, and Lemon comes back with a big rebound for Tecumseh, and in traffic, gets it across the timeline to Flowers.
That's just a big possession because, great shot, great look at it.
And Oxley back the other way.
And now you go to the other end and you give up a pretty easy shot inside. So, these kinds of spurts hurt you.
48-41, largest lead of the game by either team. Here for Tecumseh, inside of 6 minutes left to go. Euro step by Ryder to the basket. Too strong on the shot. Rebound taken by Tecumseh.
Yeah, it was a great move that didn't go.
Double teamed is Flowers. She bounces it across midcourt to Donahue, and she gets it away to Lemon. Looking underneath to Oxley, puts it off the glass a little too strong. Rebounds to Central Catholic. Quick across the timeline. Now comes Cherry. She goes coast to coast. Can't get the shot to fall. Now a rebound to Oxley.
Everything hanging on the rim right now for LCC, Kurt. They just can't get it to go.
And we got a shove in the back here. Looks like on Tori Thompson as Lemon was trying to corral the basketball. And indeed, it is going to be against Tori Thompson, and that will be her.
See, I'm not so sure one or both coaches. I think they both need timeouts. I think they just need to slow things down, steady themselves.
Donahue dribbles right in on Deneen, misses the first shot, gets it back,
stayed right with it. Stayed with it. Great second effort to get the big basket.
Under 5 minutes left to play in the fourth quarter. Deneen tries a three to break the drought here for Central Catholic. It does not go. Rebound comes to Lemon, and a timeout taken by Coach Lubahusen as Lemon was on the floor. We'll take a full timeout. 50-41, Tecumseh starting to run away with it here as we get into the final 4 minutes and 52 seconds. You're listening to the IHSAA Champions Radio Network.
Inspired by touch, by play, by listening and laughter. Inspired by family gatherings and one-on-one conversations. Inspired by long walks, long lives, and lives simply lived well. Inspired by compassion, by healing, by grace and strength. What inspires us at Franciscan Health is you. Franciscan Health, inspiring health.
Hi, Pacers fans. This is Chris Denary. In addition to basketball, my family is a big fan of two things: rescue dogs and great Connecticut water. So when we adopted our newest dog, Walter, we made sure his water came from our Connecticut drinking water system. We take water quality seriously, which is why we also have a whole home water treatment system to eliminate the problems caused by hard water. Visit ConnecticutIndy.com for a free in-home water test. Connecticut, official sponsor of the Indiana Pacers.
Did you know that people born from 1945 to 1965 have the highest rates of hepatitis C, but most don't know they're infected? People can live for decades without symptoms, but over time, hepatitis C can cause serious health problems, including liver damage and even liver cancer. If you were born from 1945 to 1965, the CDC recommends that you get a blood test for hepatitis C. So talk to your doctor about getting tested. It could save your life. A message from the CDC.
1A State Championship.
Right out of the timeout, Tecumseh with the basketball off of a big turnover forced by Penelope Lemon. And now Jenna Donahue will take it out here for Tecumseh with 4 minutes and 52 seconds left on the game clock. And a couple of inbounds here by Tecumseh keep getting tipped out of bounds by Central Catholic.
Well, I mean, a good spurt and the drought offensively for Lafayette Central Catholic in large part because of solid defensive effort on the part of Tecumseh.
Flowers gets it across midcourt for Tecumseh. Now Lemon has it underneath to Donahue. Donahue splits the defenders along the baseline. A nifty move by Donahue. She now has 24 points to lead all scorers.
She's been unbelievable. She's been just impressive.
But Ryder answers back the other way, going
impressive layup now.
She goes coast to coast, and a timeout taken by Lafayette Central Catholic. The IHSAA would like to thank its two presenting sponsors for today's broadcast, the Indiana Fever and the Indiana Pacers, and Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. The Indiana Fever and the Indiana Pacers are the presenting sponsor of the 47th IHSAA Girls Basketball State Tournament throughout Indiana this winter. Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance is the official presenting sponsor of the IHSAA Champions Network, the most comprehensive high school broadcast network in America. Thank you both for your continued support of the IHSAA's 407 member schools and 160,000 student athletes. This is your IHSAA. So a full timeout taken here by Lafayette Central Catholic. 4 minutes and 28 seconds left to go in this one. It is still a 9-point advantage here for Tecumseh, Coach.
Well, if you're Lafayette Central Catholic, I mean, you take the timeout to try to steady your ladies and say, look, we have time. You have to believe. We can't foul. We have to be efficient offensively. We have to get really, don't let them sit back and let the zone dictate what we do. We got to move the ball, move ourselves quickly, and defensively, keep playing hard, keep trapping whenever you get the chance. And they're pretty good at, even on a missed basket, they're still pretty good at putting on the trap. So I think you can see LCC's strategy is to trap. You got to trap till the game's over right now. And so we got to get the ball out of their hands or off the rim, so we got a chance here.
Perusing the sidelines is JoJo Gentry.
Well, Central Catholic is going all out. They know they have to gamble, even if it means they have to commit some fouls. Meanwhile, Tecumseh knows this possession is big. They've only played about 3 to 4 minutes. They said, we're playing 8 minutes. There's a lot of time left. Defense is going to be key to win this game. They got to go up a level and not back down, guys.
Tecumseh facing a full court press here from Central Catholic out of the timeout, struggling and get it across the timeline, and they eventually do. Flowers is double teamed though. Some hard defense played by Central Catholic as Wilson now has it on the right side for Tecumseh. She leaves it now for Flowers. She's double teamed again, but they're going to get a foul. And coach, if you're playing that hard of defense, you increase the likelihood that you're going to commit a foul like that.
Well, I think you do, and as I mentioned, you're going to be in a trap situation until the end of the ball game, because you are, that's the circumstance you have in front of you. So you got to stay with it, try to do your best. Defense without fouling, not an easy thing to do.
2 fouls now for Tori Thompson of Central Catholic. Into the lane now goes Donahue, and there's going to be a foul going the other way, and it's going to be against Donahue, it looks like.
They got her for a hook, and I think it's a good call, quite frankly. And she's on the baseline, a little spin move, gets her elbow extended, and that's 4 fouls, which is huge. I mean, I'm not sure how else to put it. They need her on the court.
So that could be a factor here. 52-43 with exactly 4 minutes left to go in the fourth and final quarter. A pass from Central Catholic goes out of bounds. We pause for network station identification. You're listening to the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. (52-43), Tecumseh taking the ball up court, and it gets tipped out of bounds. Looks like it went off the foot of one of Central Catholic's players, so Tecumseh will take the ball out at midcourt. Alongside Coach Bob Lovell, I'm Kurt Darling. 3 minutes and 40 seconds left. Tecumseh leads by 9. Flowers with the basketball at the top of the key. She dribbles to the right elbow, kicks it back out to Wilson, and now back into the hands of Flowers again. She dribbles to the left side, gets the ball away, now over to Lemon, inside to Oxley. She can't convert, too strong. Rebound to Central Catholic. Cherry comes screaming up court, pass underneath to Barrett, and she converts.
Well, Tecumseh has the shot they want in the hands of the person they want, and then LCC, quick conversion for a hoop, which they have to do. They've got to get it out of their hands or get it off the rim so they can attack offensively.
Foul now on Carly Barrett. That is her second personal foul. And Barrett playing with 15 points to lead all scorers. Coach, she is a freshman for this Central
Catholic tremendous
squad.
She really has. Plays like a senior. So now you're at a stage of the game where you're going to start seeing fouls, maybe some fouls on the part of LCC. Tecumseh want to win a state championship, got to make free throws.
Flowers misses the front end, but a putback by, looks like that was Donahue.
It was. And again, she's, doesn't have inside position, was able to get the ball off the rim for a much-needed putback.
Back the other way comes Central Catholic, and Carson Cherry is able to convert, and a full timeout taken by Lafayette Central Catholic. 54-47, both teams not out of this yet. 3:01 left to go here in the fourth quarter. We pause. We'll be back in a minute on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network.
It's so good to have high school sports fans back in the stands this year, isn't it?
I couldn't agree more. We've missed their cheers, their energy, their spirit, and their support.
When you buy a ticket to high school athletic events, you're not only supporting your school's athletic department, you're also supporting your school's second classroom.
That's because the court, the gym, and the pool are where student athletes learn valuable life lessons that will guide them the rest of their lives.
From teamwork and time management to responsibility and respect, I'm Brian Lewis, a proud Jasper Wildcat.
And I'm Robert Falkins, a South Bend LaSalle Lion. We're both assistant commissioners of the Indiana High School Athletic Association.
We're also both educators, so we know firsthand that high school sports aren't just about winning and losing. They're about learning and growing, too.
So, buy a ticket to your high school's athletic events and support the education of teams in your community.
This is supporting your school. This is supporting your community. This is your IHSAA.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
You remember that ball game we went to a couple years ago?
Sure.
And how you didn't have enough cash for 2 hot dogs, so you walked with me on your shoulders until we found an ATM? And then when we got back to our seats, we never saw the hot dog guy again.
Well, I don't remember all that.
Yeah, that was an awesome game.
You never know which moments will be the ones they'll remember forever. So take time to be a dad today. Learn more at 1-877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
1A State Championship.
2 minutes and 59 seconds left in the state tournament final between Lafayette Central Catholic and Tecumseh. Alongside Coach Bob Luppel, I'm Kurt Darling as Tecumseh takes the ball out as we go commercial free through the end of the ball game. Flowers goes up court, a pass inside gets tipped out of bounds by Central Catholic. It stays with the Braves.
You got 3:01 left, and quite frankly, if you're Tecumseh, your best friend is the clock, and you want to make sure it runs. You don't want to stop it. You want to take care of the basketball, obviously. The last thing you want to do is foul, especially someone who's shooting. If you're, Central Catholic, you got to get the basketball. One way or the other, you got to get it.
Oxley takes the inbound, puts it into the corner, now around the horn to Flowers. Flowers scoops inside to the right side, and the ball scoots away from her hands, and they're going to say it was tipped out of bounds by one of the Central Catholic players.
I don't think Tecumseh's going to sit on the ball. I don't think they're going to try and stall. They're going to use clock, certainly, but they're going to try to continue to attack the rim as they should.
Flowers splits defenders going into the lane, leaves it for Oxley outside now to Wilson. Wilson goes around the horn to Flowers. Inside 2.5 minutes left in the ball game, and a foul. It's going to be a reach-in on Carly Barrett as Flowers was going back outside.
Well, you're in a situation for your LCC where you don't have a lot of options facing you. You get 225, and frankly, I think the fouls are all right. Put them at the line, pressure situation, and see what happens.
3 fouls now on Carly Barrett as we put Flowers back at the charity stripe. She is 1 of 3 in this regard today, and now she is 1 of 4 as she bricks the front end of a 1-and-1. Nice Euro step move inside by Ryder.
A tremendous move by Ryder.
And Central Catholic cuts it back to 6. Now going for a steal is Central Catholic, but Tecumseh gets it across the timeline off the full court press. 2 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter. Tecumseh now leading 54-49, and now a push in the back here by Central Catholic. And once again, it looks like it's going to be against Barrett, and that will be her 4th.
You got to remember now that coming into this, Tecumseh is a 61% free throw shooting team. So you as a coach, you're aware of that. You're playing percentages. You absolutely are.
Miss at the front end there again by Flowers. She has missed 3 free throws in a row. So for Tecumseh, Donahue has 4 fouls. Flowers has 4 fouls. Lemon with 3 and Wilson with 2. As for Central Catholic, Barrett has 4 fouls. Cherry with 3. Thompson with 2. Ryder with 2. And Deneen with 3. So needless to say, foul trouble aplenty here. But needless to say, in the final minute, 58, Coach, you just got to go all out as Wilson misses a free throw at the charity
Well, there's no question. Wilson has done a fantastic job defensively. Not enough said about what the effort she's done at the top of their 1-3-1 zone. She's got to make free throws here.
Wilson finally is able to make one fall. If there's anything troubling right now for Tecumseh, they are 7 of 14 from the free throw line here today. Back on the other end, 3 ball on the way from Thompson for Central Catholic, no go, but Ryder comes away with a nifty offensive rebound. She gives it to Barrett, now off to Deneen, and around the horn to Ryder again. Euro step inside, she loves that Euro step and converts.
Unbelievable. That's just a fantastic individual effort.
2 buckets in a row for Central Catholic. They cut it back to 55-51. Donahue back the other way for Tecumseh. She's fouled as she goes for a shot.
Well, again, you have to step to the line and make free throws. I mean, if you're LCC, it's not a bad foul. Carson Ryder, we're able to see the replay. She's just been incredible on the Euros. These last 2 trips for her.
Ryder now has 14 points for Central Catholic. Meanwhile, at the line for Tecumseh is Donahue. And again, the free throw struggles continue.
A collective groan from all the fans from Tecumseh because they're looking at an opportunity to lock this away. That's not happening.
They have left 15 points on the table at the charity stripe. Donahue is able to make the second one. It is now 56-41. Under 90 seconds left to play in this ball game. Back the other way comes Central Catholic, and a foul going up for the block. Looks like it's going to be on Oxley as Barrett was driving the baseline.
Well, the foul situation, as you pointed out, is critical for Tecumseh. Donahue and Flowers with 4, 2 really, really key players.
Barrett at the line, just squeaks in the front end of this one. She has 2 shots.
The other thing that you absolutely, as a coach, you absolutely don't want to have happen is to let Lafayette Central Catholic score with the clock stopped.
2 for 2 goes Barrett.
I mean, this is a very manageable situation for Lafayette Central Catholic. You got a 2-possession ball game with a minute and 20. Minute 19, actually.
And updating the score now, 56-53. It is a 1-possession ball game for Central Catholic. Full court press here, and Central Catholic forces a turnover. No, it's going to be a foul on the Knights. And Toria Thompson, or rather it's going to be Ryder who picks up the foul. That'll be her 3rd. And once again, back at the line, it comes to Tecumseh, and it will be Flowers.
Well, I think we've talked about this situation for quite a while. Got to step to the line and convert.
2 shots from here on out here for Lafayette Central Catholic. Meanwhile, Tecumseh is going to be shooting foul shots from here on out as Lafayette Central Catholic has committed 12 fouls in this half. Flowers misses both. Now coming back the other way, Central Catholic, Cherry gets it into the corner now to Ryder along the baseline. Dumps it off to Cherry outside. Deneen to tie it. Just off the mark. Rebound comes to Tecumseh, and Flowers has to be quick up court. And she instead is going to be fouled in transition by Thompson before she can get to the midcourt line.
You got to just make free throws. Let me say that one more time. And the the entire scheme of the game has changed dramatically because Tecumseh has allowed Lafayette Central Catholic to come back by missing free throws. Simple as it sounds, it's hard to do.
Tecumseh shooting a dismal 44% from the line here today. Flowers makes a crucial free throw right there inside of a minute to play, as it is now a 4-point ball game, 57-53. Flowers able to convert the second one as well. Those were two big free throws.
Very big, but you still have time. If you're Lafayette Central Catholic, you can score in a hurry.
Thompson nearly loses the handle on the ball in transition. Deneen bails her out. Carson Cherry goes into the lane. Euro inside, blocked out by Oxley.
What a
big block. And now in transition, Tecumseh loses the handle, but Wilson is able to get the coughed up ball, and she is fouled going across the midcourt.
Tremendous block. I mean, really a tremendous block. It couldn't come at a better time, quite frankly, if you're Tecumseh.
And that is foul number 5 on Caitlin Deneen.
Well, it takes away a very important element of their offensive approach. She's a very capable three-point shooter.
And actually, they give her 4th personal foul. So she still remains in the ball game. The stats being updated here in front of us. So Deneen stays in the game here with 4 personal fouls.
And someone you want to look to as you come down, you penetrate, you pitch, try and get her to three-point opportunities.
Wilson misses both fouls, though, on the free throws. Back the other way, here comes Thompson. Thompson dumps it off to Deneen. Fires contested. Can't quite get it to fall from the right wing.
She had it.
And rebound for Tecumseh. Inside 30 seconds left here in the 4th. 58-53. Tecumseh up by 5. Tecumseh goes underneath. Big bucket. Who else? Shenna Donahue.
What a great pass, though. A tremendous pass.
And 10 seconds left in the ball game, and a foul in transition here by Tecumseh. Probably a good foul here to set up the defense here for Tecumseh.
Carson Flowers does a great job beating the press, taking it all the way to the baseline and making that great pass.
And that will be Carson Flowers' 5th personal foul. But you know what, Coach?
Yeah.
Probably a good time to commit it right there.
It's a huge foul. You have a situation where she's been their primary ball handler. She controls it. People feed off of her. And so if they continue to have the woes at the free throw line, that could be a big situation.
And so we will see Kinsley Heichelbeck check back into the ball game. She is a senior guard playing her last 10 seconds, as will be Caitlin McDonald, Morgan Wilson. A few other players playing their final minutes here for Tecumseh. As we'll see a couple other substitutions here, we'll see Maria Vaughter check back in here for Lafayette Central Catholic. Caitlin Riley, a sophomore, will do so, as well as Carson Cherry and Caitlin Deneen, 2 seniors, walking off into the embrace of Coach Craig DeVault for Lafayette Central Catholic.
Well, they played hard. Played well.
Clock running now. Firing a 3 is Thompson. That doesn't go. Contesting a rebound. A jump ball going to be called between Thompson and Heichelbeck, and the arrow will favor Tecumseh. A few more substitutions here. Ava Gutwein into the ball game, as well as Ella Thompson for Lafayette Central Catholic. Also Ashton Green will check in. And Brianna Marks. A few other players, both teams clearing the bench to give the players a little bit of experience here in the state finals. 4.9 seconds remain, 60-53. Tecumseh leading by 7. As we tick down, Tecumseh soon to be winning their first state championship in girls basketball. Morgan Wilson comes out of the ball game for Tecumseh, and Natalie Feather, a sophomore for Tecumseh, will also be checking in, and Maddie Bruce, a freshman for Central Catholic. So a plethora of substitutions.
Well, you want them all. You want them all to have the experience. I mean, seriously, it's about lifetime memories, lifelong memories, and you want them all to be able to say with pride they played in the state championship game.
Inbound is to Bruce. She fires a shot that doesn't go. 2 seconds, 1 second. Whistle with 0.2 seconds. We just want to squeeze this game for all of its worth here.
Well,
Inbound, and the game is over. the Tecumseh Lady Braves win the 1A Girls Basketball State Championship. Final score, 60-53. What an effort by Coach Adam Lubehusen in his 8th year as the head coach of the Braves. Gets his 114th career win. Needless to say, Coach, it is a sweet 114th win for him.
This was a great game. This was truly a great game, a great championship game. The type of championship game you ought to have in terms of how well it was played. The spurts on both sides, just tremendous effort. Intensity was off the charts, so to speak. And it's just, you applaud. You absolutely applaud Tecumseh, and you applaud Lafayette Central Catholic for putting on a tremendous show and playing as hard as they could play.
Let's send it now to JoJo Gentry, who is with Craig DeVault of Lafayette Central Catholic.
Coach, as we mentioned on the broadcast, what a game. What are the thoughts and emotions that are going through your head right now?
I mean, I'm sad for my players. I mean, my seniors gave it all they had. We just couldn't get over that hump at the end. But, I mean, hats off to my seniors and my players. I mean, they battled their tails off. We just didn't come out on the other end.
Obviously, your push toward the end was to pressure Tecumseh to shoot free throws. They were only 61% from the line heading into this game. But what are some other factors that may have led up to you guys coming up short today?
I mean, there's a lot of things. I mean, I thought our shooters, we didn't make that many shots in the second half. Maybe 1 or 2 outside shots, and that's not our team. I mean, I got some great shooters. The ball just didn't fall for them tonight.
A lot of outstanding athletes on this team, Coach, but one in particular, Carson Cherry, who's going to play soccer at the University of Louisville. I saw you guys embrace in tears. What does she mean to you and the rest of the team?
She means a lot. I mean, just for the Central Catholic School, I mean, she's a heck of an athlete. I mean, she meant so much this year for our basketball team, because last year she was our leading scorer, and she took it upon herself this year. She didn't have to score for us to be successful. So she's a smart kid. I can't wait to watch her when she goes to Louisville.
And lastly, Coach, I saw that you mouthed chin up to your girls as you were heading over to congratulate Lubenhusen. I'm sorry.
I didn't hear you.
Coach, I'll repeat myself. I saw that you mouthed to your girls chin up as you were heading toward Lubenhusen to congratulate him. What are some life lessons these girls can take from this game?
I mean, they will. I mean, I want them to keep their head high and just have a state class act. I mean, that's what we're all about. I want people to see that we're a class act. I don't want them to think that we're disrespecting them at all. They come to play the hell of a game and give all the credit to them. We just didn't have our good game today.
Coach, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, JoJo Gentry. Lafayette Central Catholic getting their 5th loss of the season here today at the hands of Tecumseh. Meanwhile, Tecumseh getting their 38th postseason win of the school's history here today. As we await the winner of the Mental Attitude Award winner here inside of Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Obviously a big award for anybody to receive here from either the winning or losing team. So Tecumseh getting a big win.
Mental Attitude Award for Class 1A Girls Basketball is Ashton Green.
And there you have it, Ashton Green, the winner of the Mental Attitude Award winner. Certainly a good title for her to receive, a 5'7" senior. Played sparingly here throughout the season, averaging 3 points per ball game. Nicely done there by Ashton Green. Didn't play a whole lot of minutes here today. So before we go any further, obviously, Coach, just taking it all in here, what does this mean for a coach and players to be in this atmosphere right now?
Well, it's the obvious, I think, is the fact that when you start your season, when you start talking about your team, in the spring and over the summer, the number one goal you have, realistically, is to win a state championship. You want to talk about, conference championship, winning season, all those kinds of things. But the overarching goal is you want to get a championship. And these are two teams that ranked highly all throughout the year, had the capability of doing it, had to win some important games to get where they are. but you can see that they're deserving of being here and deserving of being champions. Unfortunately, you only crown one. And as a coach, you're at the top of the mountain right now. And as players, for the rest of your life, you have been in the state championship game. And in the case of Tecumseh, you're state champions. And so that's something that you can never replace and be very hard to equal as you continue your career.
So this will be the first basketball state championship for Tecumseh in their history on the girls' side. They won a boys' state title back in 1999. This also adds to 3 state championships in girls' softball in 2009, 2011, and 2017. They also have a baseball state championship from back in 2003. This is a Tecumseh team that also played the 5th toughest schedule in Class 1A this season, going 3 of 4 against ranked opponents this year. Now 4 and 4, going 500 on the year against ranked opponents as they knock off Lafayette Central Catholic here today. Lafayette Central Catholic ranked number 2 in the state coming into this ball game. Let's go ahead now to JoJo Gentry, who is with Ashton Green.
Our Mental Attitude Award winner of the game, Ashton, congratulations. How does it feel to win a state title for Tecumseh and to win this award today?
It feels awesome to be able to do this, and I've also been to state for softball, so the feeling is just unreal, and I can't believe that we finally made it.
You and your coach have such a strong bond. It's so evident, as people could see throughout the game. How would you describe the chemistry you have amongst your teammates and with Coach Lubin-Husen?
Our team is so close, and Adam, we love him. He is like no other coach I've ever had. He's honestly the best coach.
What are you going to remember most about the state finals?
My favorite memories are definitely all of us singing together on the bus, staying here, being in this big gym together, and walking out. It's awesome.
All right, I'll let you go celebrate with your team. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, JoJo Gentry. Lafayette Central Catholic, this is going to be their first loss since back on January 14th. They lost at Benton Central, who was the 3A number 3 team in the state. Tecumseh continuing a winning streak that started right here in the postseason tournament. Once again, JoJo Gentry, who is with Adam Lubin-Husen, the winning coach from Tecumseh.
Coach Lubin-Husen, our audience cannot see that you have sweat dripping down your face and such a huge smile on your face, but what does this state championship mean to you and your team today?
Well, I mean, it's just amazing. These seniors have worked for 4 years. Finally got to the point, we got it past the regionals, and I don't know, it's just hard to explain what just happened.
And you have a Mental Attitude Award winner, just to put the icing on top of the cake. What are you going to remember most about this state championship?
Well, Ashton Green didn't get in the game, but she is a big key to us. She always gets everybody fired up, always has a smile on her face. This state championship is just so for real. I mean, this is what we've worked for forever.
And your wife, Erin, was on the sidelines today. I know she was the former coach of this team, but what does it mean to have her be a part of this special moment?
Well, it's just super special. I know 8 years ago, she was the head coach, and I helped her out for 5 years before that. It just is something special. Like I said, I know when I played, my dad was on the staff when we won it, and to have my wife there and my 2 great assistant coaches that helped me out with everything that happens. Like I said, I'm just kind of overwhelmed and can't really think about everything. I don't want to leave anybody out, but like I said, my kids, scorebook keeper, bus driver, just want to thank everybody who came out and helped us out.
Obviously, the community of Linville has to be so proud. Describe the support you've received from everybody.
Well, there's 302 kids in our school, and the last time that they did a classification, I mean, look up through there. Look how many people come out and just support us. I mean, it's just amazing. And I know people couldn't make it back home, and I know they're watching it on the TV, the radio, whatever it may be, on the internet, whatever, but the community just super come out. It's been the last 2 weeks, it's been really overwhelming, I guess you should say, just with people calling, and like I said, helped us out any way they could, and it's just something special.
And how are the Braves going to celebrate tonight?
Well, I hope we can go back to the school and have a pep session. We're going to stick around. I heard Forest Park people, they're in a conference. They were cheering for us. I hope they can do the same thing. Hopefully we can sit around and watch them be state champs as well.
Coach, thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, JoJo Gentry. Obviously a voiceless Adam Lubahusen celebrating with his players a state championship in 1A girls basketball. Before we go any further, let's take a timeout and more post-game show action right here on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network.
Why do more students choose Ivy Tech Community College over any other school? Because Ivy Tech offers career-focused programs that result in good-paying jobs. Their less than one-year certificates and two-year degrees get you into a career quickly. And they have guaranteed admissions programs with most universities in Indiana. Get admitted there after earning your degree at Ivy Tech. You're able to do all of this in high-tech classrooms on campus or online. Ready for a high-quality education at an affordable price? Complete a free application today at ivytech.edu.
It's been an exciting basketball season, but the excitement is just heating up. This summer, catch your Indiana Fever as they embark on their 24th season in the WNBA. The action tips off in May and the season runs through August. For more information on the upcoming season and tickets, visit feverbasketball.com. That's feverbasketball.com. Your Indiana Fever, a proud sponsor of the IHSAA Girls State Basketball Tournament.
I'm Deidre Hall with a message about your eye health. My mother had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD, which means my family members are at greater risk.
I'm Dr. Sada of Doheny UCLA. AMD is the most common cause of severe, irreversible vision loss in older adults. If a healthcare professional suspects AMD, a retina specialist can confirm the diagnosis and work with you on a treatment plan.
Routine eye care can help maintain your vision. Visit geteyesmart.org for more information.
1A state championship.
Back inside of Gainbridge Fieldhouse as the Tecumseh Lady Braves are celebrating a state championship in Class 1A girls basketball here on the IHSA Champions Radio Network. Alongside Coach Bob Lovell, I'm Kurt Darling. Let's go ahead and look at a stat sheet rundown here as Lafayette Central Catholic certainly put in a valiant effort today, losing by 7, 60-53. So that will be Carly Barrett leading all scorers today for the night. She had 17 points on 6 of 11 shooting and 5 of 7 from the free throw line. She had 4 personal fouls. Also, Caitlin Deneen putting in a good effort today, 14 points, 5 of 14 shooting, 4 of 13 from behind the arc. A big day for Kendall Ryder. She had 14 points off of 6 of 10 shooting, 2 for 2 from behind the arc. Also adding today will be Thompson adding 6 points, and then Carson Sherry, well off of her season average of 10.5 points per contest, she finishes with just 2 points. Bruce, Goodwine, Bourdonnais, Thompson, Vaughter, Riley, and Fabian played and did not score for Lafayette Central Catholic. On the day, though, for Lafayette Central Catholic, it was certainly a good day. It was a good day shooting, a bad day shooting right-wise. They only 33% from the field, 21 from behind the arc, and they were 64% from the charity stripe. Now for Tecumseh, leading all scorers today, Donahue. That would be Jenna Donahue leading with 29 points. She had 12 of 20 from shooting, 5 of 8 from behind the arc. A big day for her as well as it was for Cabria Oxley. She finishes with 19 points, 9 of 22 shooting, and just 1 of 1 shooting from the free throw line. Also adding points was Flowers, 9 points. She fouled out with 5 fouls earlier in the second half, as well as Lemon adding 2, and Wilson adding 1 point. Heichelbeck, Green, Marks, Feather, McDonald, and Marks all playing and not scoring for the Lady Braves. The Braves finished the day shooting 41% from the field, 20 of 59. They were 20% from behind the arc, 2 of 10, and they were 45% from the free throw line at 10 of 22. We continue post-game coverage after another quick timeout. You're listening to the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance.
It's hard to believe that in 1972, fewer than 300,000 girls played high school sports in the U.S.
It's true. Today, more than 3 million girls play high school sports, and it's all thanks to Title IX. When Title IX passed 50 years ago, it created a level playing field for women and girls in high school athletic programs. I'm Sandra Walter, a proud Brookville Greyhound. And I'm Carrie Rosati, a proud Roncalli Royal. We're both assistant commissioners of the Indiana High School Athletic Association. We're also former athletic directors, so we understand the impact that high school sports have on the lives of teenage girls, and how Title IX has paved the way for generations of female student athletes across the country, including right here in Indiana. Playing high school sports opens doors for girls on the playing field and beyond. We're both living proof that when girls are given the chance to play, they're given the chance to thrive.
This is empowerment. This is opportunity. This is your IHSAA.
More than 100 million wild animals are killed each year illegally. Poaching is a major threat to our country's wildlife. I'm Tom Barry. I'm an actor with a desire to preserve living space for wildlife. The Humane Society Wildlife Land Trust does just that. Worked with private landowners to protect wildlife, to preserve natural habitats. To learn more or to work with the Humane Society Wildlife Land Trust, call 800-729-SAVE. That's 800-729-SAVE, or visit wildlifelandtrust.org. Thank you.
1A State Championship.
The Tecumseh Lady Braves celebrating a Class 1A state championship here inside of Gainbridge Fieldhouse. They knock off Lafayette Central Catholic 60-53. As we continue post-game coverage here, Coach, obviously the teams now have been presented with their hardware. Tecumseh getting the big state championship plaque. It is certainly a big moment for the Lady Braves. As JoJo Gentry still working hard to get us some post-game interviews here, Coach. Obviously, if you're getting a big team picture here now, it's you've been covering high school basketball, boys and girls, for such a long time here throughout the state of Indiana. Does it ever get old watching this happen?
No, not at all. Absolutely not. It's just so much fun to watch these young ladies compete as hard as they can. And all the things that they've gone through to get to this point. And just to be a part of it, number one, it's an honor. Number two, it's just a situation where you love to be a part of something special.
So Tecumseh was third in Class 1A in scoring this season, getting just above their season average of 58 points per contest. They score 60 here this evening. And, of course, you talk about how Class 1A, you have two schools, low in enrollment numbers. Right. Tecumseh only having 286 students in enrollment to Lafayette Central Catholic's 295. So you have two pretty evenly matched teams here when it comes to enrollment standpoints, especially when you're talking about the whole success factor route where teams go up and down in class based off of how well they do in the particular class they were. Lafayette Central Catholic has played in 2A a couple of years before, back in 1A this year.
Well, and again, they're quality programs, won multiple championships. The tradition is rich, not only in basketball, but their entire athletic program. They've competed for state championships in multiple sports. The thrill now for Tecumseh is the first state championship of any sport in their history, and that's hard to replace. And so, later on tonight, I'm sure there'll be a celebration, and rightfully so. And they played well. I mean, you think about it. To get to this point was not easy, and to win some crucial games to get to this point. And I thought they played actually very, very well in the championship. And I go back to that spurt in that first half where, you had, I think, Donahue had 8 in a row and those kinds of situations. And they weathered the storm because they were faltering down the stretch. They were running out of gas, not making free throws, turning the ball over, but they had enough at the end to win.
Well, yeah, and both teams were running on gas there.
They really were,
because of the fact that. But nevertheless, Tecumseh, it was kind of a familiar situation for them because with the way the game that they played against Waldron back in the semi-state, it was a hard-nosed, grinded-out back-and-forth battle up until the final quarter before Tecumseh was able to pull away with the win.
Well, they had enough of a cushion, I think, and they made, while they wanted to make more free throws, clearly, they made enough to hold off, and they had a great defensive effort on the part of Tecumseh. I thought the zone was really hard to crack. If you think about Lafayette Central Catholic scoring, a lot of it was in transition. A lot of it was just literally straight line drives to the rim and finishing. And at the half court, I think the way the zone was set up, we mentioned how hard it was for them to get anything going. And we mentioned, too, that quite frankly, Morgan Wilson's presence out front didn't allow him to reverse the ball very much. And they did a great job on the glass. The dynamic duo inside of Donahue and help me here. Donahue and Oxley, thank you. They were everything that they've been built to be. They worked well together. They were difficult to defend, made baskets when they needed to, and their presence at both ends of the floor is the reason why they're state champions.
Indeed it is. Let's go now to JoJo Gentry, who is with Jenna Donahue and Cabry Oxley.
A heck of a duo for the Tecumseh Braves. Congratulations. I have to start with the senior first, Capri Oxley. What does this championship mean to you?
It means so much to us, to me. I didn't really know what to expect. We just had to play our hardest today.
And Jenna, scoring leader today for the Braves. What does that mean to you?
It's a blessing, honestly. It's great. It's the best feeling ever, on top of the world.
Did you guys expect to win coming into this one? And I ask that respectfully because Central Catholic had so much experience, but you guys had the hearts of lions out there. So what are your overall thoughts as you reflect as champions here on the floor today?
We watched a lot of game film. We came in prepared. We knew what they were going to do, and we just had to play our game.
And Jenna, what about you?
Coming into this game, we knew what they were going to do, and we knew that they were a good team, but we just knew that we had to play as hard as we could through the whole game.
And like I said, you two are such a huge duo for this squad. Jenna, you obviously have to say goodbye to Capri in this moment, at least for the girls' basketball season. Describe the relationship the two of you have on the floor and off the floor.
I'm going to cry. I didn't think about that. Oh, we're good friends. We love to pass each other the ball and see each other succeed. It's our favorite part.
Capri?
I don't even know. She is a big part of this team, and I know she'll do great next year. We really connect on the floor, and sometimes we may go to the same spot, but it's a great person to have on the team.
And the last question I have for the two of you is, what does it mean to represent the town of Linville in this moment?
It means a whole lot because nobody's ever done it before at Tecumseh. It's great just to have all our community out here too. So,
Jenna,
I think the whole town's here from Linville and Oberfeld, and it's the best feeling ever. I love how much they support us, and such an honor to bring home for Tecumseh, the first one.
Awesome! Congratulations, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, JoJo Gentry. Today's broadcast of the IHSAA Champions Network being heard on many great radio stations throughout the state of Indiana, WFNI at 93.5 and 107.5, The Fan in Indianapolis, as well as WLQI in Rensselaer, 97.7 FM, as well as WRIN 1060 AM and 104.5 FM in Rensselaer, and WBIN 98.1 FM in Rensselaer and Earl Park, Hardinsburg, WKLO at 96.9 FM, at Jeffersonville, WXBW 1450 AM and 96.1 FM, as well as WXBW in Middletown, Kentucky, and in Paoli, WUME 95.3 FM. We'll take another quick timeout. Back in a minute with more post-game wrap-up here on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network.
Hey, Dr. Jenner, what do you remember most about playing high school sports?
Oh, I loved it. I made friends and have memories I'll treasure forever. But what mattered most were the life lessons I learned in the soccer field.
Life lessons. Which are your favorite?
Just being part of a team. You learn so many valuable skills: collaboration, communication, work ethic. These are just some of the lessons that have helped shape the person I am to this day. I'm Dr. Katie Jenner, Indiana Secretary of Education.
And I'm Paul Knight, Commissioner of the Indiana High School Athletic Association. Join us in celebrating the 50th anniversary of Title IX and the opportunities it's provided female student athletes across this country, including here in Indiana.
Thanks to Title IX, generations of female student athletes have learned life lessons that will impact them for the rest of their lives.
And that is a legacy we're celebrating.
This is 50 years of Title IX. This is celebrating generations of female student athletes. This is your IHSAA.
Your mortgage payments. The National Foundation for Credit Counseling is a nonprofit organization that has helped consumers in situations just like yours for more than 60 years. Our certified housing specialists will work with you to review your finances and create a custom plan that's right for your specific situation. NFCC member agencies provide free and affordable help and meet U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development standards. Call 866-687-6322 or visit mortgagehelpnow.org.
1A State Championship.
Still taking in the atmosphere here inside of Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Final score once again in the Class 1A Girls Basketball State Finals, 60-53. Tecumseh knocking off Lafayette Central Catholic. Alongside Bob Lovell, I'm Kurt Darling. Well, Coach, obviously I get to knock off here after about another couple breaks or so. But you get to stick, something like that. But you get to stick around for a 2A matchup, which will be a good one between Forest Park and Frankton.
I'm honored to be asked to stick around because I think all these games are going to be similar to what we just saw. I think they're going to be closely played. Clearly, the intensity will be at the highest levels possible. And I think this 2A matchup is in some ways reminiscent of the single A. You got one team in Franklin who likes to play in transition, likes to press, likes to attack the glass. You have a situation where Forest Park, they can play that way, but I think they're more comfortable playing at half court, utilizing their strength and length inside. They're a good defensive team. Like everything, boils down to the basics. Got to take care of the ball, score when you have the opportunity. And I think more than anything is just continue to attack as much as you possibly can, and you need to finish out plays. So I think we'll see a lot of things we saw in the 2A that we saw in the single A game, and throughout the day, I think it's why it's clearly one of the greatest days of sports in our entire state.
Indeed it is. And also coming up later on this evening, you'll hear more IHSAA Champions Radio Network coverage. A rematch, Silver Creek and South Bend, Washington in the 3A game, and then Franklin Community taking on Noblesville in the 4A game.
Well, I think those are great games. Now, I'm biased. I've lived in Franklin for over 50 years. So I went to college there.
Maybe that's why you're not calling that one. A bit of nepotism.
I have another engagement, to be honest, but it's a situation where these are two really good teams, and the 3A game, everyone knows the rematch of last year. Different teams. I know the same teams, lots of same players, but different teams. Great storyline. The 4A, this Franklin group, our ladies have just gotten off to a great start. They shoot the ball. I mean, they are up and down, and they are really looking for the quick shot as early as they can in their offense. And so you're going to get to see one of the best players in the state, Ashlyn Shea from Noblesville. So, man, oh, man, what a lot of fun things to talk about the rest of the day.
We're just getting started here inside of Gainbridge Fieldhouse today. We'll take one final timeout, and when we come back, we will wrap things up as the Tecumseh Lady Braves celebrate a state championship in girls basketball, 60-53 over Lafayette Central Catholic. You're listening to the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance.
Oh, while we're in lawn and garden, I was thinking I should pick up one of those little things for watering my plants.
A hose?
No, the things that look like teapots, but for plants. You tip it over and it goes blah, 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 blah.
You're good at describing words you've forgotten.
Like those things that give the plants a shower, that you fill up.
A watering can?
Yes, a watering can. I knew that.
We're good at your insurance. Find an Indiana Farm Bureau insurance agent online, over the phone, or in person. And stop knocking on wood.
Why do more graduating seniors choose Ivy Tech Community College over any other school? Ivy Tech offers flexibility, a wide variety of programs, and thousands of classes, including online options. Our certificates and degrees get students into a great career quickly. And if you want an affordable path to a bachelor's degree, we have guaranteed admissions programs with most four-year universities in Indiana. So you can start at Ivy Tech and transfer as a junior. Ready for a great education at the lowest cost? Complete a free application today.
Life, there is no free lunch. Are you prepared? Do you have a plan? Who can you trust?
You can trust the NFCC, the nation's largest nonprofit network of credit counseling and financial education organizations. Our certified professionals will help you learn basic financial skills and give you the tools to meet financial challenges with confidence. Come learn with us at nfcc.org.
It's your money. Get smart about it.
A public service from the NFCC.
1A State Championship.
Final score once again in the Class 1A Girls Basketball State Championship here on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. Tecumseh knocking off Lafayette Central Catholic 60-53. Their first girls basketball title in school history. Their second in basketball as the sport overall. The last time they won a basketball state title was on the boys' side back in 1999. With Coach Adam Lubehusen playing on that team, now coaching Tecumseh to a state championship in the girls' side. Alongside Coach Bob Lovell, I'm Kurt Darling. That's an interesting thing there, Coach. Basically, he's the only person in the school to have won 2 state championships in basketball.
Well, it's such a great story because here you are, as a kid, you're on the Forest Park boys team that made the run and had the great year that they had, and he was part of that circumstance. So they had a good 2 or 3 year run down there on the boys' side. And then no one expects or anticipates that you'll grow up, come back, number one, be involved in your community as a coach. It's a dream come true for him. and then to finish it off, you're going to play for and win a state championship. It's I like to say that I know people hate to hear me say this only in Indiana. Only these are stories that are uniquely Hoosier, and kind of makes you proud that you're able to be a part of it.
But also uniquely Hoosier is the talent that each team brings in, and specifically talking about Lafayette Central Catholic. 2 freshmen really doing an excellent job today. You have one of those freshmen, Carly Barrett, really going to be playing a big factor going forward for Lafayette Central Catholic.
Well, I don't mean this to be trite, but I think it certainly wouldn't be unanticipated if they come back and play in the not too distant future for another championship. As I mentioned, I think everyone understands if you go to Lafayette Central Catholic, the expectation for you as a student athlete is to participate for championships. That's the standard. The bar's been set pretty highly in the past few years for everybody there. And so that's what makes it such a fantastic school in terms of athletics. But it's just one of those things, Kurt, where, I'm a septuagenarian, so to speak. So I look at things a little differently and look at life experience. I'm fortunate to have had a number of experiences, never played for state championship, but understand what being on championship teams are about as a player and as a coach. And so I also understand that, life goes by quickly and that you need to savor these kinds of moments as much as you possibly can, not only the student athletes, but their families, because it's one of those lifetime memories that you just were a part of today.
And it was a great turnout here today inside of Cambridge Fieldhouse. Probably the entire community of Linville made the trip up I-69.
Be disappointed if they didn't.
Absolutely. But of course, it makes it easier now since I-69 is almost complete up to Indianapolis.
That's just like a drive in the park. You get on the on Highway 69. That's easy. But it's why it's such a great day, and we're excited about not only the girls tournament, but in a month we get a chance to do it all again on the boys side, and that's why I think March is such a cool month. I'm biased because my birthday and my grandson's birthdays are in March, but we love March because of that plus basketball.
March is a big month for you.
It certainly is.
About that.
There's no question.
More sectional play for the boys' side starting up next week. You can catch a lot of that stuff, a lot of the coverage of the IHSAA Champions Network coverage on IHSAA.TV.org to catch all of the championships and games going to be contested on the boys' side for the state tournament about to get underway on the boys' side here throughout the IHSAA and throughout the state of Indiana. Coach, it's certainly been a pleasure working with you today, my friend.
I loved it. Always great to spend time with you, and had a great time. Enjoy your day. I'm going to enjoy this next part of my day with the opportunity to be part of the 2A broadcast with John Herrick. So be safe. I'll talk to you on Indiana Sports Talk tonight. I'll look forward to that. So you got to stay up late and hang out with me, okay?
You can certainly count on it, Coach. You can catch Indiana Sports Talk on many of these IHSAA Champions Network affiliate stations starting at 9:30 later on this evening. Final score once again from Cambridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, Indiana. Tecumseh knocking off Lafayette Central Catholic for the 1A Girls Basketball State Championship, 60-53. For all of us here at the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, for Skylar Wood, our on-site engineer, for Scott Johnson, our on-site producer, for Brad Huber back in our MS Worldwide studios on Monument Circle, for Coach Bob Lovell, I'm Kurt Darling. You've been listening to the IHSAA Champions Radio Network presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. This is your IHSAA. This broadcast of the IHSAA Champions Network is copyrighted by the Indiana High School Athletic Association and may not be broadcast and retransmitted without the express written consent of the Indiana High School Athletic Association. So long, everybody.
It's been an exciting basketball season, but the excitement is just heating up. This summer, catch your Indiana Fever as they embark on their 24th season in the WNBA. The action tips off in May and the season runs through August. For more information on the upcoming season and tickets, visit feverbasketball.com. That's feverbasketball.com. Your Indiana Fever, a proud sponsor of the IHSAA Girls State Basketball Tournament.
Message to Amy Spin Class. Happy 3rd 29th birthday, Amy! Exclamation point. Ha ha. Balloon emoji. Balloon emoji. Balloon emoji.
You're good at voice to text.
Pizza emoji.
We're good at your insurance. Find an Indiana Farm Bureau insurance agent online, over the phone, or in person. And stop knocking on wood.
Many times, it's easy to lose sight of the importance of saving for the future. The National Foundation for Credit Counseling wants you to know there are simple steps to set aside dollars each month. The most important is reviewing all your monthly expenses and establishing a household budget. Need help getting started? Speak with a certified credit counselor who can help map out a plan for you. Call the NFCC at 800-388-2227. This has been a public service message from the NFCC.
1A State Championship.
The 1A state final goes to Tecumseh as they knock off Lafayette Central Catholic 60-53. My name is John Herrick. I'll be with you along with Bob Lovell and JoJo Gentry for the upcoming game, which features Frankton and Forest Park. That is heading your way in a little bit, probably a little bit after 1 o'clock is what we're looking at for tip-off of that contest. And then it is South Bend, Washington in the 3A game. And then, of course, after that in the 4A game, it is Franklin and Noblesville. That's all coming your way tonight. Still a full slate of high school girls basketball games headed your way on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. Again, Bob Lovell, myself, John Herrick, and JoJo Gentry have the 2A game coming up in a little bit. This concludes our 1A broadcast. Again, for the final score, for the final time, it is Tecumseh 60 and Lafayette Central Catholic 53. You've been listening to the 1A Girls Basketball State Championship game on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance.
Commissioner Neidig, can I have a quick word?
Of course, Governor. What can I do for you?
Well, I just want to say thank you.
For what, sir?
For your service.
Well, Governor, you're welcome. And you know that I'm incredibly passionate about what we do at the IHSAA.
Oh, I do, and I share your passion. Without the IHSAA, we'd be without something incredibly important to our state's culture and to me, the boys and girls basketball state tournaments.
Without Hoosier Hysteria, Indiana just wouldn't be Indiana, would it?
You're absolutely right, it wouldn't. And after all these years, I still can't seem to prepare myself for the excitement of the tournaments.
Governor, the only way you could prepare for Hoosier Hysteria is by getting your ticket.
Oh, you know I'll be the first in line.
The Indiana Boys and Girls High School Basketball Tournaments are presented by the Indiana Pacers and Indiana Fever.
Hannah complained of a headache. It was a rhabdomyosarcoma. The tumor was very aggressive, and it very quickly became clear that St. Jude was the ultimate place to be. St. Jude is an asset to the world. I think it's the kind of place that could teach the world a couple of lessons about how to treat people. If those lessons could be learned, this world could be a better place.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
You've been listening to the 2022 Indiana High School Athletic Association Girls Basketball State Finals, presented by the Indiana Fever and Indiana Pacers on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. This is your IHSAA. Today's broadcast was brought to you by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance, presenting sponsor of the IHSAA Champions Network. Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. Stop knocking on wood. Ivy Tech Community College, presenting partner of the IHSAA. Learn more about higher education without the high price at ivytech.edu. By Franciscan Health, inspiring health. Wilson Sporting Goods, official ball of the IHSAA. Methodist Sports Medicine, the orthopedic specialists. By Connecticut, life is better with Connecticut water. Sharp Business Systems Indiana, saluting great athletes and even better students. Dellon Automotive, experience the Dellon difference. And by the Indiana Fever and Indiana Pacers, proud presenting sponsor of the 47th Annual IHSAA Girls Basketball State Tournament. This is Indiana's game. We are Indiana's teams. Visit IHSAATV.org to catch a full replay of today's broadcast, or IHSAA.org to keep up with the high school in your community. This is your IHSAA. Welcome to the 2022 Indiana High School Athletic Association Girls Basketball State Finals, presented by the Indiana Fever and Indiana Pacers on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. This is your IHSAA. Today's broadcast is brought to you by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance, presenting sponsor of the IHSAA Champions Network. Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. Stop knocking on wood. Ivy Tech Community College, presenting partner of the IHSAA. Learn more about higher education without the high price at ivytech.edu. By Franciscan Health, inspiring health. Wilson Sporting Goods, official ball of the IHSAA. Methodist Sports Medicine, the orthopedic specialists. By Connecticut, life is better with Connecticut water. Sharp Business Systems Indiana, saluting great athletes and even better students. Dellon Automotive, experience the Dellon difference. And by the Indiana Fever and Indiana Pacers, proud presenting sponsor of the 47th annual IHSAA Girls Basketball State Tournament. This is Indiana's game. We are Indiana's teams.
Welcome to Gainbridge Fieldhouse, about to start the Class 2A state final on the IHSAA Champions Network, and it features the Frankton Eagles against the Forest Park Rangers. The Rangers are 25-3 overall. They are also coming off of a conference season where they were 10-2 in the Pocket Conference, and they'll face the Frankton Eagles, who are 23-5 and 5-2. They went in the Central Indiana Conference, where they finished third. Both these teams, it's been a bit of a struggle getting it to Gainbridge Fieldhouse. For Forest Park, they're making their second appearance in the state finals, but the first time in 22 years. And for Frankton, they made it to the state finals in 2020, but lost that year. And so, Coach, when you have two hungry teams, along with JoJo Gentry and Bob Lovell, I'm John Herrick, and Coach Bob Lovell to my left. And Bob, when you look at this, Forest Park, yes, it's been 22 years, but they're 25-3 and beat some very good teams to get here. What makes them so difficult?
Well, I think what makes them so good is the fact that they have a certain toughness about them. They are a team that can defend. Their strength is inside. They do a great job on the interior defensively, offensively. I think the other part of it too is they play a very demanding regular season schedule, and their sectionals are not easy, and so they are battle tested. They're a tough-minded group of young ladies, and I think quite frankly they're a group that it can come out and have success if they'll do some things like taking care of the basketball. Obviously, they've got to dribble, got to stop the dribble, those kinds of things. But it's a legitimate state championship contender team. They've proven that the path they've taken to get here, and they're a fun team to watch.
Frankton is 23-5. They've won 8 straight. They beat the second-ranked and fourth-ranked teams to get here, Winchester and Fairfield. They can slow it down, and they really know how to defend. How do they come through this and win a state championship?
Well, I think enough of these kids were part of that 2020 team, and that day did not go well. It was a tough afternoon for them, and so I think they recognize that. I think they recognize the fact of how hard it is to get here, and so you need to be efficient. You need to play as well as you can play, because you don't know when you're going to get a chance to do it again. And clearly, some of these young ladies are going to wrap up their careers, and so I think number one, that they transition. They love to get out. They love to score and transition when they can. They need to shoot it well, and I know that sounds simple, but they really need to shoot the ball well because it's a tough team, as I mentioned, and with Forest Park inside. Their length, I think, will bother them. So you're going to need to shoot the basketball well from the perimeter. I think more than anything is take care of the moment. Just handle the moment. I know a lot of people say, live in the moment. I'll tell you what, sometimes this moment gets overwhelming. And so you need to be able to adjust to that. It's a different shooting environment. All of those kinds of things come into play.
He's Bob Lovell. I'm John Herrick. We now pause 10 seconds for network station identification. This is the 2022 Class 2A Girls Basketball State Finals presented by the Indiana Fever and the Indiana Pacers on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. And when we come back, we're going to take a brief break right now. When we come back, so much more to get to in our pregame show. We'll hear from the third member of our broadcast team, JoJo Gentry, too, in a little bit. You're listening to the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance.
Commissioner Neidig, can I have a quick word?
Of course, Governor. What can I do for you?
Well, I just want to say thank you.
For what, sir?
For your service.
Well, Governor, you're welcome. And you know that I'm incredibly passionate about what we do at the IHSAA.
Oh, I do, and I share your passion. Without the IHSAA, we'd be without something incredibly important to our state's culture and to me, the boys and girls basketball state tournaments.
Without Hoosier hysteria, Indiana just wouldn't be Indiana, would it?
You're absolutely right, it wouldn't. And after all these years, I still can't seem to prepare myself for the excitement of the tournaments.
Governor, the only way you can prepare for Hoosier hysteria is by getting your ticket.
Oh, you know I'll be the first in line.
The Indiana Boys and Girls High School basketball tournaments are presented by the Indiana Pacers and Indiana Fever.
We all come together and stand together to serve our veterans. We invest in the latest technology.
We take the time to train the next generation of doctors and nurses. We work together to make sure we heal their bodies and their minds.
This is our mission. More than 300,000 of us working as one, together with families and loved ones. No matter where they live in this country, we'll be there.
We stand strong, united. Stand with us in caring for our veterans.
2A state championship.
It is the 2A Girls Basketball State Final on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. This is your IHSAA, about to start the 2A Girls State Championship game between Frankton and Forest Park. Before we do that, let's go to the third member of our broadcast team, JoJo Gentry from the sidelines. JoJo.
Well, guys, Frankton falling short in the state finals in 2020 still stings. 8 on this current roster were there. Coach Hammaker described it as a sour taste in their mouths that might not ever go away. But this program is very excited to have a chance to seek redemption. Meanwhile, Coach Hasenauer recognizes there's a comfort factor Frankton has. That's an advantage in this matchup. He knows Frankton can prepare for this atmosphere based on their experiences. Forest Park, though, new to this. Even though some of these players are members of Forest Park's semi-state soccer team, the Rangers are confident in their game plans, though, guys.
Thank you, JoJo. 25-3 is Forest Park's record. JoJo mentioned that Tony Hasenauer is the head coach there, 103-48 in his 6th year at the helm. He's also a 1995 graduate of Forest Park. His starting 5 will be Allie Welp, Amber Schroeder, Gaby Gray, Lydia Betts, and Carly Bagley. And for Frankton, they are led by Coach Stephen Hammaker, 196-86 in his 11th year at Frankton. His starting lineup of Emma Sperry, Cagney Utterback, Bailey Webb, Lauren Bates, and Amaya Collins. Hammaker getting close to that 200th career win at Frankton. His roster made up of 4 seniors, 4 juniors, and 2 sophomores. Forest Park made up of 3 seniors, 7 juniors, and 3 sophomores. One thing that stands out to me, Coach, about this roster on both sides, neither team has a freshman. It's all, they are so led by upperclassmen who have been in a ton of big games already getting to this game.
Well, I think we all talk about, and rightfully so, the importance of seasoned leadership, senior leadership, those kinds of things. No substitute for having been through experiences in whatever you're doing. And so, you know, we have some teams that have played well with strong underclass, like Franklin coming up later on tonight. Only has, I think, 2 seniors on the roster. So, you know, when the ball goes up, you just play. But having to make right decisions, how to prepare yourself, how to help your teammates, if you've been through these kinds of things, that's a big plus for you.
This broadcast on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, copyrighted by the Indiana High School Athletic Association, and may not be rebroadcast or retransmitted without the express written consent of the Indiana High School Athletic Association. This is your IHSAA. Coach, let's talk keys to victory. Let's start with Frankton first.
Well, I think Frankton, frankly, has to be able to get in their transition. And you got to do that, you have to get on the glass. You have to try to force some turnovers. And secondly, I mentioned it earlier, you need to shoot the ball. And you really do. And I know that sounds simple. I mean, you're supposed to shoot it. To win, you're going to have to shoot the ball anyway. But it's important because you're going against, Treader's length, I think, is a problem for people inside. And I think the defensive approach that Forest Park has, they're not easy to score against. And so you're going to have to knock down perimeter shots to open some things up. I think if you're Forest Park, you got to defend the dribble. It's a Franklin team that can spread you out and beat you on the bounce, so to speak. You take care of the basketball, and you got to find an extra body to help you inside with Amber Treader, who averages a double-double, by the way, just to underscore how important she is to the Forest Park cause.
She also shoots 56% from the field and can shoot it from three, 33% from downtown. 17 points, 10 rebounds a game. Coach Ford.
It's been an exciting basketball season, but the excitement is just heating up. This summer, catch your Indiana Fever as they embark on their 24th season in the WNBA. The action tips off in May and the season runs through August. For more information on the upcoming season and tickets, visit feverbasketball.com. That's feverbasketball.com. Your Indiana Fever, a proud sponsor of the IHSAA Girls State Basketball Tournament.
Oh, while we're in lawn and garden, I was thinking I should pick up one of those little things for watering my plants.
A hose?
No, the things that look like teapots, but for plants. You know, you tip it over and it goes blah, 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 blah.
You're good at describing words you've forgotten.
Like those things that give the plants a shower, you know, that you fill up.
A watering can?
Yes, a watering can. I knew that.
We're good at your insurance. Find an Indiana Farm Bureau insurance agent online, over the phone, or in person. And stop knocking on wood.
My grades were bad. I appeared to be doing good at my school life, but if you had seen me at home, it would have been a completely different story.
I mean, it was just rough focusing on school when your mother is somebody you have to take care of.
There are students who need somebody.
Communities in Schools is helping more than 1.3 million kids get whatever they need to succeed in school. You can help change the picture of education at communitiesinschools.org.
I hear people say we can't save every kid, but I think that we can.
Be 42% from the field, 69% from the foul line. Forest Park's Treader has it on the left wing, drives down the lane and has a layup.
Well, she kind of catches it at the elbow and kind of finishes up with a great drive, two bounces.
Drive around two defenders, lost the ball, but got it back in the lane. Kicked it out, Utterback now. Sends it over to Collins, and Collins from the right wing hits a three.
Great ball movement. You reverse the ball to a spotted shooter for a nice look.
So that stops the early 7-0 run for Frankton, and in favor of Forest Park. Frankton gets on the board. Forest Park leads it 7-3, just over 3 minutes into the first quarter. Treader dumps it down to the block. Bagley backs her way in, misses. Rebound Treader, and she lost it off her hands and out of bounds.
Yeah, one thing we mentioned or didn't mention, should have mentioned, is that if you're Frankton, you've got to take the ball inside, even though you have a little disadvantage. You still have to attack inside as much as you can.
Forest Park 3 for their first 4. They lead by 4, 7-3. Opening quarter. About 5 minutes left in it. Frankton trying to set something up here as Collins sends it to Utterback. Back to Collins. She's open from the top of the circle this time and knocks it down.
Three-point shooting will be a huge key. We mentioned it before. You're going against the zone. Good ball movement. Great shot.
And she shoots 26% from 3. She's already hit 2 of them. And Forest Park's lead is whittled down to 1, 7-6. Treader loses it at the foul line as Collins takes it away. Now Frankton tries for the lead. Up the floor they go quickly. Utterback slashes in and sends it back out to the wing to Collins. Now they slow it up, and Forest Park sticking with the zone. Bates tries to infiltrate it, backs out the dribble, now picks it up. Needs help, slides it to Utterback. And now she plays catch with Bates. Bates gets a screen from Collins, opts not to use it. Floats it to Sperry. Sperry goes baseline, and we have the game's first foul. It's against Forest Park.
Well, Sperry did a great job on the catch of immediately recognizing she had some space and trying to take it to the rim.
First foul is on Gaby Gray. Baseline left inbound for Webb. Throws a high arching pass all the way out, almost towards the half-court logo, but it's caught by Utterback. Frankton trying to get their first lead of the game. They trail 7-6. She floats a long skip pass to the other side. On the left corner, it's Bates for 3. It just slipped out. Rebound Betts, and here comes Forest Park. Down the floor, Lydia Betts. Lydia Betts shot up, and it's offline, but she's fouled and has a trip to the line coming up.
Lydia Betts goes coast to coast, and no one slides out to try to slow her down, and she's able to get in the lane and then gets fouled. Again, you're probing a zone. The length of Forest Park, I think, is a difficult situation for Frankton. That's why they knocking down that perimeter shot so important to them.
Betts cannot convert on the free throw. She has struggled from there this season, 47%. Forest Park shoots just 61% from the line collectively, but she makes the second, and that makes Forest Park's lead 8-6 with 4 minutes to play in the first quarter as we are at the midway point. Frankton with the basketball, trying to work their way in against the zone. Collins has it in the left corner. Tries to go baseline. There's nothing there. And Treader makes sure there's nothing there. Circles it all the way back out to Utterback, right side. Skip pass to Collins, left corner. Dribbles up to the top of the key. Hands off to Sperry. She lost it but got it back and had to reset the offense. Coach Stephen Hamaker is to our right. He's telling his team, get in those gaps. They try to do that here, but Treader swats the ball away from Webb. Loose ball picked up by Bates, and she tries to get it to Sperry, but it goes through the legs of Sperry and out of bounds.
Well, Amber Treader is an imposing figure in the lane, and you've got to be aware of where she is defensively and offensively. That's just a great block.
And we have reached our first media timeout. Forest Park 8, Frankton 6. Back in a moment. You're listening to the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. This is your IHSAA.
Why do more graduating seniors choose Ivy Tech Community College over any other school? Ivy Tech offers flexibility, a wide variety of programs, and thousands of classes, including online options. Our certificates and degrees get students into a great career quickly. And if you want an affordable path to a bachelor's degree, we have guaranteed admissions programs with most four-year universities in Indiana. So you can start at Ivy Tech and transfer as a junior. Ready for a great education at the lowest cost? Complete a free application today.
Inspired by touch, by play, by listening and laughter. Inspired by family gatherings and one-on-one conversations. Inspired by long walks, long lives, and lives simply lived well. Inspired by compassion, by healing, by grace and strength. What inspires us at Franciscan Health is you. Franciscan Health, inspiring health.
I'm Arielle Winter. If you're anything like me, your pets are not only your best friends, they're part of your family. American Humane, which has been rescuing animals like Cleo here for more than 100 years, has life-saving tips that can make a big difference in a disaster. When disaster strikes, you want to protect your whole family, including your pets. To help keep your family safe and help our best friends in their worst times, find tips at AmericanHumane.org.
2A state championship.
It is the 2022 IHSAA Class 2A Girls Basketball State Final presented by the Indiana Fever and the Indiana Pacers on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. This is your IHSAA. Forest Park with an 8-6 lead on Frankton, along with Bob Lovell and JoJo Gentry. I'm John Herrick. Bob, Forest Park with a quick start, but Frankton has weathered it, got back within 2.
Well, I think it's a great point. Number one, they were able to knock down some perimeter jumpers, which we've talked about the importance of. Secondly, they've done a nice job defensively after Amber Trader's little spurt to start the ballgame. So they're settling in right now.
Forest Park has it out of the timeout. It's Welp, Treader, Eckert, and Betts and Bagley. Open from the foul line, it's Welp. Their shot offline, rebounded by Emma Sperry, and Frankton is off and running. They can tie or take the lead. The newcomer into the game for Forest Park is Danielle Eckert, 5'5" junior guard, averaging 2 points and 2 rebounds a game. Frankton trying to set things up. They have not scored in nearly 3 minutes of game action. Less than 3 minutes to play. First quarter, Forest Park 8, Frankton 6.
Forest Park's giving a little 1-2-2 look out front, and they have quite a bit of length, as we talked about. It's hard to try to get some space or try to find some space against it.
And Webb jacks up a 3 from the corner that does not go down. Lydia Betts the rebound, and Forest Park tries to add to their advantage. Lob pass inside. Eckert got behind the defense, and a good find by Bagley to get it to her.
Well, it's a great pass. Recognize you have somebody behind you on the baseline and dump it off to her for the finish.
10-6, Forest Park with the advantage. Collins from the right wing for 3. She hit 2, but she's missed her last 2 ever since, and it looked like Webb might have had the rebound but lost it off her hands. Looked like the officials might rule that it is Frankton ball, but they're saying it's Forest Park, much to the dismay of Coach Stephen Hamaker.
I think it was the right call, frankly. But, there was a situation for one of the first times in the half, Frankton was able to get a pass inside the lane.
And Frankton brings full court pressure here, but Forest Park gets it up. Gaby Gray was out for a second, came back in, has it up high, loses it, knocked away by Bella Dean, newcomer to the game for Frankton, and ball loose on the ground. It's a jump ball. Possession arrow belongs to Frankton. They are 0 for their last 4, and they need a bucket here.
They really do. And again, you're going against a front line of Forest Park that's pretty solid. The length out front, taking away passing angles inside.
Here's a driving Bates. She's met by 2 defenders. Out to Webb. Jump pass to the right side. Caught by Utterback. She tries to drive in. Nothing doing. The zone has been difficult for Frankton to penetrate. Their scoring drought is going on nearly 4 minutes now. Forest Park 10, Frankton 6. 90 seconds to play first quarter. Utterback to Collins now. She tries to spin left. Nothing doing. Gives to Utterback. Floats it back out. This time Collins is open for 3 again, and she hits again.
Great patience. You drive baseline, kick out to the top of the key, and look what it does for you.
She has all 9 Frankton Eagle points. And Forest Park's lead is back to 1 again, 10-9. Behind the back dribble, Lydia Betts up the floor for Forest Park, and she travels. Frankton fans rise to their feet. Coach Hamaker loves every minute of that. Amber Treader is back onto the game for Forest Park after a brief stint on the bench to replace Carly Bagley.
Great on-ball defense, really, to force the turnover. And so now you got to come back, take advantage of this turnover, and continue to probe that defense.
Cagney Utterback jogs up the floor. Tosses it right to Collins, plays catch with her. Treader's up high defending on that Forest Park zone with 50 seconds to play in the first quarter. Forest Park leading 10-9. Utterback with a left-hand dribble, now switches to her right, dishes it off to Bates. Bates trying to get on track here as she tries to bounce it to the block. Ball is kicked by Betts. Back into the game, Carly Bagley replaces Betts here for Forest Park. And Webb inbounds for Frankton. She'll do that baseline right of her own goal, right in front of the Forest Park band. She's looking around with 40 seconds to play. High arching pass out to Collins. Collins doing all the scoring for Frankton so far. She plays catch with Utterback. Now to Bates. Bates from the corner. Left it short. Rebound bounces down to the floor, and Welp picks it up for Forest Park. She pushes up behind the back dribble. 25 seconds to play. In the first quarter, she tries to go baseline. Fadeaway jumper. Altered shot. Treader, the offensive rebound. Missed it. Got it back and scored.
That's the advantage of being Amber Treader. With her length, she's able to corral a miss. Doesn't put it in, gets it back for the finish.
7 of the 12 Forest Park points. 4 points left for Frankton. 4 seconds rather. 2, 1. Collins jacks up a 3, and it's offline as the first quarter comes to a close. Forest Park 12, Frankton 9. You are listening to the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. This is your IHSAA.
When people talk about Hoosier hysteria, they're referring to the Heartwood, a packed high school gym, a roaring crowd. It's a point of pride for us all. But there's another kind of frenzy sweeping our state: vaping. About 20% of all high school students in Indiana currently vape, and the rate is growing every year. That's why the IHSAA is partnering with the state of Indiana to clear the air. Inhaling the poisons found in e-cigarettes, like arsenic, lead, and formaldehyde, can destroy your lungs. Vaping ruins lives. Go ahead, support your hometown team. Exercise those lungs of yours. Then, if anything takes your breath away, it'll be a game-winning buzzer beater. And not because you vaped. To learn more about vaping and the damage it can do, go to don'tpuffthisstuff.com.
Were you born from 1945 to 1965? People born during these years are 5 times more likely to have hepatitis C. So even if you try to eat right, exercise, and take care of yourself, you could still have hepatitis C, a serious disease that's a leading cause of liver cancer. If you were born from 1945 to 65, you should get a blood test for hepatitis C. Treatments can cure this disease. Talk to your doctor about getting tested. A message from the CDC.
2A State Championship.
Welcome back to the 2022 IHSAA Class 2A Girls Basketball State Final, presented by the Indiana Fever and the Indiana Pacers on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. This is your IHSAA. Forest Park leads Frankton 12-9. Don't forget, Ivy Tech offers the most affordable tuition in Indiana, less than half the cost of other colleges and universities. Learn more about higher education without the high price at ivytech.edu. Forest Park leading by 3, Coach, along with Bob Lovell and JoJo Gentry. I'm John Herrick. And let's send it over to JoJo real quick. JoJo?
Well, guys, I just left the Frankton huddle, and Coach's message is they got to move when the gaps are there. And they got to try to push the ball in transition and learn or put into the game some of the new possessions they've learned and get into stationary. Overall, one thing you guys got to look out for is they're trying to make Amber Treader move, guys.
Forest Park starts the second quarter with the basketball, left to right on your dial in green. Treader's got it in the post off the good pass from Begley, and Treader continues to dominate. She's already got 9 points.
Well, that's a pretty good move, no pun intended. It's a great move to seal her defender behind her, right in front of the basket.
Bates drives inside, had a good look, missed it, rebounded by Begley, and Forest Park tries to add to their 5-point lead. But Coach, you and I were talking during the break. A lot of just passing the ball around the perimeter for Frankton.
Well, you got to get some. As JoJo pointed out, you got to get in the gaps. You got to get the ball in the gaps either by a pass or by a dribble, and they've done that.
Eckert falls down as she goes baseline for Forest Park. Got the ball back, got it to Treader. Treader missed her first try, and because of her big length, got the offensive rebound and gets fouled. She's heading to the line for a pair.
Well, I like how that Treader is always where the ball is. I think there's a reason for it, clearly, but she has that classic nose for the ball and was able to stay right with this when you get a chance to get 2.
And the first free throw from Treader, a 68% free throw shooter. She makes, coming back in, Lydia Betts. And for Frankton to start the second quarter, it's Sperry, Utterback, Webb, Bates, and Collins. They're starting 5. And Treader hits them both. It's Treader, Eckert, Gray, Betts, and Begley for Forest Park. Forest Park's lead is now 6. It was 1 a moment ago, but now they pushed it back to 7. as that shot by Bates gets blocked, but Collins tracks it down all the way up at the top of the key. Now here's Webb driving inside. Nothing there, but kicks it out to Bates, who was standing all alone at the top of the key, and she knocks down the triple.
Well, you got some penetration on the dribble, collapsed the defense, you kicked it out to the top of the key for a three, and it's what you have to continue to do.
First player for Frankton other than Amaya Collins to score. 16-12, Forest Park's lead is 4. Very early on in the second quarter. 6:20 to play in it. Now Forest Park taking their time trying to get it inside. They get it to Treader. Treader one-on-one with Sperry. Missed it, and then that rebound gathered in by Sperry. She pushes the other way for Frank. Lost the ball, got it back at the foul line. Kicked out to Collins. She sends it to Utterback. Cross court to Bates. Into the corner for an open Webb, and Webb knocks down the three to get Frankton back within 1.
I mentioned earlier, John, you got to shoot the basketball. If you're Frankton, you need to knock down shots, and they've done that.
16-15. Forest Park trying to push their 1-point lead higher. They cannot, as Betts left it short off the rim. Rebound Bates. Frankton pushing. Eckert falls down, gets up defensively. Utterback with a nice feed inside to Webb, and Webb gives Frankton their first lead of the game.
Well, again, got to shoot the ball well, need to get in transition. Those are the keys for Frankton. And lately, that's worked out well for them.
This is an 8-0 run for the Frankton Eagles. 17-16, they lead. Treader, dump off right side, caught by Begley, and Begley is fouled as she tried to kiss it off the window. Missed it, but she's going to the line for 2 shots. And that foul is against Frankton's Lauren Bates.
Begley makes a nice cut through the lane, and Treader dumps it off to her, and, on the move to the rim gets fouled.
Your students can start their education at Ivy Tech before guaranteeing admission to select 4-year schools in Indiana, saving thousands of dollars along the way. Learn more at ivytech.edu. First free throw missed by Betts. The second one, or rather that is Begley. She missed the first, but made the second. She has her first point of the game, and Forest Park has tied this up at 17-all. That ends the 8-0 run. But remember, Frankton's on a bit of a roll here. They've hit their last 3 shots. Sperry dribbling in the corner. Sends it back out to Bates. And hands off to Utterback. There's that perimeter passing that we were talking about as Frankton has slowed the tempo down. Utterback off a feed to Webb, and Webb misses a deep 3. Rebound under the basket, grabbed by Eckert. And here comes Forest Park trying to regain the advantage. Entry pass in to a cutting Begley, and Begley scores from inside the block.
Begley does a great job of getting position, inside position in the lane, the catch, the shot fake, an easy layup for him.
Frankton slowing the pace up here as we reach the halfway point of the second quarter. 19-17, Forest Park with the lead. Utterback trying to slide in, gives it to Collins. She fakes, now back to Utterback for a deep 3 try. No. Offensive rebound Webb to Collins, and Collins has 4 threes in the first half.
Again, you work hard, you get on the rim, you get the kick out to Collins has been amazing to this point.
The largest lead for Forest Park has been 7. The largest for Frankton is what it is now at 1, 20-19. 3:45 left in the second. Lob pass to Treader from Begley. She turns in the midst of a sea of defenders, misses, got her own rebound, fouled. But she just, even with everybody surrounding her,
Frankton is doing a great job, a tremendous job of getting help inside on Amber Treader, and rightfully so. She demands that attention. And so, she did not handle it that first time. The previous possession, she wasn't able to play through the contact, and she's going to get all that attention and all that contact throughout the day.
That is on Bailey Webb. That is her second. And Treader missed the first, made the second to tie this game back up at 20. Gaby Gray returns, and she will, I guess, after we come back from this media timeout. Forest Park 20, Frankton 20. 3:37 to play in the second quarter. You're listening to the IHSAA Champions Radio Network presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. This is your IHSAA.
Hi, Pacers fans. This is Chris Denary. In addition to basketball, my family is a big fan of two things: rescue dogs and great Connecticut water. So when we adopted our newest dog, Walter, we made sure his water came from our Connecticut drinking water system. We take water quality seriously, which is why we also have a whole home water treatment system to eliminate the problems caused by hard water. Visit ConnecticutIndy.com for a free in-home water test. Connecticut, official sponsor of the Indiana Pacers.
It's been an exciting basketball season, but the excitement is just heating up. This summer, catch your Indiana Fever as they embark on their 24th season in the WNBA. The action tips off in May and the season runs through August. For more information on the upcoming season and tickets, visit feverbasketball.com. That's feverbasketball.com. Your Indiana Fever, a proud sponsor of the IHSAA Girls State Basketball Tournament.
It's hard to keep track of all the health information that comes your way, but you still want to make the right decisions. Here's an easy one. Get tested for hepatitis C. It's a leading cause of liver cancer and often has no symptoms. People born from 1945 to 1965 are 5 times more likely to have hepatitis C. The good news is that now it can be cured. Talk with your doctor about getting a blood test for hepatitis C. Know for sure. A message from the CDC.
2A state championship.
It is the 2022 IHSAA Class 2A Girls Basketball State Final presented by the Indiana Fever and the Indiana Pacers on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. This is your IHSAA. The IHSAA would like to thank its 2 presenting sponsors for today's broadcast, the Fever and the Pacers, and Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. The Fever and Pacers are presenting sponsor of the 47th IHSAA Girls Basketball State Tournament throughout Indiana this winter. Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance is the official presenting sponsor of the IHSAA Champions Network, the most comprehensive state high school broadcast network in America. Thank you both for your continued support of the IHSAA's 407 member schools and 160,000 student athletes. This is your IHSAA. As the 3 is jacked up by Sperry off the inbound, it doesn't work. But then Forest Park turns it right back over in a game where we are tied at 20 all with 3:20 to play in the second quarter.
Well, both teams out of the time. A quick 3 by by Frankton. Forest Park to turnover on transition.
They have committed 4 turnovers, has Forest Park. That was Frankton's first. Frankton tries to settle back in and get the lead back as we are now under 3 minutes to play in the second of this 2A Girls State Final. Collins curling up top, dribbling in between the rings. It is Sperry, Dean, Utterback, Bates, and Collins, the 5 on the floor for Frankton. Welp, Treader, Gray, Betts, and Bagley for Forest Park. And driving in, it is Bates. Bates lost it. Had a good look at it, but it was forced on the miss by Bagley, who then got the rebound.
No place to go, unfortunately. She literally drives into traffic, has no place to go.
Treader on the post-up. Good feed inside again by Bagley, and Treader cashes in. She is having an outstanding first half, gives her 14.
Well, she's able to get position on Sperry inside, and that was just a little fake hesitation, go to the rim.
Utterback at the foul line, lets it fly, hits the left side of the backboard, rebounded by Utterback rebounded by Gray, and off and running goes Forest Park. Now 2 minutes to play in the second. Treader setting up a post-up again against Sperry. Here comes a double team. Jump ball, possession arrow, favors Frankton this time.
Well, again, I mean, you're able to get the ball inside to Treader, but on that particular play, Collins is able to give help and force the turnover.
22-20, Forest Park with the lead. Coming up on 1:45 left. Frankton has not scored in over 2 minutes. They have it right to left on your dial. They've led by 1 a couple times, but other than that, Forest Park has been in the driver's seat much of the first half. Coach Stephen Hammaker for Frankton right in front of us, telling his girls to find a way to infiltrate this zone defense for Forest Park. Now 90 seconds left in the half. All perimeter passing so far. Sperry hands off to Utterback. Now Collins with it. Shot fake, and the ball gets kicked as she was trying to bounce it down to Bella Dean. Stays with Frankton.
Well, she tried off the dribble, tried to get some penetration into the lane, and fortunately the pass is still with them.
Bates triggers the inbound. Baseline left of her own goal. Got it in to Sperry. and circles it back out to Utterback. Now we're down close to a minute to play in the first half. Bates draws all kinds of defenders in, sends it back out to Collins for three. No, and there's the rebound off the miss by Gray. So the scoring drought continues for Frankton. Forest Park by 2.
Good shot. It's a good look. Just didn't go.
They are 1 for their last 7 from the field. Scoring drought now over 3 minutes. Forest Park leading by 2 and 50 seconds to play in the second. They're using a lot of clock here. Now they're not. Welp chucks up a 3 that doesn't go down. Rebound falls out of bounds. Back to Frankton. One thing that Forest Park has to look at now at 6 turnovers, Coach.
Well, it's a problem for them. And then the other problem is, aside from Treader, no one else has stepped up and scored. And that's an issue, because I think Frankton has done a better job to adjust to trying to take away some of the things that Treader's been able to do. And so others have to step up, and to this point haven't done it.
Treader, the leading scorer with 14 of Forest Park's 22. Frankton with the ball moving across half court now. 35 seconds to play in the first half. Sperry gives it to Bates. Bates with 3 points so far. They're led by Amaya Collins, who has hit 12 points so far off of 4 3-pointers. Now, Frankton looks like they want to hold for the last shot. We're down to 17 seconds. A lot of standing and holding and passing. Now Sperry at the foul line. Ball might have been blocked, but off and running goes Forest Park off Treader, and Treader threw it away. Up comes Bates. Bates with 5 seconds left for Frankton with 4. She slides left with 2. Awkward shot, short, ball out of bounds. It is 22-20. Forest Park with the lead for them as we head to JoJo Gentry on the sideline, who's got Frankton coach Stephen Amaker.
Coach, you're in a bit of a scoring drought in this first half. What's going to be your message to your girls in the locker room?
We got to try to find ways to get into their gaps. It's pretty stifling defense. We're getting into them, but we're not really sure what we're supposed to do with it once we get there. I thought we did a really great job of kicking on out, especially in the first quarter and at the beginning of the second quarter. But we got a little stagnant there and allowing 3 people to collapse on us. We can't continue to do that. So.
What do you think is the biggest threat Forest Park poses for you guys?
They just got such length, and they're kind of deflecting or altering every one of our shots that we're getting kind of in the paint.
All right, Coach, thank you very much.
Thank you, JoJo. Along with JoJo Gentry and Bob Lovell, I'm John Herrick. 22-20, Forest Park leads Frankton at the half. We'll give you your first half stats and thoughts when we return in just a moment. You are listening to the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. This is your IHSAA.
Hey, Carrie, you know how we like to say that high school sports are the purest form of amateur sports?
Pure spirit, pure sport. That's Indiana high school athletics.
Well, I learned something the other day that further proves that.
I'm interested. Tell me more, Chris.
Well, we all know what amateur means, but do you know the root of its meaning? It means for the love of.
Wow, you're right. That really does reinforce the idea that high school sports are the purest form of sport.
Fans, I'm IHSA Assistant Commissioner Chris Kaufman.
And I'm Assistant Commissioner Carrie Rosati.
If you want to watch sports in their purest form, get a ticket and go support your high school sports teams.
Everyone there, from the players and coaches to the fans and officials, they are there simply for the love of the game.
Pure spirit.
Pure sport.
This is pure spirit. This is pure sport. This is your IHSAA.
Were you born from 1945 to 1965? Have you heard of hepatitis C? Hepatitis C is a leading cause of liver cancer, yet it often has no symptoms. And people born from 1945 to 1965 are 5 times more likely to have it. But here's some good news. Treatments are now available that can cure hepatitis C, which is why you should talk with your doctor about getting a blood test for hepatitis C. It could save your life. A message from the CDC.
2A state championship.
Forest Park leads Frankton 22-20 in the Class 2A girls basketball state final, presented by the Indiana Fever and the Indiana Pacers on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. This is your IHSAA, along with Bob Lovell and JoJo Gentry. I'm John Herrick with you from Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Coach, a game that had a lot of ebb and flows to it. Forest Park gets off to the 7-0 lead. They lead by 7. That's their biggest lead of the half. Frankton comes back, cuts into it. Then they eventually take the lead at 1, but then they did not get it going there in that second quarter. They finished on a scoring drought over 4 minutes. So both these teams are solid defensively, and I think you're seeing exactly why that's the case.
No, I agree with you. And also, game's a game of spurts. We say it all the time. Or another way to put it is droughts, so to speak. And we've seen them, as you point out, on both sides. I think clearly it's a situation where if you're Frankton, as Coach Hamaker said, got to try to figure out a way to get in the gaps, get the ball in the gaps, and I think they'll address that at the halftime. And if you're Forest Park, you just got to keep working inside with Amber Treader. You just got to keep going to her, and she's got to recognize the double team quicker if you can, and you've got to be able to get her the ball, let her get the touch, and maybe kick it out, those kinds of things. But you have to continue to work inside as you did in the first half.
Individual scoring, Amber Treader has 14 to lead the way for Forest Park, 3 for Carly Bagley, 2 each for Danielle Eckert and Gaby Gray, 1 for Lydia Betts. For Frankton, they are led by Amaya Collins, who has hit 4 threes in that first half with 12 points, 5 for Bailey Webb, 3 for Lauren Bates. A full look at the first half stats when we return in just a moment. You are listening to the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. This is your IHSAA.
Message to Amy Spin Class. Happy 3rd, 29th birthday, Amy! Exclamation point. Ha, ha. Balloon emoji. Balloon emoji. Balloon emoji.
You're good at voice to text.
Pizza emoji.
We're good at your insurance. Find an Indiana Farm Bureau insurance agent online, over the phone, or in person. And stop knocking on wood.
It's been an exciting basketball season, but the excitement is just heating up. This summer, catch your Indiana Fever as they embark on their 24th season in the WNBA. The action tips off in May and the season runs through August. For more information on the upcoming season and tickets, visit feverbasketball.com. That's feverbasketball.com. Your Indiana Fever, a proud sponsor of the IHSAA Girls State Basketball Tournament.
Did you ever ride your bike with a clothespin and a baseball card? Or use a typewriter for school paper? Then here's a timely alert. Americans born from 1945 to 1965 are 5 times more likely to have hepatitis C, which often has no symptoms, but is a leading cause of liver cancer. The good news? Treatments are available that can cure hepatitis C. Talk with your doctor about getting a blood test for hepatitis C. Know for sure. A message from the CDC.
2A state championship.
Call him whatever you want.
Forest Park leading 22-20 on Frankton here in the Class 2A Girls Basketball State Final, presented by the Indiana Fever and the Indiana Pacers on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. Other scoring in that first half, we mentioned the individual scoring. Percentage-wise, the shooting in favor of Forest Park, they're shooting 47% from the field. Only taking 2 threes, they're 1 of 2, and they are 5 of 8 at the free throw line for 63%. Frankton having a much harder time. They're shooting 28% from the field, 40% from 3. They have not taken a free throw, but despite shooting 28% and going on a scoring drought of over 4 minutes, they only trail Forest Park 22-20. We have already heard from Frankton head coach Stephen Hamaker. We will hear from Forest Park head coach Tony Hassenauer when we come back on the other side. You're listening to the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. This is your IHSAA.
Hey, Dr. Jenner, what do you remember most about playing high school sports?
Oh, I loved it. I made friends and have memories I'll treasure forever. But what mattered most were the life lessons I learned in the soccer field.
Life lessons. Which are your favorite?
Just being part of a team. You learn so many valuable skills: collaboration, communication, work ethic. These are just some of the lessons that have helped shape the person I am to this day. I'm Dr. Katie Jenner, Indiana Secretary of Education.
And I'm Paul Knight, Commissioner of the Indiana High School Athletic Association. Join us in celebrating the 50th anniversary of Title IX and the opportunities it's provided female student athletes across this country, including here in Indiana.
Thanks to Title IX, generations of female student athletes have learned life lessons that will impact them for the rest of their lives.
And that is a legacy worth celebrating.
This is 50 years of Title IX, This is celebrating generations of female student athletes. This is your IHSAA.
Hey, honey, take your blood pressure medication.
Thanks, dear.
Daddy, are you going to the hospital again?
No, son. Bad medication from a dishonest website got me sick. Now we only use sites approved by NABP or that end in .pharmacy, so we know they're safe.
Learn more about the new .pharmacy domain and ordering medications safely online at safe.pharmacy, a public service from the National Association of Boards of Pharmacy.
2A State Championship.
We're moments away from starting the second half at Cambridge Fieldhouse in this 2A girls basketball state final, where Forest Park leads Frankton 22-20. Presented by the Indiana Fever and the Indiana Pacers on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. This is your IHSAA, along with Bob Lovell and JoJo Gentry. I'm John Herrick, and today's broadcast on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network being heard on great radio stations across Indiana, like WBIW 1340 AM in Bedford, also in Bedford, WQRK 105.5 FM, and in Bedford and Orleans as well, WPHC 102.5 FM, in Austin, WXKU 92.7 FM, and WCSI in Columbus, 1010 AM and 98.1 FM. So both teams are back out on the floor, completing their warm-up shots, trying to get some shots up before the second half begins. Let's get to keys to victory here for both these teams. Now that you've had a chance to see them for a half in this game, Bob, what do you think both teams have to do to come away with a championship?
Well, at the start, I said if you're Frankton, you need to shoot the basketball, and they've certainly done that.
Okay, before we get to that, let's go to JoJo, who has Coach Tony Hassenauer. JoJo?
Coach, you guys are up to, what was your message to the girls in the locker room?
Just keep playing hard. We had a few little defensive adjustments we wanted to talk about as far as covering up that three-point line, because Frankton's done a great job of hitting a bunch of threes on us here in the first half. And then a few things offensively as far as angles in the post and making those post-entry passes.
Size, length, and your basketball IQs are giving Frankton some trouble right now. What's it going to take for you guys to finish this out and win this game?
We're just going to have to go one play at a time on the offensive end, one play at a time on the defensive end, and let the chips fall where they may.
Coach, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Coach and JoJo. Okay, Bob, now that you heard that,
right?
What do you think now?
No, I agree with him 100%. I think one of the things, he made a great point. The adjustment you make is that you've got to shade the scores. You've got to shade Collins without question. You've got to have somebody out there. You're taught to give help inside. Now you got to go against that by saying, if you're on her side, you need to shade her more, that you can get to her quicker than what you did in the first half. I also think, if you're Forest Park, they have not gotten in transition, which is something that they kind of like to do. And I think that's an important thing for them. And they've turned it over, not that much, but still, you're going to be in a tight ball game. So you need to continue to work inside as much as you possibly can to Amber Treader and work off of her. Let her make decisions for you. So you expect to see a great second half.
6 turnovers for Forest Park, just 1 for Frankton in that first half. Also, just to give you an idea of how amazing the shooting performance is from Maya Collins for Frankton. She came into this game averaging 6 points per contest. She already has 12, and she came in shooting 26% from three-point range, and all 4 of her baskets have been threes. She is 4 of 6 from downtown.
That's the importance of knocking down that first shot.
Yes,
trust me. You knock down the first one. You're confident. You're willing to go ahead and try it again.
Forest Park has the ball to start the second half. They get it right to Treader off the bat. She misses that shot attempt and a jump ball. Coach Stephen Hamaker thought she probably should have been called for over the back. Either way, though, Frankton has the error.
That's the coach in you. And as I said, they're going to work inside. And, Treader's got to make – I think she tended to go to her left on that one. I think she would have been better off to just go ahead, stop, reverse if she could.
22-20, Forest Park leading by 2. And Frankton trying to change that. Bates is open from the three-point line on the outside. Misses it. Rebound knocked to the floor. Gray tries to pick it up.
And already you see Frankton in their first possession, get a little cutter inside. It worked for them. I think you need to be more active if you're Frankton offensively. You need to get cutters in, bring them in, get them out of the post.
For Forest Park, it is their starting five of Allie Welp, Amber Treader, Gaby Gray, Lydia Betts, and Carly Bagley. For Frankton, their five of Emma Sperry, Cagney Utterback, Bailey Webb, Lauren Bates, and Amaya Collins. Webb playing with 2 fouls, so she's got to be careful. Almost picked up her third there. She nearly swiped it away from Betts. Betts gets rid of it to Welp. Forest Park with the ball up to 22-20. Treader, touch pass, right corner 3 for Bagley. And it's too hard. Rebounded by Sperry. Sperry outlets it up the floor to Collins, who comes darting up the way. Passing it around the side to Utterback. Touch pass to Bates. Out to Collins for another 3. Put it up too hard. Fight for the rebound. Treader got it, and I think she was fouled.
Yes.
Yep, that's what they're
she
saying.
Was.
Emma Sperry picks up her second foul. That is the first in the second half on Frankton.
If she had made that 3, I would have gone ahead and stood up and walked out. Seriously.
Please don't.
Because she's been that good. I mean, really, she had a clean look that just didn't go.
Forest Park's lead is 2. 22-20. We're sitting on that same score that we had at halftime. 6:30 to play, third quarter. Allie Welp pounding the dribble with the right hand. Hands to Bankley, who gives to Betts. And Betts starting left, comes back right. Hands off to Gray. Gray, shot fake. Passes to the corner to Bagley, tries to get it into Treader. She does, and Treader goes motoring down the middle of the lane and kisses it off the glass.
Well, I like what they did. They rolled Treader in from the opposite side, so instead of being a stationary post, they made her active. No one cut her off, and she comes up with a big hoop.
Puts the Forest Park lead now at 4, 24-20. 2 minutes gone by in the third. Frankton trying to settle into a half-court offense. Again, this drought is now going on about 6 minutes dating back to the first half. As Sperry tries to end it with a reverse layup going baseline, she cannot do it. Rebounded by Treader. Off and running go the Rangers, leading by 4. 24-20. 5.5 minutes to play in the third. Treader gives Betts a screen. Then Treader gets it back, and she gets clobbered by Bates.
Nice recognition by Amber Treader to see where things are. I mean, she just sprints down the lane in the top of the key, gets the pass, and gets fouled.
Amber Treader today, 3 of 4 at the line, 16 points, make it 17 as she connects on that one. So now the foul trouble situation for Frankton. Emma Sperry, Bailey Webb, Lauren Bates all have 2. Second free throw, bullseye from Treader. Forest Park's lead is back to 6. They've led by as many as 7. 26-20. 5.5 to play, third quarter. 3 by Bates, and there's that much-needed basket they've needed.
Little catch and shoot. I mean, she was fearless now. She was spotted up, went straight up with the hoop.
Back the other direction, darting down the floor. Betts misses it, and this time, referee blows his whistle and immediately points the other direction, signaling this foul on Forest Park, and he calls it on Lydia Betts, her first. That's just the second foul of the whole game on Forest Park.
Right. Well, she misses the shot, and then, in an attempt to get it back, it kind of went over the back. Good call. Good shot. Again, you love Frankton's patience offensively.
Forest Park leads by 3, 26-23. Inside 5 minutes to play, third quarter. Both these teams trying to win their first ever state girls basketball championship. Lob pass. Bates finds a backdoor cutting Sperry, who finally gets her first bucket.
Well, they seem more relaxed, a little freer in what they're doing offensively. Frankton does.
And Collins nearly steals that pass away from Bagley and knocks it free, but Forest Park keeps it. They inbound it from the side now.
Just a great catch on the part of Sperry to get the hoop, too.
And Frankton's playing with a lot more pep in their step after this 5-0 run, cutting this lead down to 1, 26-25, nearing the midway point of the third quarter. Shot fake and a drive from Bagley. Bagley, off-balance shot against Bates, left it short. Fight for it under the basket, picked up by Treader, and a foul on Frankton. Treader hit from behind by Sperry. That is Sperry's third, and the third on Frankton in this second half.
I mentioned at Forest Park, John really does need to get somebody, some other than Treader, you make a great basket cut there, but others have to step up. There's too much pressure on Treader to have to make the play she's making.
Bella Dean comes in, and she nearly gets a steal off the inbound, but pokes it out of play. She's replacing Sperry. Now, Sperry, remember, 6 feet tall. Treader is 6'1", so you're losing some size now with Sperry out of the game. for Forest Park, they're putting Allie Welp back into the game to replace Gray. It's Treader, Eckert, Welp, Betts, and Bagley. Inbound comes into Bagley. Off-balance shot, double-teamed inside the lane, missed it, but there is Treader for the offensive rebound and the putback.
Well, it's one of those things where the shot was blocked, and so you couldn't get rebound position, and Treader takes advantage of it.
28-25, Forest Park's lead is back to 3. Frankton tries to set something up offensively. Every time they've mounted a response, Forest Park has been right there to answer. They've led the majority of the game. Frankton's biggest lead is 1 as Utterback tries to go baseline, ends up having it poked out of play by Treader. It stays with Frankton. Coming back in, we will have a substitution for Forest Park on the other side of this media timeout. Your score, 28-25, Forest Park leads Frankton, 3:54 left in the third quarter. You are listening to the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. This is your IHSAA.
Inspired by touch, by play, by listening and laughter. Inspired by family gatherings and one-on-one conversations. Inspired by long walks, long lives, and lives simply lived well. Inspired by compassion, by healing, by grace and strength. What inspires us at Franciscan Health is you. Franciscan Health, inspiring health.
Hi, Pacers fans. This is Kristen Airy. In addition to basketball, my family is a big fan of 2 things: rescue dogs and great Connecticut water. So when we adopted our newest dog, Walter, we made sure his water came from our Connecticut drinking water system. We take water quality seriously, which is why we also have a whole home water treatment system to eliminate the problems caused by hard water. Visit ConnecticutIndy.com for a free in-home water test. Connecticut, official sponsor of the Indiana Pacers.
Parents, teachers, school board members, do you want your school to experience the richness of academic freedom or the constraints of a one-size-fits-all federal mandate called Common Core Standards? Advocates for academic freedom is for educational excellence and local control of your school. Come join the fight for your children's education. You can contact us at advocatesforacademicfreedom.org or call 1-715-234-5072.
2A state championship.
It is 28-25, Forest Park leading Frankton, and we now pause 10 seconds for network station identification. This is the 2022 IHSAA Class 2A Girls Basketball State Finals, presented by the Indiana Fever and Indiana Pacers on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. The lead is 3 for Forest Park, and Frankton has the ball out of the timeout. That substitution we were talking about before the break was Gaby Gray, who comes back in for Forest Park, and we have a foul here on the Forest Park Rangers. And let's go to JoJo Gentry. JoJo?
Well, guys, I can tell you the Rangers bench is quiet, but that does not mean they are calm. They're going to body up on the inside, and offensively, they want to keep Amber Tedder down low, guys. Expect to see that.
The next play is Bella Dean jacking up a 3 that's too short, rebound loose, and finally Amber Treader comes down with it for Forest Park. 28-25, they lead it in this 2A girls basketball state final. Both these teams trying to win their first ever girls basketball state championship, as going baseline is Gray, and she had it poked free by Webb. Stays with the Rangers, and they bring back in Lydia Betts. She returns, and Danielle Eckert heads to the bench. Also, both these teams have only played 6 girls. There are 5 starters and then 1 reserve, and aside from that, that has been it. Inbound comes to Bagley for Forest Park. They're going right to left in green. Frankton going the opposite direction in white. And Gray dribbles the ball off her foot, loose on the ground. Betts picks it up, but she is tied up by Webb, and the possession arrow favors Forest Park, so it stays with them with 3:09 to play in the third. Treader inbounding right in front of her own bench, tries to get it in and does to Betts. Betts sliding right with the dribble with Webb right up on her. Frankton's been staying in man-to-man defense. Forest Park has been playing zone. Gray trying to penetrate around Collins, cannot. Leaves it for Welp. Welp goes down the lane quickly, shot up too hard, and almost got her on rebound, but Schroeder pulls it out of there, and she has it taken away by Bates. Bates on the quick pass up the floor to Collins. Tries to get it to Webb, and Webb had it tipped off her fingers and slows it up. Collins off the pass, runs off the three-point line, and has her shot blocked by Treader.
Great play by Treader. Comes off her who she's guarding, gets the ball in the air. Tremendous block.
Three on the other side by Welp, does not go. There's Collins for the rebound for Frankton. They have a 3-on-2. Now they don't.
Great decision. Really, great decision.
Pulls it back out for three in the tie. Too hard. Ball loose on the ground. Treader trying to take it away. And a foul on the arm. Coach Cagney Utterback picks up that one. That is her first, team's fourth. And Coach Stephen Amaker from Frankton, he's so livid right now because his team's just barely losing this 50-50 ball.
They're so close. And, you know, they're just playing hard. It's one of those fouls where unfortunately, you get a foul for playing hard.
Full timeout, back in a moment. 28-25, Forest Park leads. 2:09 left in the third on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. This is your IHSAA.
It's so good to have high school sports fans back in the stands this year, isn't it?
I couldn't agree more. We've missed their cheers, their energy, their spirit, and their support.
When you buy a ticket to high school athletic events, you're not only supporting your school's athletic department, you're also supporting your school's second classroom.
That's because the court, the gym, and the pool are where student athletes learn valuable life lessons that will guide them the rest of their lives.
From teamwork and time management to responsibility and respect, I'm Brian Lewis, a proud Jasper Wildcat.
And I'm Robert Falkins, a South Bend LaSalle Lion. We're both assistant commissioners of the Indiana High School Athletic Association.
We're also both educators, so we know firsthand that high school sports aren't just about winning and losing. They're about learning and growing, too.
So, buy a ticket to your high school's athletic events and support the education of teens in your community.
This is supporting your school. This is supporting your community. This is your IHSAA.
We all play a role in keeping our community safe.
Every day, we move in and out of each other's busy lives.
It's easy to take for granted all the little moments that make up our everyday.
Some are good, others not so much.
But that's life.
It's when something doesn't seem quite right that it's time to pay attention.
Because only you know what's not supposed to be in your everyday.
So protect your everyday.
If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
2A state championship.
Forest Park 28, Frankton 25 in the girls 2A basketball state final, presented by the Indiana Fever and the Indiana Pacers on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. Still a lot of time to play in this one. You can graduate from Ivy Tech in 2 years or less, so you can start your career sooner. Join the many students who have high-paying jobs when they graduate. Learn more at ivytech.edu. Forest Park with the ball, full court pressure by Frankton. Forest Park able to beat it across the floor, leading to an open three, knocked down by Gaby Gray.
As I've mentioned numerous times, somebody else has to step up, John. Gaby Gray does it on that play.
5 points for her. It has been the Amber Treader show. Other than that, she has 20 of Forest Park's 31. Frankton trying to settle back in now, down by 6. They've been in this position several times today. Webb has it at the free throw line, surrounded by defenders in that zone. Circles it back out to Collins. Collins with 12 points, but she's been held scoreless in the second half. Bates trying to create now. Nothing there. Circles it back to Collins. Bounce pass right wing to Utterback. Dribbles it back out between the rings. Dribbling with her right hand, directing traffic with her left. Weaves her way through the defense. Floating jumper and got it.
Team right went right at Amber Treader and lays it off the glass for a hoop.
5 different Frankton Eagles have scored, but they have struggled shooting the basketball today. 29%. 31-27 Forest Park. 3 on the other side. Missed try by Welp. Fight for the rebound, though. 1 by Begley, and she sends it back out to Betts. Betts steps inside for a 2. They say she's fouled by Bates on the arm. That's a big call because Lauren Bates just picked up her 3rd foul.
Well, it's just a great rebound, and off the rebound, attack the rim, pulls up and gets fouled.
Betts has struggled this season, 47% from the line, but she is 2 of 3 in this game. And Frankton with Shay Simon, a 5'7" senior forward coming in, averaging 3 points, 2 rebounds a game. So they have to have her send out to take Bates' spot. 7th player to get action here for Frankton. And Betts makes them both. 2 big free throws there from Lydia Betts. 33-27 Forest Park with 40 seconds to play in the third quarter. As Frankton has it back. Taking their time on this possession with perimeter passing, and Simon, who just checked in for the first time in the game, travels out high.
Well, Allie Welp starts to step out to take away the passing lane and created that turnover.
Frankton with full court pressure. Inbound comes to Betts. First time Forest Park's been in the state championship game in 22 years. Frankton back in it for the second time in 3 years, and that pass way over the head of Welp there. As Amber Treader just
a little press in the backcourt, and you create a turnover. And I would expect that Frankton will stay in this little 1-2-2, 1-2-1-1 full court.
If they get Forest Park pressuring in the backcourt, and as Frankton brings it up, Forest Park takes it away. Gaby Gray with the steal, and she double dribbles. Frankton fans were screaming for the
they made that call.
They
got the call they wanted. They really did. That was the right call, but they sure did their part.
We don't just have 3 refs on the floor today.
Well,
we got about 3,000.
That's the beauty of being a Hoosier. You all know how to referee basketball games.
6.9 seconds left in the third. Inbound to Utterback from Bates. Back to Bates. Her shot is blocked by Treader.
A little bit of it. She got enough.
And rebounded by Gray. And that does it for the third quarter. Forest Park leading by a half dozen. 33-27 as we go to the fourth. Back in a moment. You are listening to the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. This is your IHSAA.
Why do more students choose Ivy Tech Community College over any other school? Because Ivy Tech offers career-focused programs that result in good-paying jobs. Their less than 1-year certificates and 2-year degrees get you into a career quickly. And they have guaranteed admissions programs with most universities in Indiana. Get admitted there after earning your degree at Ivy Tech. You're able to do all of this in high-tech classrooms on campus or online. Ready for a high-quality education at an affordable price? Complete a free application today at ivytech.edu.
It's been an exciting basketball season, but the excitement is just heating up. This summer, catch your Indiana Fever as they embark on their 24th season in the WNBA. The action tips off in May and the season runs through August. For more information on the upcoming season and tickets, visit feverbasketball.com. That's feverbasketball.com. Your Indiana Fever, a proud sponsor of the IHSAA Girls State Basketball Tournament.
I'm Sherry Shepard. You probably know me best as a co-host on The View. More importantly, I'm a mom. If you're pregnant or a new mom, you can get timely expert information to help keep your baby healthy, something every mother wants. Through a free service called Text for Baby, women get health tips sent directly to their cell phones to help them care for their babies through the first year. Just text BABY, B-A-B-Y, to 511411. That's BABY, B-A-B-Y, to 511411 for the health of your baby.
2A state championship.
33-27, Forest Park leading Frankton on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. This 2A Girls State Final, which is presented by the Indiana Fever and the Indiana Pacers on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. This is your IHSAA, and they would like to thank the 2 presenting sponsors for today's broadcast, the Fever and the Pacers, as well as Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. The Fever and Pacers are the presenting sponsor of the 47th IHSAA Girls Basketball State Tournament throughout Indiana this winter. Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance is the official presenting sponsor of the IHSAA Champions Network, the most comprehensive state high school broadcast network in America. Thank you both for your continued support of the IHSAA's 407 member schools and 160,000 student athletes. This is your IHSAA. We'll hear from our third member of our broadcast crew, JoJo Gentry, in just a moment. Along with her and Bob Lovell, I'm John Herrick with you from Cambridge Fieldhouse, courtside for this 2A Girls Basketball State Final. That ball is kicked, which will be a side line inbounds play in just a moment. Let's go to JoJo. JoJo.
Well, guys, it's a two-possession game. Frankton is going to continue to press and get after him. They did, or I should say Forest Park did get a good look at their 1-2-2, so expect the Eagles to change things up on the inside. They're also going to try to push the ball in transition, guys.
33-27, Forest Park leading by 6. Frankton trying to cut into the deficit. Bates out high with the dribble. Pass gets swatted away by Treader, but picked up by Sperry. Down the middle goes Bates off the exchange from Sperry, and she missed the layup. Rebound, Treader.
She wishes she had that one back because things opened up for her as she got closer to the rim.
Amber Treader, 20 points, 14 rebounds for Forest Park. She came in averaging 17 and 10, and she is coming up big here as a junior in this 2A girls state final. Her team tries to add to their lead here as Betts goes motoring down the floor from the foul line and is fouled on the left block.
Well, when you get that much pressure on you, John, one of the things you do is you can beat it off the dribble. If you're smart, get a good angle, and Betts certainly did on that play.
6th foul on Frankton. Inbound comes in, and hangs on the rim forever. Carly Begley's shot hit off the rim, and it fell over.
I wasn't sure it had enough momentum to drop.
Somehow it did.
Oh, my.
Forest Park by 8, 35-27, and Frankton turns it over. Bad entry pass from Bates as she tried to get it to Sperry. Treader knocks it free, and off and running go the Rangers, trying to add to their 8-point lead. Bates almost got the steal, but knocked it out of play.
I think it was a great anticipation on the part of Treader. Not so much a bad pass, just great anticipation and great technique to get the steal.
Well, Frankton had cut the lead down to 3 after trailing by 6, only to see themselves down 8 now. Inbound to Betts, back out to Welp. She finds a slashing Betts off the interior and misses that off the window. Rebound to Sperry on a fast break. Got it up the floor to Bailey Webb, and Webb lays it
basket. Big basket.
Webb used to making big plays. Forced a defensive stop near the end of that semi-state and then made the game-winning layup over Fairfield to get them here. 35-29, Forest Park's lead is back to 6. Treader taking her time now. Forest Park in green, right to left, and Frankton in white, left to right. Forest Park with the ball, 3 up high by Betts, and she drains it.
Man, oh man, didn't hesitate at all. What a tremendous shot.
A 20% three-point shooter knocks that down. She has 6 for the game. Entry pass to Bella Dean, and Dean gets fouled and lays it in. How did she make that shot with 2 defenders around her?
Well, she made a great cut to get it first of all, and then just went right up. I mean, before I think the defense had a chance to settle in on her, she got the catch, went straight up and got the and one.
It's on Gaby Gray, her second. And that is the 3rd foul on Forest Park. The free throw knocked home by Dean. Dean with her first 3 points, and it comes at a big time. Forest Park's lead is back to 6, 38-32. Frankton with full court pressure. Here is Begley firing it up to Welp. Quick shot by her, left it short. Rebound knocked to the floor. Utterback's got it, and she's fouled on the arm right in front of that Forest Park bench. And that's on Welp. Welp with her second, team's 4th. That brings back in for Forest Park Danielle Eckert. She replaces Gray.
We're going to start to get into a situation, John, now we're, 5.5 left. Fouls, free throws, those kinds of things become extremely important. Plus, taking better care of the basketball on both sides.
It is 9 turnovers for Forest Park, 4 for Frankton. Make it 5. They did not see.
You got to play mistake-free basketball right now.
Bad post-entry throw, and Treader was right there waiting on it. Now she steps into a 3 the other direction. Left it too hard. Sperry takes the ball away from her off the rebound. She goes motoring down the middle of the floor, absorbs contact, and scores.
What a tremendous job. Great steal, and has the presence of mind to get it on the glass, and it drops.
Frankton coach Stephen Hammaker telling his fans, come on up to your feet, and back the other direction. They did not get back in time. The full court press was good on the first half,
right?
Not so good on the second half, and it leads to a foul.
Used to say it all the time. Don't let your defense create offense, and don't give up the basket. Make sure you cover the hoop. Those are the 2 most important things when you're going against the press.
3rd foul on Webb. That is the 7th on Frankton. Free throws for Allie Welp. She's not a great free throw shooter, 67%, but she gets her first point of the game now.
You hear it all the time. Got to make free throws to win games, and it's especially true right now.
Got them both.
big free throws now.
40-34. Forest Park's lead is back to 6 with under 5 to play. They are 11 of 14 at the foul line. Only one free throw taken by Frankton. They are 1 of 1 as driving in, Webb gets fouled on the arm by Forest Park's Lydia Betts. That is her first, team's 5th.
If you're Forest Park, the one thing you don't want to do is and even though there's not a free throw here, you don't want to stop the clock. You want the clock to go, and you certainly don't want to let your opponent shoot free throws with the clock stopped.
Webb inbounds at baseline right, high arching pass to Utterback, sends it to Bates, into Dean. Dean cuts inside and draws another Forest Park foul. Forest Park only had 1 foul in the first half, only 1 foul for the majority of the second half, and now the foul count is mounting on them.
Well, I think one of the reasons is Frankton is much more assertive, much more aggressive, taking the ball to the basket. And that's a good call. I mean, the defender did not get set. This game is going to be decided at the free throw line, John. I don't think there's any question.
Bella Dean makes the first of 2. And Frankton has hit their last 3 shots from the field after going on several different scoring droughts in this game. She misses the second. It goes in and out. Rebound Begley. The lead is 5 for Forest Park. And off and running they go, trying to add to it with 4:30 left in the game. Both these teams trying to win their first ever girls basketball state championship. Treader at the elbow. Zip pass, right wing to Eckert. Eckert surrounded by Webb, who forces her to give it up to Begley. Begley down the lane, left it short, and there's Bates for the Frankton rebound. Bates pushing up ahead to Utterback, who slows it up. Leaves it for Bates, who's doubled. Back to Utterback. Swings it to Bates. Now she's open for 3 and hits. Lauren
Tell you
Bates
what, she can knock that shot down all night long. And you got to cover her. Just great offense. We got a game.
Sure do. She is 3 of 11 from the field. Bates has struggled today, but has 9 points. Came in averaging 14. And up high, it's a steal. As Bella Dean just takes it away from Lydia Betts. She just got a little too careless with it. And Dean, ever the crafty defensive player off the bench, forces the foul. Betts with her second, team 7th. So 1 and 1 here.
Now bonus for Frankton, which is big. No question at all about it.
Put Bella Dean back at the line where she went 1 of 2. Critical. Front end of the 1 and 1. Forest Park 40, Frankton 38 with 3:43 to go in the game. And Dean makes the front end to get another.
Nothing but, no doubt about it.
Scorers table folks telling the referee it's a media timeout on a make, but she misses that. Rebound though, put back up and in by Emma Sperry.
What a great play by Emma Sperry. Able to get the rebound to put back without putting it on the floor.
Frankton with their first lead of the second half. They lead 41-40 now with 3.5 to play in the game. A 7-0 run by them over the last minute. They've made their last 5 shots from the field. Frankton crowd with the defense chant. Eckert trying to penetrate, gets it into Treader. Nice feed off the double team and got it inside to Begley. As soon as the double came, Begley slipped open for the layup.
Good cut, good pass. Very important hoop, obviously.
42-41, Forest Park back on the high side with 3 minutes to play. Now Bates has it for Frankton, holding it on her right hip. Now she starts to dribble. Sliding right, picks it up, into Webb. Kick out right side, Utterback against that zone defense. Opts to send it back to Bates. Now they're back slowing it up again. They've done this a lot against this zone. Bates lets it fly. It just slipped out. And Treader the rebound.
That thing was in. It didn't stay down. Oh, my goodness.
And Welp comes darting up the floor for Forest Park, against that Frankton defense. Eckert slides in, tough shot, blocked by Sperry, ball loose on the ground, and Treader picks it up.
Great hustle by Amber Treader to get the ball back. Just not a good shot at all.
20 points for her and 16 rebounds. She gets it inside, swings it out to Welp for 3, who knocks it down.
Again, you work inside out. Treader on the great pass and the big 3.
5 in a row for Forest Park, who lead by 4, and the other 3 on the other end is Sperry. She misses. Rebound deflected out of bounds, and that is off of Allie Welp. We are at a media timeout, and we are set up for an exciting finish. 1:50 to play in the game. Forest Park 45, Frankton 41 on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. This is your IHSAA.
It's hard to believe that in 1972, fewer than 300,000 girls played high school sports in the U.S. It's true. Today, more than 3 million girls play high school sports, and it's all thanks to Title IX. When Title IX passed 50 years ago, it created a level playing field for women and girls in high school athletic programs. I'm Sandra Walter, a proud Brookville Greyhound. And I'm Carrie Rosati, a proud Roncalli Royal. We're both assistant commissioners of the Indiana High School Athletic Association. We're also former athletic directors, so we understand the impact that high school sports have on the lives of teenage girls, and how Title IX has paved the way for generations of female student athletes across the country, including right here in Indiana. Playing high school sports opens doors for girls on the playing field and beyond. We're both living proof that when girls are given the chance to play, they're given the chance to thrive.
This is empowerment. This is opportunity. This is your IHSAA.
Yankee legend Bernie Williams has a personal message to share.
Idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, or IPF, is a rare and serious lung disease that affected my dad. Its symptoms, which include shortness of breath, fatigue, and a dry, persistent cough, are similar to other more common conditions like COPD, which means that IPF is often misdiagnosed. There is no cure for IPF, but there are treatments that can help slow disease progression. If you think you or a loved one may have IPF, don't wait. Visit breathlessipf.com to learn more and talk to a pulmonologist today.
2A state championship.
45-41, Forest Park with the lead, 1:50 to play in the game on Frankton. You are listening to the 2022 girls basketball Class 2A state final, presented by the Indiana Fever and Indiana Pacers on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. This is your IHSAA. Inbound will be played baseline left of her own goal for Bailey Webb. Frankton with the ball, down 4. They've made 5 of their last 7 shots, but 5 in a row also scored by Forest Park. Inbound to Bates from the right corner for 3. No, but we have a foul here, and that is against Frankton as we go the other direction, and we'll send it over to JoJo Gentry real quick. JoJo, do we have you? Okay, we'll get back with her in just a second as Amaya Collins comes back in. It was Eckert who was fouled. That last foul was on Webb. So Bailey Webb's now got to be careful. That is her 4th. And Danielle Eckert, who shoots 50% at the line, makes the front end of a 1-and-1.
Like she's been doing it her whole career. I love it. Hey, getting Collins back in is a big thing now for Franklin. Gives you one more shooter, great defender. And 2 big makes for Danielle free throws.
Eckert. Unreal. 47-41. The lead is back to 6 for Forest Park after they were trailing by 1. 3 by Sperry. Left it short. There's Treader for the rebound. And now you got to think about fouling if you're Frankton as Forest Park breaks the full court pressure. Welp passes it ahead to Bagley, who circles it back to Betts. Betts with 120. Collins is up on her. She gets a screen from Treader. Treader holding. Sends to Welp. Coach Tony Hassenauer of Forest Park telling his girls, just keep passing. Waste time. Kill the clock. That is precisely what they're doing. 107 and counting, and finally a foul by Belladine.
See, the one thing you don't want to do if you're Forest Park, when you have the lead and you're in a situation where you're trying to hold the ball, don't pick up your dribble. Absolutely keep your dribble alive. Keep moving people. Don't get in a position where you have to pick your dribble up and hope someone gets open.
And that free throw is made by Amber Treader. She has 21 points, and she is also an impressive 6 of 7 from the line and made the second. 22 for her. It is an 8-0 run. Make it 9-0 now for Forest Park. Frankton needs a basket in the worst possible way here. Down by 8 with less than a minute to go, and Bates gets blocked by Treader. It's slipping away from Frankton.
It really is, unfortunately. Treader, again, big play after big play. Both ends of the floor. Tremendous block.
Webb is back in. Dean sits down for Frankton. That offense-defense substitution. Webb plays it in, baseline left. She gets it into Utterback. Off-balance shot, too hard. Rebound gathered in by Gray to Treader. Full court pressure by Franklin. Forest Park tries to get it up. Multiple passes in the backcourt. Ends up in the hands of Betts. Now Welp with 40 seconds. Trap keeps coming.
They've got a foul.
And they finally do with Utterback.
Well, Coach Hammaker upset because, you waited too long to foul. You needed to do it in the backcourt.
And now the Forest Park fans rising to their feet. They sense it happening. Lydia Betts to the free throw line. It's the 10th foul, so she gets 2 shots no matter what. Makes the first. That gives her 7. Man, Frankton led 41-40. Had that sea of red crowd behind them. The place was rocking in their favor. We're only to see Forest Park go on a big spurt of their own. She misses the second. Rebound Bates. Frankton's got to hurry. Down 9 with 30 seconds to go. 3 by Collins. Knocks it down.
Still got a chance now. You really do. So, you cut it to 9. Cut it to 6. You got 2 possessions.
A lot of time still to play. 26 seconds. Back in a moment on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. This is your IHSAA.
Hey, Dr. Jenner, what do you remember most about playing high school sports?
Oh, I loved it. I made friends and have memories I'll treasure forever. But what mattered most were the life lessons I learned in the soccer field.
Life lessons. Which are your favorite?
Just being part of a team. You learn so many valuable skills: collaboration, communication, work ethic. These are just some of the lessons that have helped shape the person I am to this day. I'm Dr. Katie Jenner, Indiana Secretary of Education.
And I'm Paul Knight, Commissioner of the Indiana High School Athletic Association. Join us in celebrating the 50th anniversary of Title IX and the opportunities it's provided female student athletes across this country, including here in Indiana.
Thanks to Title IX, generations of female student athletes have learned life lessons that will impact them for the rest of their lives.
And that is a legacy we're celebrating.
This is 50 years of Title IX. This is celebrating generations of female student athletes. This is your IHSAA.
Housing discrimination. Would you recognize it and report it? These folks did.
My landlord said rent will be cheaper if we're friends with benefits.
Because I'm legally blind, a landlord questioned whether I'd be capable of maintaining an apartment.
Our real estate agent said a different neighborhood with people like us might better suit our family.
To learn more about housing discrimination, visit hud.gov/fair housing. Fair housing is your right. Use it. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
2A state championship.
As we come back out of the timeout, Forest Park leading by 6. They're able to waste a lot of clock. Frankton gets called for the foul finally, and Coach Stephen Hammaker for the Eagles was telling his girls to foul. And again, Coach, they waited too long to foul there.
Yeah, I think they did. And he was imploring his young ladies as vociferously as he could. How's that?
Yeah.
He's just, again, you're not in a position where you can allow the clock to work. You got to keep the clock. You got to try and stop it and get the ball back.
And they foul Danielle Eckert. She makes the first. She has one more coming. And this is going to be it for both teams. They empty out their benches. Forest Park puts in Olivia Galehausen to go along with Maddie Wathen and Grace Fleck. Second free throw coming up here for Danielle Eckert. She makes it.
She's owned the free throw line now, late in the ball game. Caitlin's been outstanding.
Caitlin Betts is in. Forest Park's lead is now 8 with 5.7 seconds remaining. The inbound comes into Addison Brobston, up ahead to Collins with 2, with 1. The shot is up. It's off the mark, and the Forest Park Rangers, for the first time in their school history, have won a girls basketball state championship. They knock off the Frankton Eagles 52-44 at Gaybridge Fieldhouse and finish the season with an incredible mark of 26-3.
It's a great game, John. I mean, really a fun game to watch.
Frankton certainly had their chances. They fought back. They took the lead at 41-40, and then they get outscored 12-3 in the final few minutes. Frankton was 1 of their last 8 from the field, but what else can you say, Bob, about Amber Treader and the unbelievable performance she had at 22 points and 17 rebounds, 7 of 8 from the free throw line?
Right. Well, you knew coming in she averaged a double-double, but you didn't recognize how strong her presence really is on the floor. Defensively, which she a couple of block shots, her presence inside makes it hard to score. One of the reasons why Frankton has the offensive drought is because of the length that we talked about of this Forest Park team, especially Amber Treader. And so it's a hard-fought, well-deserved win for the Rangers. And I think Frankton, literally, they played as hard as they could play, just didn't win.
Frankton head coach Stephen Hamaker with our JoJo Gentry.
Coach, I know this is the second time you've been in this position for the last 2 years. What's going through your mind right now?
Well, I'm really proud of our seniors and our junior group. They've been winners all the way through our program. The fact that we were able to get back here to the state finals after getting a little break. Obviously, I want to win, but I'm just glad that we came out and we competed for 4 quarters and kind of got a little bit of redemption. Obviously, we wanted to win. It just wasn't our game today.
Well, you had a heck of a run in the second half and really got things going. But what do you think was the biggest component of not being able to finish this one?
Their length. I mean, it goes back to their length. That was something that we had trouble with all night. They did a fantastic job of altering our shots every time we got into the paint, closing in on us every time we got in there as well.
What are you going to remember most about this state finals with this particular group?
Just these seniors. They're the winningest kids ever come through our program. They've won 9 championships in their 4 years, so really proud of them.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Big thanks to Coach Stephen Hamaker for Frankton. Not easy to do that.
Not at all.
He has won 196 games in his career, and he's only lost 87 at Frankton. And this is another one that will certainly stick with him. But yeah, like you said, his girls played as hard as they could. It's just the length of Amber Treader and also Lydia Betts and Carly Bagley is so tough to deal with.
Well, we mentioned it from the start that it would be one of the big factors that you had to shoot the basketball. That was one of the big keys for you. You needed to get some easy hoops like in transition, and you needed to knock down jump shots on the perimeter. And they weren't able to knock down enough. And I will tell you what, having been in this situation, I didn't coach in the state championship, but having taken a couple of more than one team to an NAI national tournament, when you lose that game and someone sticks a microphone in your face, it's hard. It's hard. Oh, my goodness, is it hard. And he handled it very classily. He was what a great guy Coach Hamaker is. Disappointed, but I thought did a wonderful job with his ball club.
And tonight, the hard part is going to be losing Bailey Webb, Cagney Utterback as well, Lauren Bates, and Shay Simon, your 4 seniors, and what they meant to.
Yeah. I'll tell you what the hardest part is, John. You're never together with that group again.
Right.
No more practice, no more games, no more all the things you do off the court. The last time as a group, it's hard to say goodbye to a group like this. It really is.
52-44, Forest Park defeats Frankton. And let's go to center court for the Middle Attitude Award presentation.
Grade 12 was nominated by principal and coach, excelled in mental attitude, athletic ability, scholarship, and leadership during her 4 years in high school, and was selected by members of the IHSAA Executive Committee. The winner of the 2022 Patricia L. Roy Middle Attitude Award for Class 2A girls basketball is Grace Levin.
Grace Fleck, a 5'9" senior, did not play today, but again, it's her leadership and everything that they were talking about, both on and off the court, that she provided. And for Forest Park, 3 seniors, she's one of them, to go along with 7 juniors. So much leadership on this team, and
No
that's a big
question.
reason why they're state champions.
No question. It's why I think they have a great shot to make a run at it next year. But again, you have to have people like Grace Fleck, you know, upperclassmen who aren't playing that much but still come out there and show the younger people what they're supposed to do, what their responsibilities are. That's why you win championships, because of people like that on your squad.
Final numbers from this one: 44% is what Forest Park shot from 3-point range, and they shot 41% from the field. They held Frankton to 32% shooting, 16 of 50, and also 33% from 3-point range. And the biggest thing too, Bob, is that they got to the line. They went over to the free throw line 22 attempts,
right?
18 of 22 and 3 of 5.
Well, again, you're going to have to go against that length, and so you know, you put them at the free throw line, and to their credit, they knocked down free throws at a high rate.
And they had 10 turnovers and 5 for Frankton in that one. How about those free throws at the end too?
Huge
by Danielle Eckert.
Huge.
I mean,
she just stepped up and knocked them down, and those were absolutely huge, without question. I think the big thing too is that you're coming up against a team that presses and runs and gets out and does things. And you mentioned it, you know, Forest Park didn't turn it over very much. They handled the press for the most part, handled it pretty well all night.
Also rebounding, and again, going back to the size thing, Bob, 34 rebounds for Forest Park, 23 for Frankton.
Well, you know what? Again, the idea in this, it's a pretty simple game, John. You want to try to get to the free throw line more than your opponent, and you want to convert a good percentage. And the other part of it, too, is that Forest Park really, really, really shot the ball well, and you addressed it early. They shot it very, very well.
So Grace Fleck, your Mental Attitude Award winner, joined out there by her parents. So that was a very cool moment for her. And looks like and JoJo Gentry is over there with the Mental Attitude Award winner, Grace Fleck. JoJo.
Grace, congratulations. Such a memorable day for you. How do you describe how you're feeling right now?
I'm feeling awesome. The support of my teammates made me have a really good feeling, and everyone was there for me, all the fans. It was just an awesome feeling that I'll never forget.
And you've personally had several ups and downs that you overcome, including a knee injury. What does it mean for you to be standing here in this moment?
It's amazing. I always dreamed of it, but I never really realized that my dreams could come true, and it's just an amazing feeling to have.
And what are you going to remember most about this state championship with this particular group?
I'll always remember the team, my teammates, the support we have for each other, and how well we get along.
So congratulations, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Great stuff there. What do you think about Grace's comments? Seems like a very impressive young woman.
Yeah, absolutely is, and she's right on target. You have no doubt that someone like that's going to have whatever is ahead of her, she'll do very, very well. I had the luxury with my grandson. He's a lacrosse player, and they played in a lacrosse state championship, and he was the Mental Attitude Award winner there. And I can tell you the enormous pride that everyone has in her.
All right, let's go back to JoJo, who has Forest Park coach Tony Hassenauer. JoJo.
Coach, congratulations. A historic day for you and the Rangers program. How do you feel right now?
Oh, this is unbelievable. It's hard to put into words. You know, we won the regional, and that was exciting. We won semi-state, and I couldn't believe we were coming to the state finals. And you know, I had all the faith in the world in the team, but you never expect to do this, you know. And so for us to come through and get a win today, this is a moment I'll never forget.
And you were inspired by that 2000 team that made it to the state championship. How does it feel to be in this particular position after watching them do what they did?
You know, after we won regional, I got several texts from girls on that team. And then after we won semi-state, even more of them reached out. They made videos for us for a community pep session that were just so touching. And to be able to kind of give them a little bit of redemption, it feels great. I'm happy for the whole school, the communities that are in our district, the students. They've been outstanding during this whole thing, and just on cloud 9 right now.
And the Rangers fan base came for you guys today. I mean, I'm looking in the crowd right now. It's just packed with Forest Park fans. Describe the support you have received from your local communities.
Oh, it's been unreal. I mean, we are blessed to live in the community that we do with the support we have. And these guys back here, they'll back everybody, win or lose. And they've had a heck of a time this whole month of February with sectional, regional, semi-state, and now state. And we're excited that we could finish it off for them because without them, it wouldn't mean as much, and we're just glad we got it done.
And how's Forest Park going to celebrate tonight?
It's going to be a wild time right now. I'll tell you that much. Get the fire trucks ready.
Congratulations, Coach. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think he's going to have to buy a drink there for a long time. He's going to have a lot of people doing that for him.
Well, they're, they deserve to have a good time. When you win a state championship, you ought to have a huge party.
52-44, your final. Forest Park wins their first ever girls 2A girls basketball state championship. Congratulations to the Rangers. We have a lot more to get to in our post-game show coming up in just a moment. You are listening to the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. This is your IHSAA.
Oh, while we're in lawn and garden, I was thinking I should pick up one of those little things for watering my plants.
A hose?
No, the things that look like teapots, but for plants. You tip it over and it goes blah, 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 blah.
You're good at describing words you've forgotten.
Like those things that give the plants a shower, that you fill up.
A watering can?
Yes, a watering can. I knew that.
We're good at your insurance. Find an Indiana Farm Bureau insurance agent online, over the phone, or in person. And stop knocking on wood.
Why do more graduating seniors choose Ivy Tech Community College over any other school? Ivy Tech offers flexibility, a wide variety of programs, and thousands of classes, including online options. Our certificates and degrees get students into a great career quickly. And if you want an affordable path to a bachelor's degree, we have guaranteed admissions programs with most four-year universities in Indiana. So you can start at Ivy Tech and transfer as a junior. Ready for a great education at the lowest cost? Complete a free application today.
Did you know that people born from 1945 to 1965 have the highest rates of hepatitis C? But most don't know they're infected. People can live for decades without symptoms, but over time, hepatitis C can cause serious health problems, including liver damage and even liver cancer. If you were born from 1945 to 1965, the CDC recommends that you get a blood test for hepatitis C. So talk to your doctor about getting tested. It could save your life. A message from the CDC.
2A state championship.
The Forest Park Rangers win their first ever girls basketball state championship in school history. They beat the Frankton Eagles 52-44 at Cambridge Fieldhouse. Along with Bob Lovell and JoJo Gentry, I'm John Herrick. Thank you so much for joining us. And this broadcast of the IHSAA Champions Radio Network is being heard on great radio stations across Indiana, like WTRE in Greensburg, 1330 AM and 103.5 and 104.3 FM. Also in Seymour, WZZB, 1330 AM, 103.5 and 104.3 FM. In Boss City, WYIR, 96.9 FM. And Boonville, WBNL, 1540 AM and 99.9 FM. As well as Jasper, WITZ, 104.7 FM. WQKZ in Jasper and Ferdinand, 98.5 FM. Bob, this is the moment of the day, I think, that is elation for one side, heartbreak for the other, and it's really, to mention that you talked about knowing that you're not going to play with these group of girls anymore, but also if you're on the losing side like Frankton, to look back and know that you accomplished a lot and going 23-6 in what was an outstanding basketball.
You're exactly right, and when you're a senior, your goal is to play your last game in this building.
Yeah.
And do you want to play for a championship? And certainly you want to win. But the idea, as you progress in your life and as you age, you look back and say, I played my last game for a championship. Two teams are going to be able to say that, John. And so, that's what you do. Yeah, it's bittersweet. You have a group of people who deservedly so are excited. And on the other side, you have a group of people who are deflated and disappointed. That's the nature of sports. That's why you play it. And the IHSAA likes to talk about lifetime lessons and lifetime lessons learned and all these experiences. And this is what you get in this particular situation. But look, Frankton had a great year. they just didn't score enough points. Nothing. They did all they could do. That's the other thing about it. They had a great effort. They just lost to a good team today.
Forest Park Rangers getting their state championship trophy right now. Tony Hassenauer, unbelievable job. 104 wins in 6 years there.
That's pretty strong.
And not only that, you can't also, you got to really be impressed with what Frankton has done too. They've won 67 games over the last 3 years. That's the most in the state during that, 9th most in the state during that time. Crown Point leads the way in that category. They were beaten by Noblesville. You'll see Noblesville later tonight. On the winning side now for Forest Park, and we're gonna talk to Amber Treader. We're going to hear from her in just a moment, but we have to put her performance in perspective here. I mean, 5 incredible rebounds that she had in the first quarter, and then that ballooned into 17 rebounds to go along with 22 points. They had to have a big play in this game. It seemed like she made just about every one of them. Well,
She's one of the reasons why they're here to play for a championship. I mean, she is averaging a double-double, as we mentioned. That's not easy to do, I think. But what impressed me most is when they needed a big play, needed a rebound, a block shot, something like that, she happened to be the person who did it. They fed off of her in a couple of great passes out of the post for 3. And there's a reason why they're champions, and I think in large part because of the talented Amber Treader and all the things that she brings to this basketball team.
Treader had 22, 7 each for Lydia Betts and Carly Begley, 5 points for Allie Welp, 6 points for Danielle Eckert, including 4 clutch free throws in the fourth quarter, 3 for Gaby Gray. For Frankton, they were led in the losing effort by Amaya Collins, who had 15 points. Lauren Bates had 9, 7 for Bailey Webb, 6 for Emma Sperry, and 5 for Bella Dean. 2 points for Cagney Utterback to round out the individual scoring. For the overall team stats, it was a 40.5% field goal percentage total for Forest Park. They also shot 44% from 3, 82% from the line. Frankton shot 32% from the field, 33% from 3, and 3 of 5 from the line for 60%. They also only had 5 turnovers to Forest Park's 10, but when you look at the 32% shooting, they came in averaging 42% from the field, but when you have so many shots altered because of the length and the shots that you normally make in the paint
it's a big point.
Are not going down, that's tough to overcome.
Huge point. We talked about it and belabored the point, I suppose, that the length was an issue. A positive, obviously, for Forest Park. And Frankton had to somehow counter that by knocking down shots from the perimeter, which you alluded to. They did not do at the rate they needed to.
You mentioned too that these teams are not going to see each other or play each other with each other again. But they're also, if you're Forest Park, the bond that you're going to have with these girls for the rest of your lives, knowing that you won a state championship together, that's not going to ever go away.
Well, that's the great thing about athletics is that it puts you in positions to create those kinds of relationships that will endure for your lifetime, and that you all have this common bond, this shared experience of playing for a championship, which throughout the years no one can take away from you.
52-44, the final. Forest Park wins it. We will see if JoJo can possibly talk to Tony Hassenauer. She will after this break when we come back in just a moment. It is the IHSAA Champions Radio Network presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. This is your IHSAA.
It's been an exciting basketball season, but the excitement is just heating up. This summer, catch your Indiana Fever as they embark on their 24th season in the WNBA. The action tips off in May and the season runs through August. For more information on the upcoming season and tickets, visit feverbasketball.com. That's feverbasketball.com. Your Indiana Fever, a proud sponsor of the IHSAA Girls State Basketball Tournament.
Message to Amy Spin Class. Happy 3rd, 29th birthday, Amy! Exclamation point. Ha, ha. Balloon emoji. Balloon emoji. Balloon emoji.
You're good at voice to text.
Pizza emoji.
We're good at your insurance. Find an Indiana Farm Bureau insurance agent online, over the phone, or in person. And stop knocking on wood.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
You remember that ball game we went to a couple years ago?
Sure.
And how you didn't have enough cash for 2 hot dogs, so you walked with me on your shoulders until we found an ATM? And then when we got back to our seats, we never saw the hot dog guy again.
Well, I don't remember all that.
Yeah, that was an awesome game.
You never know which moments will be the ones they'll remember forever. So take time to be a dad today. Learn more at 1-877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
2A State Championship.
Well, Cambridge Fieldhouse starting to clear out. The Forest Park Rangers beat Frankton 52-44 to win the 2A Girls Basketball State Championship, their first ever in the program history. A big reason why the play of Amber Shredder, who we're going to hear from in just a moment. She scored 22 points. She also had 17 rebounds, which ties the all-time record for rebounds in the 2A State Championship game, and she is now standing by with our JoJo Gentry.
Amber, congratulations. How does it feel to be such a big part of the reason why Forest Park has won its first state title in program history?
I'm just so amazed right now. I can't even describe the feelings going through my body. I've been wanting this my entire life, and now to accomplish this goal and make school history too along with it, it's just like an amazing feeling that I'm never going to get rid of, and I'm always going to have this experience throughout my entire life and remember everything.
17 rebounds. I mean, you were a huge threat to Frankton all day long. How would you describe your performance personally?
I thought I played really good. I was really hoping to get those rebounds because I knew I had a height advantage. So I just went off 2 feet, jumped as high as I could, and just really attacked the rebounds and attacked the boards to try to get as many, like if we got a rebound, then that's one less points that they could get. So it's just like it really helped the game go along.
And Forest Park fans came to show up and support you guys today. How did it feel to have everybody here at Gamebridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis today?
It was amazing. The atmosphere was just, I could not get over how loud it was. And I was just taking everything in. And every time we scored, we just heard our community and our fans just behind our backs and pushing us through this entire thing. Throughout the week, we kind of knew that we were going to have a lot of people coming up on the trip up to Indy. So knowing and seeing everyone come was just amazing. I just felt so thankful and grateful for our community that we have in Ferdinand, Indiana.
And Amber, you're just a junior, and Coach told me you have a Division I offer from Bellarmine. I'm anticipating you're probably going to get some more interest. How does it feel knowing that after accomplishing something of this magnitude that you have a whole other year to have another chance at this?
It's just like a great feeling to be able to come back next year and hopefully maybe achieve the same goals. It's just a great feeling. I'm going to be sad not playing with our seniors anymore, but we have a lot of juniors, so to be able to come back with all of them next year is just going to be great and have another fun year of experience making memories.
Amber, thank you for your time and congratulations.
Thank you.
She's going to get a lot more Division I offers there. Those 7 juniors coming back for Forest Park. We'll take one more time out. When we come back, we'll wrap it up from Gamebridge Fieldhouse. You're listening to the 2A Girls Basketball State Final on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. This is your IHSAA.
Commissioner Neidig, can I have a quick word?
Of course, Governor. What can I do for you?
Well, I just want to say thank you.
For what, sir?
For your service.
Well, Governor, you're welcome. And you know that I'm incredibly passionate about what we do at the IHSAA.
Oh, I do, and I share your passion. Without the IHSAA, we'd be without something incredibly important to our state's culture and to me, the boys and girls basketball state tournaments.
Without Hoosier Hysteria, Indiana just wouldn't be Indiana, would it?
You're absolutely right, it wouldn't. And after all these years, I still can't seem to prepare myself for the excitement of the tournaments.
Governor, the only way you could prepare for Hoosier Hysteria is by getting your ticket.
Oh, you know I'll be the first in line.
The Indiana Boys and Girls High School Basketball Tournaments are presented by the Indiana Pacers and Indiana Fever.
I'm Deidre Hall with a message about your eye health. My mother had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD, which means my family members are at greater risk.
I'm Dr. Sada of Doheny UCLA. AMD is the most common cause of severe, irreversible vision loss in older adults. If a healthcare professional suspects AMD, a retina specialist can confirm the diagnosis and work with you on a treatment plan.
Routine eye care can help maintain your vision. Visit geteyesmart.org for more information.
2A State Championship.
Back to wrap it up here from Cambridge Fieldhouse for the morning/afternoon session, I guess you could call it here, in our Class A girls basketball state final. It was Tecumseh beating Central Catholic 60-53, and just moments ago, Frankton wins their first ever, Forest Park wins their first ever girls basketball state championship, 52-44 over Frankton. Along with Bob Lovell and JoJo Gentry, I'm John Herrick. Let's do a brief look at the evening here session, Bob. You got Silver Creek against South Bend in the 3A game at 6. Franklin against Noblesville at 8:15 in the 4A matchup. Two outstanding games still to come at Cambridge.
Well, obviously it's the rematch in 3A from last year, which Silver Creek was able to win. It's a South Bend, Washington team who's dominated all year long, and in the eyes of many people, the best team irrespective of class. We'll certainly find out with Coach Reynolds and his daughters. They're a force. And I think in the 4A game, remember this. I'm a Franklin resident, have lived there since I went to college and never left. So I'm excited about the opportunity our young ladies have against Ashland Shade and the Noblesville Millers. I think we've had two really, really good games, and I don't think it's asking too much to have two more, because I think they will be.
Yep, you're going to have, I think by the end of the day, we're going to be talking about
Tremendous.
4 great games.
What a great day, absolutely.
After it's all over. And, you also have to host this show called Indiana Sports Talk later.
These are days where it's fun. I'm actually leaving here to go do an IUPUI men's game. So 3 games and 2 shows in a weekend. That's enough.
Yep, that's why you're a Hall of Famer.
Thank you.
Big thanks to our entire staff out here. Scott Johnston, our on-site engineer, along with the other great folks at Emmis, led by Skylar Wood in that department. Brad Huber, our in-studio producer. And a big thanks as well to my on-air talent helping me out, JoJo Gentry and Bob Lovell. I'm John Herrick saying so long from Cambridge Fieldhouse. Your final score for the final time in the girls 2A final, Forest Park 52, Frankton 44. You've been listening to the IHSAA Champions Radio Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. This is your IHSAA.
You've been listening to the 2022 Indiana High School Athletic Association Girls Basketball State Finals, presented by the Indiana Fever and Indiana Pacers on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. This is your IHSAA. Today's broadcast was brought to you by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance, presenting sponsor of the IHSAA Champions Network. Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. Stop knocking on wood. IB Tech Community College, presenting partner of the IHSAA. Learn more about higher education without the high price at ibtech.edu. By Franciscan Health, inspiring health. Wilson Sporting Goods, official ball of the IHSAA. Methodist Sports Medicine, the orthopedic specialists. By Connecticut, life is better with Connecticut water. Sharp Business Systems Indiana, saluting great athletes and even better students. Dellon Automotive, experience the Dellon difference. And by the Indiana Fever and Indiana Pacers, proud presenting sponsor of the 47th annual IHSAA Girls Basketball State Tournament. This is Indiana's game. We are Indiana's teams. Visit IHSAATV.org to catch a full replay of today's broadcast, or IHSAA.org to keep up with the high school in your community. This is your IHSAA.
counseling and financial education.
Once again in the Class 1A Girls Basketball State Championship here on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. Tecumseh knocking off Lafayette Central Catholic 60-53. Their first girls basketball still taking in the atmosphere here inside of Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Final score once again in the Class 1A Girls Basketball.
Hey, Dr. Jenner, what do you remember most about playing high school?
Of you is, what does it mean to represent Cabry?
She's, I don't even know. She is a big part of this team, and I know she'll do great next year. We really connect on the floor, and sometimes we may go to the same spot, but it's...
They needed to, and their presence at both ends of the floor is the reason why they're state champions.
Indeed it is. Let's go now to JoJo Gentry, who is with Jenna Donahue and Cabry Oxley.
Care can help maintain your vision. Visit GetEyeSmart.
Back inside of Gainbridge Fieldhouse as the Tecumseh Lady Braves are celebrating a state championship in Class 1A girls basketball here on the IHSAA Champions Radio Network. Alongside Coach Bob Lovell, I'm Kurt Darling. Let's go ahead and look at a stat sheet rundown here as Lafayette Central Catholic certainly put in a valiant effort. 14 points, 5 points off of 6 of 10 points. And then Carson Sherry, well off of her season average of 10.5 points per contest, she finishes with just 2 points. Bruce, Goodwine, Bourdonnais, Thompson, Vaughter, Riley, and Fabian played and did not score for Lafayette Central Catholic. On the day, though, for Lafayette Central Catholic, it was certainly a good day. It was a good day shooting, a bad day shooting today. Donahue, that would be Jenna Donahue leading with 29 points. She had 12 of 20 from shooting, 9 of 22 shooting, and just 1 of 1 shooting from the free throw line. Also adding points was Flowers, 9 points. She fouled out with 5 fouls earlier in the second half, as well as Lemon adding 2, and Wilson adding 1 point. Heichelbeck, Green, Marks, Feather, McDonald, and Marks all playing and not scoring for the Lady Braves. The Braves finished the day shooting 41% from the field.
It's hard to believe that in 1972, fewer than 300,000 girls.
Empowerment.
More than 100 million wild eggs.
The Tecumseh Lady Braves celebrating a Class 1A state championship here inside of Gainbridge. As JoJo Gentry still working hard to get us some post-game interviews here, Coach. Obviously, if you're
not, you just, it's just so much fun to watch these young ladies compete as hard as they can. And all the things that they've gone through to get to this point. And just to be a part of it, number one, it's an honor. Number two,
tonight. Well, I hope we can go back to the school and have a pep session. We're going to stick around. My 2 great assistant coaches that help me out with everything that happens. Of the game, Ashton, congratulations.
Here against ranked opponents as they knock off Lafayette Central Catholic here today. Lafayette Central Catholic ranked number 2 in the state coming into this ball game. Let's go ahead now to JoJo Gentry, who is with Ashton Green.
Our mental attitude.
Let's go ahead now to JoJo Gentry, who is with Ashton Green.
Our mental attitude award winner of the game, Ashton, congratulations. How does it feel to win a state title for Tecumseh and to win this award today?
It feels awesome to be able to do this, and I've also been to state for softball, so the feeling is just unreal, and I can't believe that we finally made it.
You and your coach have such a strong bond. It's so evident, as people could see throughout the game. How would you describe the chemistry you have amongst your teammates and with Coach Lubenhusen?
Our team is so close, and Adam, we love him. He is like no other coach I've ever had. He's honestly the best coach.
What are you going to remember most about this state finals?
My favorite memories are definitely all of us singing together on the bus, staying here, being in this big gym together, and walking out. It's awesome.
All right, I'll let you go celebrate with your team. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, JoJo Gentry. Lafayette Central Catholic, this is going to be their first loss since back on January 14th. They lost at Benton Central, who was the 3A number 3 team in the state. Tecumseh continuing a winning streak that started right here in the postseason tournament. Once again, JoJo Gentry, who is with Adam Lubenhusen, the winning coach from Tecumseh.
Coach Lubenhusen, our audience cannot see that you have sweat dripping down your face and such a huge smile on your face, but what does this state championship mean to you on your team today?
Well, I mean, it's just amazing. These seniors have worked 4 years. Finally got to the point, we got it past the regionals, and I don't know, it's just hard to explain what just happened.
And you have a mental attitude award winner just to put the icing on top of the cake. What are you going to remember most about this state championship?
Well, Ashton Green didn't get in the game, but she is a big key to us. She always gets everybody fired up, always has a smile on her face. This state championship is just so for real. I mean, this is what we've worked for forever.
And your wife, Erin, was on the sidelines today. I know she was the former coach of this team, but what does it mean to have her be a part of this special moment?
Well, it's just super special. I know 8 years ago, she was the head coach, and I helped her out for 5 years before that. It just is something special. Like I said, I know when I played, my dad was on the staff when we won it, and to have my wife there and my two great assistant coaches that helped me out with everything that happens. Like I said, I'm just kind of overwhelmed and can't really think about everything. I don't want to leave anybody out, but like I said, my kids and scorebook keeper, bus driver, out. Just want to thank everybody who came out and helped us out.
Obviously, the community of Linville has to be so proud. Describe the support you've received from everybody.
Well, there's 302 kids in our school, and the last time that they did a classification, I mean, look up through there. Look how many people come out and just support us. I mean, it's just amazing. And I know people couldn't make it back home, and I know they're watching it on the TV, the radio, whatever it may be, on the internet, whatever, but the community just super come out. It's been the last 2 weeks. It's been really overwhelming, I guess you should say, just with people calling, and like I said, helped us out any way they could. And it's just something special.
And how are the Braves going to celebrate tonight?
Well, I hope we can go back to the school and have a pep session. We're going to stick around. I heard Forest Park people, they're in a conference. They were cheering for us. I hope they can do the same thing. Hopefully we can stand around and watch them be state champs as well.
Coach, thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, JoJo Gentry. Obviously a voiceless Let's go ahead now to JoJo Gentry, who is with Ashton Green.
Our mental attitude should mean to you on your
worked 4 years. Finally got to the point, we got it past the.
Remember most about this state finals?
My favorite memories.
I'll let you go celebrate with your team. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Facing such a huge smile on your Coach Lubenhusen. Our